Chapter 15 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Last Day. Last days are wretched days, and so are last moments wretched moments. It is not the fact that the parting is coming which makes these days and moments so wretched, but the feeling that something special is expected from them, which something they always fail to produce. Spasmodic periods of pleasure, of affection, or even of study, seldom fail of disappointment when premeditated. When last days are coming, they should be allowed to come and to glide away without special notice or mention. And as for last moments, there should be none such. Let them ever be ended even before their presence has been acknowledged. But Lily Dale had not yet been taught these lessons by her world's experience, and she expected that this sweetest cup of which she had ever drank should go on being sweet, sweeter and still sweeter, as long as she could press it to her lips. How the dregs had come to mix themselves with the last drops we have already seen, and on that same day, on the Monday evening, the bitter task still remained. For Crosbie, as they walked about through the gardens in the evening, found other subjects on which he thought it necessary to give her sundry hints intended for her edification, which came to her with much of the savour of a lecture. A girl, when she is thoroughly in love, as surely was the case with Lily, likes to receive hints as to her future life from the man to whom she is devoted, but she would, I think, prefer that such hints should be short, and that the lesson should be implied rather than declared, that they should in fact be hints and not lectures. Crosbie, who was a man of tact, who understood the world, and had been dealing with women for many years, no doubt understood all this as well as we do. But he had come to entertain a notion that he was an injured man, that he was giving very much more than was to be given to him, and that therefore he was entitled to take liberties which might not fairly be within the reach of another lover. My reader will say that in all this he was ungenerous. Well, he was ungenerous. I do not know that I have ever said that much generosity was to be expected from him. He had some principles of right and wrong, under the guidance of which it may perhaps be hoped that he will not go utterly astray, but his past life had not been of a nature to make him unselfish. He was ungenerous, and Lily felt it, though she would not acknowledge it even to herself. She had been very open with him, acknowledging the depth of her love for him, telling him that he was now all in all to her, that life without his love would be impossible to her, and in a certain way he took advantage of these strong avowals, treating her as though she were a creature utterly in his power, as indeed she was. On that evening he said no more of Johnny Eames, but said much of the difficulty of a man establishing himself with a wife in London, who had nothing but his own moderate income on which to rely. He did not in so many words tell her that if her friends could make up for her 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, that being much less than he had expected when he first made his offer, this terrible difficulty would be removed. But he said enough to make her understand that the world would call him very imprudent in taking a girl who had nothing, and as he spoke of these things, Lily remaining for the most part silent as he did so, it occurred to him that he might talk to her freely of his past life, more freely than he would have done had he feared that he might lose her by any such disclosures. He had no fear of losing her. Alas, might it not be possible that he had some such hope? He told her that his past life had been expensive, that though he was not in debt, he had lived up to every shilling that he had, and that he had contracted habits of expenditure which it would be almost impossible for him to lay aside at a day's notice. Then he spoke of entanglements, meaning, as he did so, to explain more fully what were their nature, but not daring to do so when he found that Lily was altogether in the dark as to what he meant. No, he was not a generous man, a very ungenerous man, and yet during all this time he thought that he was guided by principle. It will be best that I should be honest with her, he said to himself, and then he told himself scores of times that when making his offer he had expected, and had a right to expect, that she would not be penniless. Under those circumstances he had done the best he could do for her, offering her his heart honestly, with a quick readiness to make her his own at the earliest day that she might think possible. Had he been more cautious, he need not have fallen into this cruel mistake, but she, at any rate, could not quarrel with him for his imprudence, and still he was determined to stand by his engagement, and willing to marry her, although, as he the more thought of it, he felt the more strongly that he would thereby ruin his prospects, and thrust beyond his own reach all those good things which he had hoped to win. As he continued to talk to her, he gave himself special credit for his generosity, and felt that he was only doing his duty by her in pointing out to her all the difficulties which lay in the way of their marriage. At first Lily said some words intended to convey an assurance that she would be the most economical wife that man ever had, but she soon ceased from such promises as these. Her perceptions were keen, and she discovered that the difficulties of which he was afraid were those which he must overcome before his marriage, not any which might be expected to overwhelm him after it. A cheap and nasty menage would be my aversion, he said to her. It is that which I want to avoid, chiefly for your sake. Then she promised him that she would wait patiently for his time, even though it should be for 7 years, she said, looking up into his face and trying to find there some sign of approbation. That's nonsense, he said. People are not patriarchs nowadays. I suppose we shall have to wait 2 years, and that's a deuce of a bore, a terrible bore. And there was that in the tone of his voice which grated on her feelings, and made her wretched for the moment. As he parted with her for the night, on her own side of the little bridge which led from one garden to the other, he put his arm round her to embrace her and kiss her, as he had often done at that spot. It had become a habit with them to say their evening farewells there, and the secluded little nook amongst the shrubs was inexpressibly dear to Lily. But on the present occasion she made an effort to avoid his caress. She turned from him, very slightly, but it was enough, and he felt it. "Are you angry with me?" he said. "Oh no, Adolphus! How can I be angry with you?" And then she turned to him and gave him her face to kiss, almost before he had again asked for it. "He shall not at any rate think that I am unkind to him, and it will not matter now," she said to herself, as she walked slowly across the lawn in the dark up to her mother's drawing room window. "Well, dearest," said Mrs. Dale, who was there alone, "did the beards wag merry in the great hall this evening?" That was a joke with them, for neither Crosbie nor Bernard Dale used a razor at his toilet. "Not specially merry, and I think it was my fault, for I have a headache. Mamma, I believe I will go at once to bed." "My darling, is there anything wrong?" "Nothing, mamma, but we had such a long ride, and then Adolphus is going, and of course we have so much to say. Tomorrow will be the last day, for I shall only just see him on Wednesday morning, and as I want to be well, if possible, I'll go to bed." And so she took her candle and went. When Bell came up, Lily was still awake, but she begged her sister not to disturb her. "Don't talk to me, Bell," she said. "I'm trying to make myself quiet, and I half feel that I should get childish if I went on talking. I have almost more to think of than I know how to manage." And she strove, not altogether unsuccessfully, to speak with a cheery tone, as though the cares which weighed upon her were not unpleasant in their nature. Then her sister kissed her and left her to her thoughts. And she had great matter for thinking, so great that many hours sounded in her ears from the clock on the stairs before she brought her thoughts to a shape that satisfied herself. She did so bring them at last, and then she slept. She did so bring them, toiling over her work with tears that made her pillow wet with heart-burning and almost with heart-breaking, with much doubting, and many anxious, eager inquiries within her own bosom as to that which she ought to do, and that which she could endure to do. But at last her resolve was taken, and then she slept. It had been agreed between them that Crosbie should come down to the small house on the next day after breakfast, and remain there till the time came for riding. But Lily determined to alter this arrangement, and accordingly put on her hat immediately after breakfast, and posted herself at the bridge, so as to intercept her lover as he came. He soon appeared with his friend Dale, and she at once told him her purpose. "I want to have a talk with you, Adolphus, before you go in to mamma, so come with me into the field." "All right," said he. "And Bernard can finish his cigar on the lawn. Mamma and Bell will join him there." "All right," said Bernard. So they separated, and Crosbie went away with Lily into the field where they had first learnt to know each other in those haymaking days. She did not say much till they were well away from the house, but answered what words he chose to speak, not knowing very well of what he spoke. But when she considered that they had reached the proper spot, she began very abruptly. "Adolphus," she said, "I have something to say to you, something to which you must listen very carefully." Then he looked at her, and at once knew that she was in earnest. "This is the last day on which I could say it," she continued, "and I am very glad that I have not let the last day go by without saying it. I should not have known how to put it in a letter." "What is it, Lily?" "And I do not know that I can say it properly, but I hope that you will not be hard upon me. Adolphus, if you wish that all this between us should be over, I will consent."
"Lily!"
"I mean what I say. If you wish it, I will consent, and when I have said so, proposing it myself, you may be quite sure that I shall never blame you if you take me at my word."
"Are you tired of me, Lily?"
"No, I shall never be tired of you, never weary with loving you. I did not wish to say so now, but I will answer your question boldly. Tired of you? I fancy that a girl can never grow tired of her lover. But I would sooner die in the struggle than be the cause of your ruin. It would be better, in every way better."
"I have said nothing of being ruined."
"But listen to me. I should not die if you left me, not be utterly broken-hearted. Nothing on earth can I ever love as I have loved you, but I have a God and a Saviour that will be enough for me. I can turn to them with content, if it be well that you should leave me. I have gone to them, and—" But at this moment she could utter no more words. She had broken down in her effort, losing her voice through the strength of her emotion. As she did not choose that he should see her overcome, she turned from him and walked away across the grass. Of course he followed her, but he was not so quick after her but that time had been given to her to recover herself. "It is true," she said, "I have the strength of which I tell you. Though I have given myself to you as your wife, I can bear to be divorced from you now. And my love, though it may sound heartless, I would sooner be so divorced from you than cling to you as a log that must drag you down under the water and drown you in trouble and care. I would, indeed I would. If you go, of course that kind of thing is over for me. But the world has more than that, much more, and I would make myself happy. Yes, my love, I would be happy. You need not fear that."
"But, Lily, why is all this said to me here today?"
"Because it is my duty to say it. I understand all your position now, though it is only now. It never flashed on me till yesterday. When you proposed to me, you thought that I had some fortune."
"Never mind that now, Lily."
"But you did. I see it all now. I ought perhaps to have told you that it was not so. There has been the mistake, and we are both sufferers. But we need not make the suffering deeper than needs be. My love, you are free from this moment, and even my heart shall not blame you for accepting your freedom."
"And are you afraid of poverty?"
he asked her. "I am afraid of poverty for you. You and I have lived differently. Luxuries of which I know nothing have been your daily comforts. I tell you I can bear to part with you, but I cannot bear to become the source of your unhappiness. Yes, I will bear it, and none shall dare in my hearing to speak against you. I have brought you here to say the word, nay, more than that, to advise you to say it." He stood silent for a moment, during which he held her by the hand. She was looking into his face, but he was looking away into the clouds,
striving to appear as though he was the master of the occasion. But during those moments his mind was racked with doubt. What if he should take her at her word? Some few would say bitter things against him, but such bitter things had been said against many another man without harming him. Would it not be well for both if he should take her at her word? She would recover and love again, as other girls had done; and as for him, he would thus escape from the ruin at which he had been gazing for the last week past. For it was ruin, utter ruin. He did love her, so he declared to himself, but was he a man who ought to throw the world away for love? Such men there were, but was he one of them? Could he be happy in that small house somewhere near the New Road, with 5 children, and horrid misgivings as to the baker's bill. Of all men living, was not he the last that should have allowed himself to fall into such a trap? All this passed through his mind as he turned his face up to the clouds with a look that was intended to be grand and noble.
"Speak to me, Adolphus, and say that it shall be so."
Then his heart misgave him, and he lacked the courage to extricate himself from his trouble, or, as he afterwards said to himself, he had not the heart to do it. If I understand you rightly, Lily, all this comes from no want of love on your own part.
Want of love on my part? But you should not ask me that.
Until you tell me that there is such a want, I will agree to no parting.
Then he took her hand and put it within his arm.
No, Lily, whatever may be our cares and troubles, we are bound together indissolubly.
Are we? Said she, and as she spoke her voice trembled and her hand shook.
Much too firmly for any such divorce as that. No, Lily, I claim the right to tell you all my troubles, but I shall not let you go.
But Adolphus, and the hand on his arm was beginning to cling to it again.
Adolphus, said he, has got nothing more to say on that subject. He exercises the right which he believes to be his own, and chooses to retain the prize which he has won.
She was now clinging to him in very truth. "Oh, my love," she said, "I do not know how to say it again. It is of you that I am thinking, of you, of you."
"I know you are, but you have misunderstood me a little, that is all."
"Have I? Then listen to me again, once more, my heart's own darling, my love, my husband, my lord. If I cannot be to you at once like Ruth, and never cease from coming after you, my thoughts to you shall be like those of Ruth. If aught but death part thee and me, may God do so to me, and more also." Then she fell upon his breast and wept. He still hardly understood the depth of her character. He was not himself deep enough to comprehend it all, but yet he was awed by her great love, and exalted to a certain solemnity of feeling which for the time made him rejoice in his late decision. For a few hours he was minded to throw the world behind him, and wear this woman as such a woman should be worn, as a comforter to him in all things, and a strong shield against great troubles. "Lily," he said, "my own Lily." "Yes, your own, to take when you please, and leave untaken while you please, and as much your own in one way as in the other." Then she looked up again, and essayed to laugh as she did so. "You will think I am frantic, but I am so happy. I don't care about your going now, indeed I don't. There, you may go now, this minute, if you like it." And she withdrew her hand from him. "I feel so differently from what I have done for the last few days. I am so glad you have spoken to me as you did. Of course I ought to bear all those things with you, but I cannot be unhappy about it now. I wonder if I went to work and made a lot of things, whether that would help."
"A set of shirts for me, for instance?"
"I could do that at any rate."
"It may come to that yet, some of these days."
"I pray God that it may."
Then again she was serious, and the tears came once more into her eyes. "I pray God that it may, to be of use to you, to work for you, to do something for you that may have in it some sober, earnest purport of usefulness. That is what I want above all things. I want to be with you at once, that I may be of service to you. Would that you and I were alone together, that I might do everything for you. I sometimes think that a very poor man's wife is the happiest, because she does do everything." "You shall do everything very soon," said he, and then they sauntered along pleasantly through the morning hours. And when they again appeared at Mrs. Dale's table, Mrs. Dale and Bell were astonished at Lily's brightness. All her old ways had seemed to return to her, and she made her little saucy speeches to Mr. Crosbie, as she had used to do when he was first becoming fascinated by her sweetness. "You know that you'll be such a swell when you get to that countess's house, that you'll forget all about Allington." "Of course I shall," said he. "And the paper you write upon will be all over coronets; that is, if ever you do write. Perhaps you will to Bernard some day, just to show that you are staying at a castle." "You certainly don't deserve that he should write to you," said Mrs. Dale. "I don't expect it for a moment, not till he gets back to London and finds that he has nothing else to do at his office. But I should so like to see how you and Lady Julia get on together. It was quite clear that she regarded you as an ogre, didn't she, Bell?" "So many people are ogres to Lady Julia," said Bell. "I believe Lady Julia to be a very good woman," said Mrs. Dale, "and I won't have her abused." "Particularly before poor Bernard, who is her pet nephew," said Lily. "I dare say Adolphus will become a pet too, when she has been a week with him at Courcy Castle. Do try and cut Bernard out." From all which Mrs. Dale learned that some care which had sat heavy on Lily's heart was now lightened, if not altogether removed. She had asked no questions of her daughter, but she had perceived during the past few days that Lily was in trouble, and she knew that such trouble had arisen from her engagement. She had asked no questions, but of course she had been told what was Mr. Crosbie's income, and had been made to understand that it was not to be considered as amply sufficient for all the wants of matrimony. There was little difficulty in guessing what was the source of Lily's care, and as little in now perceiving that something had been said between them by which that care had been relieved. After that they all rode, and the afternoon went by pleasantly. It was the last day indeed, but Lily had determined that she would not be sad. She had told him that he might go now, and that she would not be discontented at his going. She knew that the morrow would be very blank to her, but she struggled to live up to the spirit of her promise, and she succeeded. They all dined at the great house, even Mrs. Dale doing so upon this occasion. When they had come in from the garden in the evening, Crosbie talked more to Mrs. Dale than he did even to Lily, while Lily sat a little distant, listening with all her ears, sometimes saying a low-toned word, and happy beyond expression in the feeling that her mother and her lover should understand each other. And it must be understood that Crosbie at this time was fully determined to conquer the difficulties of which he had thought so much, and to fix the earliest day which might be possible for his marriage. The solemnity of that meeting in the field still hung about him, and gave to his present feelings a manliness and a truth of purpose which were too generally wanting to them. If only those feelings would last! But now he talked to Mrs. Dale about her daughter and about their future prospects, in a tone which he could not have used had not his mind, for the time,
been true to her. He had never spoken so freely to Lily's mother, and at no time had Mrs. Dale felt for him so much of a mother's love.
He apologized for the necessity of some delay, arguing that he could not endure to see his young wife without the comfort of a home of her own, and that he was now, as he always had been, afraid of incurring debt.
Mrs. Dale disliked waiting engagements, as do all mothers, but she could not answer unkindly to such pleading as this. Lily is so very young, she said, that she may well wait for a year or so.
For 7 years,
said Lily, jumping up and whispering into her mother's ear.
I shall hardly be 26 then, which is not at all too old.
And so the evening passed away very pleasantly. God bless you, Adolphus, Mrs. Dale said to him as she parted with him at her own door. It was the first time that she had called him by his Christian name. I hope you understand how much we are trusting to you.
I do,
said he as he pressed her hand.
Then, as he walked back alone, he swore to himself, binding himself to the oath with all his heart, that he would be true to those women, both to the daughter and to the mother.
For the solemnity of the morning was still upon him. He was to start the next morning before 8,
Bernard having undertaken to drive him over to the railway at Guestwick.
The breakfast was on the table shortly after 7, and just as the two men had come down, Lily entered the room with her hat and shawl. I said I would be in to pour out your tea, said she, and then she sat herself down over against the teapot. It was a silent meal, for people do not know what to say in those last minutes, and Bernard too was there, proving how true is the adage which says that 2 are company, but that 3 are not. I think that Lily was wrong to come up on that last morning, but she would not hear of letting him start without seeing him,
when her lover had begged her not to put herself to so much trouble.
Trouble? Would she not have sat up all night to see even the last of the top of his hat? Then Bernard, muttering something about the horse, went away. I have only 1 minute to speak to you, said she, jumping up, and I have been thinking all night of what I had to say. It is so easy to think, and so hard to speak.
My darling, I understand it all.
But you must understand this, that I will never distrust you. I will never ask you to give me up again, or say that I could be happy without you. I could not live without you, that is, without the knowledge that you are mine, but I will never be impatient, never. Pray, pray believe me. Nothing shall make me distrust you.
Dearest Lily, I will endeavour to give you no cause.
I know you will not, but I specially wanted to tell you that. And you will write very soon?
Directly I get there.
And as often as you can. But I won't bother you. Only your letters will make me so happy. I shall be so proud when they come to me. I shall be afraid of writing too much to you for fear I should tire you.
You will never do that.
Shall I not? But you must write first, you know. If you could only understand how I shall live upon your letters. And now, good-bye. There are the wheels. God bless you, my own, my own!" And she gave herself up into his arms, as she had given herself up into his heart. She stood at the door as the two men got into the gig, and as it passed down through the gate, she hurried out upon the terrace, from whence she could see it for a few yards down the lane. Then she ran from the terrace to the gate, and hurrying through the gate, made her way into the churchyard, from the farther corner of which she could see the heads of the two men till they had made the turn into the main road beyond the parsonage. There she remained till the very sound of the wheels no longer reached her ears, stretching her eyes in the direction they had taken.
Then she turned round slowly and made her way out at the churchyard gate, which opened onto the road close to the front door of the small house. "I should like to punch his head," said Hopkins the gardener to himself, as he saw the gig driven away, and saw Lily trip after it, "that she might see the last of him whom it carried. And I wouldn't think nothing of doing it, no more I wouldn't," Hopkins added in his soliloquy. It was generally thought about the place that Miss Lily was Hopkins's favourite, though he showed it chiefly by snubbing her more frequently than he snubbed her sister. Lily had evidently intended to return home through the front door, but she changed her purpose before she reached the house, and made her way slowly back through the churchyard, and by the gate of the great house, and by the garden at the back of it, till she crossed the little bridge. But on the bridge she rested a while, leaning against the railing as she had often leant with him, and thinking of all that had passed since that July day on which she had first met him. On no spot had he so often told her of his love as on this, and nowhere had she so eagerly sworn to him that she would be his own dutiful, loving wife. "And by God's help, so I will," she said to herself as she walked firmly up to the house. "He has gone, mamma," she said, as she entered the breakfast room, "and now we'll go back to our workaday ways. It has been all Sunday for me for the last 6 weeks." End of chapter 15. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 22nd of November 2021. Chapter 16 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Mr. Crosbie meets an old clergyman on his way to Courcy Castle. For the first mile or two of their journey, Crosbie and Bernard Dale sat, for the most part, silent in their gig. Lily, as she ran down to the churchyard corner and stood there looking after them with her loving eyes, had not been seen by them, but the spirit of her devotion was still strong upon them both, and they felt that it would not be well to strike at once into any ordinary topic of conversation. And, moreover, we may presume that Crosbie did feel much at thus parting from such a girl as Lily Dale, with whom he had lived in close intercourse for the last 6 weeks, and whom he loved with all his heart, with all the heart that he had for such purposes. In those doubts as to his marriage which had troubled him, he had never expressed to himself any disapproval of Lily. He had not taught himself to think that she was other than he would have her be, that he might thus give himself an excuse for parting from her. Not as yet, at any rate, had he had recourse to that practice, so common with men who wish to free themselves from the bonds with which they have permitted themselves to be bound. Lily had been too sweet to his eyes, to his touch, to all his senses, for that. He had enjoyed too keenly the pleasure of being with her, and of hearing her tell him that she loved him, to allow of his being personally tired of her. He had not been so spoiled by his club life, but that he had taken exquisite pleasure in all her nice country ways, and soft, kind-hearted, womanly humour. He was by no means tired of Lily. Better than any of his London pleasures was this pleasure of making love in the green fields to Lily Dale. It was the consequences of it that affrighted him. Babies with their belongings would come, and dull evenings over a dull fire, or else the pining grief of a disappointed woman. he would be driven to be careful as to his clothes, because the ordering of a new coat would entail a serious expenditure. He could go no more among countesses and their daughters, because it would be out of the question that his wife should visit at their houses. All the victories that he had ever won must be given up. He was thinking of this even while the gig was going round the corner near the parsonage house, and while Lily's eyes were still blessed with some view of his departing back. But he was thinking also that moment that there might be other victory in store for him, that it might be possible for him to learn to like that fireside, even though babies should be there, and a woman opposite to him, intent on baby cares. He was struggling as best he knew how, for the solemnity which Lily had imparted to him had not yet vanished from his spirit.
"I hope that upon the whole you feel contented with your visit," said Bernard to him at last.
"Contented? Of course I do."
"That is easily said, and civility to me perhaps demands as much. But I know that you have to some extent been disappointed."
"Well, yes, I have been disappointed as regards money. It is of no use denying it."
"I should not mention it now, only that I want to know that you exonerate me."
"I have never blamed you, neither you nor anybody else, unless indeed it has been myself."
"You mean that you regret what you've done?"
"No, I don't mean that. I am too devotedly attached to that dear girl whom we have just left to feel any regret that I have engaged myself to her. But I do think that had I managed better with your uncle, things might have been different."
"I doubt it. Indeed, I know that it is not so, and can assure you that you need not make yourself unhappy on that score. I had thought, as you well know, that he would have done something for Lily, something, though not as much as he always intended to do for Bell. But you may be sure of this, that he had made up his mind as to what he would do. Nothing that you or I could have said would have changed him."
"Well, we won't say anything more about it," said Crosbie.
Then they went on again in silence, and arrived at Guestwick in ample time for the train.
"Let me know as soon as you get to town," said Crosbie.
"Oh, of course. I'll write to you before that."
And so they parted. As Dale turned and went,
Crosbie felt that he liked him less than he had done before,
and Bernard also, as he was driving him, came to the conclusion that Crosbie would not be so good a fellow as a brother-in-law as he had been as a chance friend. "He'll give us trouble in some way, and I'm sorry that I brought him down."
That was Dale's inward conviction in the matter.
Crosbie's way from Guestwick lay by railway to Barchester,
the cathedral city lying in the next county,
from whence he purposed to have himself conveyed over to Courcy.
There had in truth been no cause for his very early departure,
as he was aware that all arrivals at country houses should take place at some hour not much previous to dinner. He had been determined to be so soon upon the road by a feeling that it would be well for him to get over those last hours. Thus he found himself in Barchester at 11 o'clock, with nothing on his hands to do, and having nothing else to do, he went to church.
There was a full service at the cathedral, and as the verger marshalled him up to one of the empty stalls, a little spare old man was beginning to chant the litany.
"I did not mean to fall in for all this,"
said Crosbie to himself, as he settled himself with his arms on the cushion;
but the peculiar charm of that old man's voice soon attracted him, a voice that, though tremulous, was yet strong, and he ceased to regret the saint whose honour and glory had occasioned the length of that day's special service. "And who is the old gentleman who chanted the litany?" he asked the verger afterwards, as he allowed himself to be shown round the monuments of the cathedral. "That's our precentor, sir, Mr Harding. You must have heard of Mr Harding." But Crosbie, with a full apology, confessed his ignorance. "Well, sir, he's pretty well known too, though he is so shy-like. He's father-in-law to our dean, sir, and father-in-law to Archdeacon Grantly also." "His daughters have all gone into the profession, then?" "Why, yes; but Miss Eleanor, for I remember her before she was married at all, when they lived at the hospital." "At the hospital?" "Hiram's Hospital, sir. He was warden, you know. You should go and see the hospital, sir, if you never was there before. Well, Miss Eleanor, that was his youngest, she married Mr Bold as her first, but now she's the dean's lady." "Oh, the dean's lady, is she?" "Yes, indeed. And what do you think, sir? Mr Harding might have been dean himself if he'd liked. They did offer it to him." "And he refused it?" "Indeed he did, sir." "Nolo Diconari. I never heard of that before. What made him so modest?" "Just that, sir, because he is modest. He's past his 70 now, ever so much, but he's just as modest as a young girl, a deal more modest than some of them. To see him and his granddaughter together!" "And who is his granddaughter?" "Why, Lady Dumbello, as will be the Marchioness of Hartletop." "I know Lady Dumbello," said Crosbie, not meaning, however, to boast to the verger of his noble acquaintance. "Oh, do you, sir?" said the man, unconsciously touching his hat at this sign of greatness in the stranger, though in truth he had no love for her ladyship. "Perhaps you're going to be one of the party at Courcy Castle." "Well, I believe I am." "You'll find her ladyship there before you. She lunched with her aunt at the deanery as she went through yesterday, finding it too much trouble to go out to her father's at Plumstead. Her father is the Archdeacon, you know. They do say—" "But her ladyship is your friend." "No friend at all, only a very slight acquaintance. She's quite as much above my line as she is above her father's." "Well, she is above them all. They say she would hardly as much as speak to the old gentleman." "What, her father?" "No, Mr Harding, he that chanted the litany just now. There he is, sir, coming out of the deanery." They were now standing at the door leading out from one of the transepts, and Mr Harding passed them as they were speaking together. He was a little, withered, shambling old man, with bent shoulders, dressed in knee breeches and long black gaiters, which hung rather loosely about his poor old legs, rubbing his hands one over the other as he went. And yet he walked quickly, not tottering as he walked, but with an uncertain, doubtful step. The verger, as Mr Harding passed, put his hand to his head, and Crosbie also raised his hat, whereupon Mr Harding raised his and bowed, and turned round as though he were about to speak. Crosbie felt that he had never seen a face on which traits of human kindness were more plainly written. But the old man did not speak. He turned his body half round, and then shambled back as though ashamed of his intention, and passed on. "He is of that sort that they make the angels of," said the verger, "but they can't make many if they want them all as good as he is. I'm much obliged to you, sir," and he pocketed the half-crown which Crosbie gave him. "So that's Lady Dumbello's grandfather," said Crosbie to himself, as he walked slowly round the close towards the hospital,
by the path which the verger had shown him. He had no great love for Lady Dumbello, who had dared to snub him, even him. They may make an angel of the old gentleman, he continued to say, but they'll never succeed in that way with the granddaughter. He sauntered slowly on over a little bridge, and at the gate of the hospital he again came upon Mr. Harding. "I was going to venture in," said he, "to look at the place, but perhaps I shall be intruding." "No, no, by no means," said Mr. Harding. "Pray come in. I cannot say that I am just at home here. I do not live here, not now, but I know the ways of the place well, and can make you welcome. That's the warden's house. Perhaps we won't go in so early in the day, as the lady has a very large family, an excellent lady, and a dear friend of mine, as is her husband." "And he is warden, you say?" "Yes, warden of the hospital. You see the house, sir? Very pretty, isn't it? Very pretty. To my idea, it's the prettiest built house I ever saw."
"I won't go quite so far as that," said Crosbie.
"But you would if you'd lived there 12 years, as I did. I lived in that house 12 years, and I don't think there's so sweet a spot on the earth's surface. Did you ever see such turf as that?" "Very nice indeed," said Crosbie, who began to make a comparison with Mrs. Dale's turf at the Small House, and to determine that the Allington turf was better than that of the hospital. "I had that turf laid down myself. There were borders there when I first came, with hollyhocks and those sort of things. The turf was an improvement." "There's no doubt of that, I should say." "The turf was an improvement, certainly, and I planted those shrubs too. There isn't such a Portugal laurel as that in the county." "Were you warden here, sir?" And Crosbie, as he asked the question, remembered that in his very young days he had heard of some newspaper quarrel which had taken place about Hiram's Hospital at Barchester. "Yes, sir. I was warden here for 12 years. Dear, dear, dear! If they had put any gentleman here that was not on friendly terms with me, it would have made me very unhappy, very. But as it is, I go in and out just as I like, almost as much as I did before but they didn't turn me out. There were reasons which made it best that I should resign."
"And you live at the deanery now, Mr. Harding?"
"Yes, I live at the deanery now, but I am not dean, you know. My son-in-law, Dr. Arabin, is the dean. I have another daughter married in the neighbourhood, and can truly say that my lines have fallen to me in pleasant places."
Then he took Crosbie in among the old men, into all of whose rooms he went. It was an almshouse for aged men of the city, and before Crosbie had left him,
Mr. Harding had explained all the circumstances of the hospital, and of the way in which he had left it. I didn't like going, you know. I thought it would break my heart, but I could not stay when they said such things as that. I couldn't stay, and what is more, I should have been wrong to stay. I see it all now. But when I went out under that arch, Mr. Crosbie, leaning on my daughter's arm, I thought that my heart would have broken." And the tears, even now, ran down the old man's cheeks as he spoke. It was a long story, and it need not be repeated here, and there is no reason why it should have been told to Mr. Crosbie other than this, that Mr. Harding was a fond, garrulous old man,
who loved to indulge his mind in reminiscences of the past. But this was remarked by Crosbie, that in telling his story no word was said by Mr Harding injurious to any one. And yet he had been injured very deeply. "It was all for the best," he said at last, "especially as the happiness has not been denied to me of making myself at home at the old place. I would take you into the house, which is very comfortable, very; only it is not always convenient early in the day, where there is a large family." In hearing which, Crosbie was again made to think of his own future home and limited income. He had told the old clergyman who he was, and that he was on his way to Courcy, where, as I understand, I shall meet a granddaughter of yours. Yes, she is my grandchild. She and I have got into different walks of life now, so that I don't see much of her. They tell me that she does her duty well in that sphere of life to which it has pleased God to call her. That depends, thought Crosbie, on what the duties of a viscountess may be supposed to be. But he wished his new friend good bye without saying anything further as to Lady Dumbello, and at about 6 o'clock in the evening had himself driven up under the portico of Courcy Castle. End of chapter 16. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 3rd of February 2022.
Chapter 17 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Courcy Castle. Courcy Castle was very full. In the first place, there was a great gathering there of all the Courcy family. The Earl was there, and the Countess, of course. At this period of the year Lady de Courcy was always at home, but the presence of the Earl himself had heretofore been by no means so certain. He was a man who had been much given to royal visitings and attendances, to parties in the Highlands, to, no doubt, necessary prolongations of the London season, to sojournings at certain German watering places, convenient probably, in order that he might study the ways and ceremonies of German courts, and to various other absences from home, occasioned by a close pursuit of his own special aims in life. For the Earl de Courcy had been a great courtier, but of late gout, lumbago, and perhaps also some diminution in his powers of making himself generally agreeable, had reconciled him to domestic duties, and the Earl spent much of his time at home. The Countess, in former days, had been heard to complain of her lord's frequent absence, but it is hard to please some women, and now she would not always be satisfied with his presence. And all the sons and daughters were there, excepting Lord Porlock, the eldest, who never met his father. The Earl and Lord Porlock were not on terms, and indeed hated each other as only such fathers and such sons can hate. The Honourable George de Courcy was there with his bride, he having lately performed a manifest duty, and having married a young woman with money. Very young she was not, having reached some years of her life in advance of 30. But then neither was the Honourable George very young, and in this respect the two were not ill-sorted. The lady's money had not been very much, perhaps £30,000 or so, but then the Honourable George's money had been absolutely none. Now he had an income on which he could live, and therefore his father and mother had forgiven him all his sins, and taken him again to their bosom, and the marriage was matter of great moment. for the elder scion of the house had not yet taken to himself a wife, and the De Courcy family might have to look to this union for an heir. The lady herself was not beautiful or clever or of imposing manners, nor was she of high birth, but neither was she ugly nor unbearably stupid. Her manners were at any rate innocent, and as to her birth, seeing that from the first she was not supposed to have had any, no disappointment was felt. Her father had been a coal merchant. She was always called Mrs. George, and the effort made respecting her by everybody in and about the family was to treat her as though she were a figure of a woman, a large, well-dressed resemblance of a being, whom it was necessary for certain purposes that the De Courcys should carry in their train. Of the Honourable George we may further observe that, having been a spendthrift all his life, he had now become strictly parsimonious. Having reached the discreet age of 40,
he had at last learned that beggary was objectionable, and he therefore devoted every energy of his mind to saving shillings and pence wherever pence and shillings might be saved.
When first this turn came upon him, both his father and mother were delighted to observe it; but although it had hardly yet lasted over 12 months, some evil results were beginning to appear. Though possessed of an income, he would take no steps towards possessing himself of a house.
He hung by the paternal mansion, either in town or country, drank the paternal wines, rode the paternal horses, and had even contrived to obtain his wife's dresses from the maternal milliner.
In the completion of which little last success, however, some slight family dissent had showed itself. The Honourable John, the third son, was also at Courcy. He had as yet taken to himself no wife, and as he had not hitherto made himself conspicuously useful in any special walk of life, his family were beginning to regard him as a burden. Having no income of his own to save, he had not copied his brother's virtue of parsimony, and, to tell the truth plainly, had made himself so generally troublesome to his father that he had been on more than one occasion threatened with expulsion from the family roof. But it is not easy to expel a son. Human fledglings cannot be driven out of the nest like young birds. An Honourable John, turned adrift into absolute poverty, will make himself heard of in the world, if in no other way by his ugliness as he starves. A thoroughgoing ne'er-do-well in the upper classes has eminent advantages on his side in the battle which he fights against respectability. He can't be sent to Australia against his will. He can't be sent to the poorhouse without the knowledge of all the world. He can't be kept out of tradesmen's shops, nor, without terrible scandal, can he be kept away from the paternal properties.
The Earl had threatened and snarled and shown his teeth. He was an angry man,
and a man who could look very angry, with eyes which could almost become red, and a brow that wrinkled itself in perpendicular wrinkles, sometimes very terrible to behold. But he was an inconsistent man, and the Honourable John had learnt to measure his father, and in an accurate balance. I have mentioned the sons first, because it is to be presumed that they were the elder, seeing that their names were mentioned before those of their sisters in all the peerages. But there were 4 daughters, the ladies Amelia, Rosina, Margaretta, and Alexandrina. They, we may say, were the flowers of the family, having so lived that they had created none of those family feuds which had been so frequent between their father and their brothers. They were discreet, high-bred women, thinking perhaps a little too much of their own position in the world, and somewhat apt to put a wrong value on those advantages which they possessed, and on those which they did not possess. The Lady Amelia was already married, having made a substantial, if not a brilliant, match with Mr. Mortimer Gazeby, a flourishing solicitor belonging to a firm which had for many years acted as agents to the De Courcy property. Mortimer Gazeby was now member of Parliament for Barchester, partly through the influence of his father-in-law. That this should be so was a matter of great disgust to the Honourable George, who thought that the seat should have belonged to him. But as Mr. Gazeby had paid the very heavy expenses of the election out of his own pocket, and as George de Courcy certainly could not have paid them, the justice of his claim may be questionable. Lady Amelia Gazeby was now the happy mother of many babies, whom she was wont to carry with her on her visits to Courcy Castle, and had become an excellent partner to her husband. He would perhaps have liked it better if she had not spoken so frequently to him of her own high position as the daughter of an earl, or so frequently to others of her low position as the wife of an attorney, but on the whole they did very well together, and Mr. Gazeby had gotten from his marriage quite as much as he expected when he made it. The Lady Rosina was very religious, and I do not know that she was conspicuous in any other way, unless it might be that she somewhat resembled her father in her temper. It was of the Lady Rosina that the servants were afraid, especially with reference to that so-called day of rest, which under her dominion had become to many of them a day of restless torment. It had not always been so with the Lady Rosina, but her eyes had been opened by the wife of a great church dignitary in the neighbourhood, and she had undergone regeneration. How great may be the misery inflicted by an energetic, unmarried, healthy woman in that condition, a woman with no husband or children or duties to distract her from her work, I pray that my readers may never know. The Lady Margaretta was her mother's favourite, and she was like her mother in all things, except that her mother had been a beauty. The world called her proud, disdainful, and even insolent, but the world was not aware that in all that she did she was acting in accordance with a principle which had called for much self-abnegation. She had considered it her duty to be a De Courcy and an earl's daughter at all times, and consequently she had sacrificed to her idea of duty all popularity, adulation, and such admiration as would have been awarded to her as a well-dressed, tall, fashionable, and by no means stupid young woman. To be at all times in something higher than they who were manifestly below her in rank, that was the effort that she was ever making. But she had been a good daughter, assisting her mother as best she might in all family troubles, and never repining at the cold, colourless, unlovely life which had been vouchsafed to her. Alexandrina was the beauty of the family, and was in truth the youngest, but even she was not very young, and was beginning to make her friends uneasy lest she too should let the precious season of hay harvest run by without due use of her summer's sun. She had perhaps counted too much on her beauty, which had been beauty according to law rather than beauty according to taste, and had looked probably for too bounteous a harvest. That her forehead and nose and cheeks and chin were well formed, no man could deny. Her hair was soft and plentiful, her teeth were good, and her eyes were long and oval. But the fault of her face was this, that when you left her, you could not remember it. After a first acquaintance, you could meet her again and not know her. After many meetings you would fail to carry away with you any portrait of her features; but such as she had been at 20, such was she now at 30. Years had not robbed her face of the regularity, or ruffled the smoothness of her too even forehead. Rumour had declared that on more than one, or perhaps more than two occasions, Lady Alexandrina had been already induced to plight her troth in return for proffered love; but we all know that Rumour, when she takes to such topics, exaggerates the truth, and sets down much in malice. The lady was once engaged, the engagement lasting for 2 years, and the engagement had been broken off owing to some money difficulties between the gentlemen of the families. Since that she had become somewhat querulous, and was supposed to be uneasy on that subject of her haymaking. Her glass and her maid assured her that her sun shone still as brightly as ever, but her spirit was becoming weary with waiting, and she dreaded lest she should become a terror to all, as was her sister Rosina, or an object of interest to none, as was Margaretta. It was from her especially that this message had been sent to our friend Crosbie, for during the last spring in London she and Crosbie had known each other well. Yes, my gentle readers, it is true as your heart suggests to you. Under such circumstances Mr. Crosbie should not have gone to Courcy Castle. Such was the family circle of the De Courcys. Among their present guests I need not enumerate many. First and foremost, in all respects, was Lady Dumbello, of whose parentage and position a few words were said in the last chapter. She was a lady still very young, having as yet been little more than 2 years married; but in those 2 years her triumphs had been many, so many that in the great world her standing already equalled that of her celebrated mother-in-law, the Marchioness of Hartletop, who for 20 years had owned no greater potentate than herself in the realms of fashion. But Lady Dumbello was every inch as great as she, and men said, and women also, that the daughter-in-law would soon be the greater.
"I'll be hanged if I can understand how she does it,"
a certain noble peer had once said to Crosbie, standing at the door of Sebright's during the latter days of the last season.
"She never says anything to anyone. She won't speak 10 words a whole night through."
"I don't think she has an idea in her head," said Crosbie.
"Let me tell you that she must be a very clever woman," continued the noble peer. "No fool could do as she does. Remember, she's only a parson's daughter; and as for beauty—"
"I don't admire her for one," said Crosbie.
"I don't want to run away with her, if you mean that," said the peer. "But she is handsome, no doubt. I wonder whether Dumbello likes it."
Dumbello did like it.
It satisfied his ambition to be led about as the senior lackey in his wife's train. He believed himself to be a great man because the world fought for his wife's presence, and considered himself to be distinguished even among the eldest sons of marquises by the greatness reflected from the parson's daughter whom he had married.
He had now been brought to Courcy Castle,
and felt himself proud of his situation because Lady Dumbello had made considerable difficulty in according this week to the Countess de Courcy.
And Lady Julia de Guest was already there, the sister of the other old earl who lived in the next county. She had only arrived on the day before, but had been quick in spreading the news as to Crosbie's engagement. "Engaged to one of the Dales, is he?" said the countess, with a pretty little smile, which showed plainly that the matter was one of no interest to herself. "Has she got any money?"
Not a shilling, I should think, said the Lady Julia.
Pretty, I suppose, suggested the countess.
Why, yes, she is pretty and a nice girl. I don't know whether her mother and uncle were very wise in encouraging Mr. Crosbie. I don't hear that he has anything special to recommend him, in the way of money, I mean.
I dare say it will come to nothing, said the countess, who liked to hear of girls being engaged and then losing their promised husbands. She did not know that she liked it, but she did, and already had pleasure in anticipating poor Lily's discomfiture. But not the less was she angry with Crosbie, feeling that he was making his way into her house under false pretences. And Alexandrina also was angry when Lady Julia repeated her same tidings in her hearing. "I really don't think we care very much about it, Lady Julia," said she, with a little toss of her head. "That's 3 times we've been told of Miss Dale's good fortune." "The Dales are related to you, I think," said Margaretta.
"Not at all," said the Lady Julia, bristling up. "The lady whom Mr. Crosbie proposes to marry is in no way connected with us. Her cousin, who is the heir to the Allington property, is my nephew by his mother."
And then the subject was dropped. Crosbie, on his arrival, was shown up into his room, told the hour of dinner, and left to his devices. He had been at the castle before, and knew the ways of the house, so he sat himself down to his table and began a letter to Lily. But he had not proceeded far, not having as yet indeed made up his mind as to the form in which he would commence it, but was sitting idly with the pen in his hand, thinking of Lily, and thinking also that such houses as this, in which he now found himself, would be soon closed against him, when there came a rap at his door, and before he could answer, the Honourable John entered the room.
"Well, old fellow," said the Honourable John, "how are you?"
Crosbie had been intimate with John de Courcy, but never felt for him either friendship or liking. Crosbie did not like such men as John de Courcy, but nevertheless they called each other old fellow, poked each other's ribs, and were very intimate.
"Heard you were here,"
continued the Honourable John,
"so I thought I would come up and look after you. Going to be married, ain't you?"
"Not that I know of," said Crosbie.
"Come, we know better than that. The women have been talking about it for the last 3 days. I had her name quite pat yesterday, but I've forgot it now. Hasn't got a tanner, has she?"
And the Honourable John had now seated himself upon the table. "You seem to know a great deal more about it than I do."
"It is that old woman from Guestwick who told us, then. The women will be at you at once, you'll find. If there's nothing in it, it's what I call a dashed shame. Why should they always pull a fellow to pieces in that way? They were going to marry me the other day."
"Were they indeed, though?"
"To Harriet Twistleton. You know Harriet Twistleton? An uncommon fine girl, you know, but I wasn't going to be caught like that. I'm very fond of Harriet, in my way, you know, but they don't catch an old bird like me with chaff."
"I condole with Miss Twistleton for what she has lost."
"I don't know about condoling, but upon my word that getting married is a very slow thing. Have you seen George's wife?"
Crosbie declared that he had not as yet had that pleasure.
"She's here now, you know. I wouldn't have taken her, not if she'd had 10 times £30,000. By Jove, no. But he likes it well enough. Would you believe it now? He cares for nothing on earth except money. You never saw such a fellow. But I'll tell you what, his nose will be out of joint yet, for Porlock is going to marry. I heard it from Colepepper, who almost lives with Porlock. As soon as Porlock heard that she was in the family way, he immediately made up his mind to cut him out." "That was a great sign of brotherly love," said Crosbie. "I knew he'd do it," said John, "and so I told George before he got himself spliced. But he would go on. If he'd remained as he was for 4 or 5 years longer, there would have been no danger, for Porlock, you know, is leading the deuce of a life. I shouldn't wonder if he didn't reform now, and take to singing psalms or something of that sort." "There's no knowing what a man may come to in this world." "By George, no! But I'll tell you what, they'll find no change in me. If I marry, it will not be with the intention of giving up life. I say, old fellow, have you got a cigar here?"
"What, to smoke up here, do you mean?"
"Yes, why not? We're ever so far from the women."
"Not whilst I am occupier of this room. Besides, it's time to dress for dinner."
"Is it? So it is, by George. But I mean to have a smoke first, I can tell you. So it's all a lie about your being engaged, eh?"
"As far as I know it is,"
said Crosbie, and then his friend left him.
What was he to do at once, now, this very day, as to his engagement? He had felt sure that the report of it would be carried to Courcy by Lady Julia de Guest, but he had not settled down upon any resolution as to what he would do in consequence. It had not occurred to him that he would immediately be charged with the offence, and called upon to plead guilty or not guilty. He had never for a moment meditated any plea of not guilty, but he was aware of an aversion on his part to declare himself as engaged to Lilian Dale. It seemed that by doing so he would cut himself off at once from all pleasure at such houses as Courcy Castle, and as he argued to himself, why should he not enjoy the little remnant of his bachelor life? As to his denying his engagement to John de Courcy, that was nothing. Anyone would understand that he would be justified in concealing a fact concerning himself from such a one as he. The denial, repeated from John's mouth, would amount to nothing, even among John's own sisters. But now it was necessary that Crosbie should make up his mind as to what he would say when questioned by the ladies of the house. If he were to deny the fact to them, the denial would be very serious. And indeed, was it possible that he should make such denial with Lady Julia opposite to him?
Make such a denial! And was it the fact that he could wish to do so, that he should think of such falsehood, and even meditate on the perpetration of such cowardice? He had held that young girl to his heart on that very morning. He had sworn to her, and had also sworn to himself, that she should have no reason for distrusting him. He had acknowledged most solemnly to himself that whether for good or for ill he was bound to her. And could it be that he was already calculating as to the practicability of disowning her? In doing so, must he not have told himself that he was a villain? But in truth he made no such calculation.
His object was to banish the subject, if it were possible to do so, to think of some answer by which he might create a doubt.
It did not occur to him to tell the countess boldly
that there was no truth whatever in the report, and that Miss Dale was nothing to him. But might he not skilfully laugh off the subject, even in the presence of Lady Julia? Men who were engaged did so usually, and why should not he? It was generally thought that solicitude for the lady's feelings should prevent a man from talking openly of his own engagement. Then he remembered the easy freedom with which his position had been discussed throughout the whole neighbourhood of Allington, and felt for the first time that the Dale family had been almost indelicate in their want of reticence. "I suppose it was done to tie me the faster," he said to himself, as he pulled out the ends of his cravat. "What a fool I was to come here, or indeed to go anywhere, after settling myself as I have done." And then he went down into the drawing room. It was almost a relief to him when he found that he was not charged with his sin at once. He himself had been so full of the subject that he had expected to be attacked at the moment of his entrance. He was, however, greeted without any allusion to the matter. The countess, in her own quiet way, shook hands with him as though she had seen him only the day before. The earl, who was seated in his armchair, asked someone out loud who the stranger was, and then, with 2 fingers put forth, muttered some apology for a welcome. But Crosbie was quite up to that kind of thing. "How do, my lord?" he said, turning his face away to someone else as he spoke, and then he took no further notice of the master of the house. Not know him, indeed! Crippled though he was by his matrimonial bond, Crosbie felt that at any rate as yet he was the earl's equal in social importance. After that he found himself in the back part of the drawing room, away from the elder people, standing with Lady Alexandrina, with Miss Gresham, a cousin of the De Courcys, and sundry other of the younger portion of the assembled community. "So you have Lady Dumbello here?" said Crosbie. "Oh yes, the dear creature," said Lady Margaretta. "It was so good of her to come, you know." "She positively refused the Duchess of St. Bungay," said Alexandrina. "I hope you perceive how good we've been to you in getting you to meet her. People have actually asked to come." "I am grateful, but in truth my gratitude has more to do with Courcy Castle and its habitual inmates than with Lady Dumbello. Is he here?" "Oh yes, he's in the room somewhere. There he is, standing up by Lady Clandidlem. He always stands in that way before dinner. In the evening he sits down, much after the same fashion." Crosbie had seen him on first entering the room, and had seen every individual in it. He knew better than to omit the duty of that scrutinizing glance. But it sounded well in his line not to have observed Lord Dumbello. "And her ladyship is not down?" said he. "She is generally last," said Lady Margaretta. "And yet she has always 3 women to dress her," said Alexandrina. "But when finished, what a success it is!" said Crosbie. "Indeed it is," said Margaretta with energy. Then the door was opened, and Lady Dumbello entered the room. There was immediately a commotion among them all. Even the gouty old lord shuffled up out of his chair, and tried, with a grin, to look sweet and pleasant. The countess came forward, looking very sweet and pleasant, making little complimentary speeches, to which the viscountess answered simply by a gracious smile. Lady Clandidlem, though she was very fat and heavy, left the viscount and got up to join the group. Baron Potsneuf, a diplomatic German of great celebrity, crossed his hands upon his breast and made a low bow. The Honourable George, who had stood silent for the last quarter of an hour, suggested to her ladyship that she must have found the air rather cold, and the ladies Margaretta and Alexandrina fluttered up with little complimentary speeches to their dear Lady Dumbello, hoping this and beseeching that, as though the woman in white before them had been the
dearest friend of their infancy. She was a woman in white, being dressed in white silk, with white lace over it, and with no other jewels upon her person than diamonds. Very beautifully she was dressed, doing infinite credit, no doubt, to those three artists who had between them succeeded in turning her out of hand. And her face also was beautiful, with a certain cold, inexpressive beauty. She walked up the room very slowly, smiling here and smiling there, but still with very faint smiles, and took the place which her hostess indicated to her. One word she said to the countess, and two to the earl. Beyond that she did not open her lips. All the homage paid to her she received as though it were clearly her due. She was not in the least embarrassed, nor did she show herself to be in the slightest degree ashamed of her own silence. She did not look like a fool, nor was she even taken for a fool, but she contributed nothing to society but her cold, hard beauty, her gait, and her dress. We may say that she contributed enough, for society acknowledged itself to be deeply indebted to her. The only person in the room who did not move at Lady Dumbello's entrance was her husband, but he remained unmoved from no want of enthusiasm. A spark of pleasure actually beamed in his eye as he saw the triumphant entrance of his wife.
He felt that he had made a match that was becoming to him as a great nobleman, and that the world was acknowledging that he had done his duty.
And yet Lady Dumbello had been simply the daughter of a country parson, of a clergyman who had reached no higher rank than that of an archdeacon. How wonderfully well that woman has educated her, the countess said that evening in her dressing room to Margaretta. The woman alluded to was Mrs. Grantly, the wife of the parson and mother of Lady Dumbello.
The old earl was very cross because destiny and the table of precedence required him to take out Lady Clandidlem to dinner.
He almost insulted her as she kindly endeavoured to assist him in his infirm step rather than to lean upon him.
"Yeah,"
he said,
"it's the bad arrangement that makes two old people like you and me be sent out together to help each other."
"Speak for yourself," said her ladyship with a laugh. "I, at any rate, can get about without any assistance," which indeed was true enough.
"It's well for you,"
growled the earl as he got himself into his seat.
And after that he endeavoured to solace his pain by a flirtation with Lady Dumbello on his left.
The earl's smiles and the earl's teeth, when he whispered naughty little nothings to pretty young women, were phenomena at which men might marvel. Whatever those naughty nothings were on the present occasion, Lady Dumbello took them all with placidity, smiling graciously, but speaking hardly more than monosyllables. Lady Alexandrina fell to Crosbie's lot, and he felt gratified that it was so. It might be necessary for him, as a married man, to give up such acquaintances as the De Courcys, but he should like, if possible, to maintain a friendship with Lady Alexandrina. What a friend Lady Alexandrina would be for Lily, if any such friendship were only possible! What an advantage would such an alliance confer upon that dear little girl! For after all, though the dear little girl's attractions were very great, he could not but admit to himself that she wanted a something, a way of holding herself and of speaking, which some people call style. Lily might certainly learn a great deal from Lady Alexandrina,
and it was this conviction, no doubt, which made him so sedulous in pleasing that lady on the present occasion; and she, as it seemed, was well inclined to be pleased. She said no word to him during dinner about Lily, and yet she spoke about the Dales and about Allington, showing that she knew in what quarters he had been staying; and then she alluded to their last parties in London, those occasions on which, as Crosbie now remembered, the intercourse between them had almost been tender. It was manifest to him that at any rate she did not wish to quarrel with him. It was manifest also that she had some little hesitation in speaking to him about his engagement. He did not for a moment doubt that she was aware of it, and in this way matters went on between them till the ladies left the room.
"So you're going to be married too?"
said the Honourable George, by whose side Crosbie found himself seated when the ladies were gone.
Crosbie was employing himself upon a walnut, and did not find it necessary to make any answer.
"It's the best thing a fellow can do," continued George. "That is, if he has been careful to look to the main chance; if he hasn't been caught napping, you know. It doesn't do for a man to go hanging on by nothing till he finds himself an old man."
"You've feathered your own nest, at any rate?"
"Yes, I've got something in the scramble, and I mean to keep it. Where will John be when the governor goes off the hooks? Porlock wouldn't give him a bit of bread and cheese and a glass of beer to save his life; that is to say, not if he wanted it."
"I'm told your elder brother is going to be married."
"You've heard that from John? He's spreading that about everywhere to take a rise out of me. I don't believe a word of it. Porlock never was a marrying man, and what's more, from all I hear, I don't think he'll live long."
In this way Crosbie escaped from his own difficulty, and when he rose from the dinner table he had not as yet been driven to confess anything to his own discredit. But the evening was not yet over. When he returned to the drawing room he endeavoured to avoid any conversation with the countess herself, believing that the attack would more probably come from her than from her daughter. He therefore got into conversation first with one and then with another of the girls, till at last he found himself again alone with Alexandrina. "Mr. Crosbie," she said in a low voice, as they were standing together over one of the distant tables, with their backs to the rest of the company, "I want you to tell me something about Miss Lilian Dale."
"About Miss Lilian Dale?"
he said, repeating her words. "Is she very pretty?"
"Yes, she certainly is pretty."
"And very nice and attractive and clever and all that is delightful? Is she perfect?"
"She is very attractive," said he, "but I don't think she's perfect."
"And what are her faults?"
"That question is hardly fair, is it? Suppose any one were to ask me what were your faults, do you think I should answer the question?"
"I am quite sure you would, and make a very long list of them too. But as to Miss Dale, you ought to think her perfect. If a gentleman were engaged to me, I should expect him to swear before all the world that I was the very pink of perfection."
"But supposing the gentleman were not engaged to you?"
"That would be a different thing."
"I am not engaged to you," said Crosbie. "Such happiness and such honour are, I fear, very far beyond my reach. But nevertheless I am prepared to testify as to your perfection anywhere."
"And what would Miss Dale say?"
"Allow me to assure you that such opinions as I may choose to express of my friends will be my own opinions, and not depend on those of any one else."
"And you think, then, that you are not bound to be enslaved as yet? How many more months of such freedom are you to enjoy?" Crosbie remained silent for a minute before he answered, and then he spoke in a serious voice.
"Lady Alexandrina," said he, "I would beg from you a great favour."
"What is the favour, Mr. Crosbie?"
"I am quite in earnest. Will you be good enough, kind enough, my friend, not to connect my name again with that of Miss Dale while I am here?"
"Has there been a quarrel?"
"No, there has been no quarrel. I cannot explain to you now why I make this request, but to you I will explain it before I go."
"Explain it to me."
"I have regarded you as more than an acquaintance, as a friend. In days now past, there were moments when I was almost rash enough to hope that I might have said even more than that. I confess that I had no warrant for such hopes, but I believe that I may still look on you as a friend."
"Oh yes, certainly," said Alexandrina in a very low voice, and with a certain amount of tenderness in her tone. "I have always regarded you as a friend."
"And therefore I venture to make the request. The subject is not one on which I can speak openly without regret at the present moment, but to you at least I promise that I will explain it all before I leave Courcy."
He at any rate succeeded in mystifying Lady Alexandrina. "I don't believe he is engaged a bit," she said to Lady Amelia Gazeby that night. "Nonsense, my dear. Lady Julia wouldn't speak of it in that certain way if she didn't know. Of course he doesn't wish to have it talked about. If ever he has been engaged to her, he has broken it off again," said Lady Alexandrina. "I dare say he will, my dear, if you give him encouragement," said the married sister with great sisterly good nature. End of chapter 17. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 3rd of February 2022. Chapter 18 of The Small House at Allington, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Lily Dale's first love letter. Crosbie was rather proud of himself when he went to bed. He had succeeded in baffling the charge made against him, without saying anything as to which his conscience need condemn him. So at least he then told himself. The impression left by what he had said would be that there had been some question of an engagement between him and Lilian Dale, but that nothing at this moment was absolutely fixed. But in the morning his conscience was not quite so clear. What would Lily think and say if she knew it all? Could he dare to tell her, or to tell anyone, the real state of his mind? As he lay in bed, knowing that an hour remained to him before he need encounter the perils of his tub, he felt that he hated Courcy Castle and its inmates. Who was there among them all that was comparable to Mrs. Dale and her daughters? He detested both George and John. He loathed the Earl. As to the Countess herself, he was perfectly indifferent, regarding her as a woman whom it was well to know, but as one only to be known as the mistress of Courcy Castle and a house in London. As to the daughters, he had ridiculed them all from time to time.
even Alexandrina, whom he now professed to love.
Perhaps in some sort of way he had a weak fondness for her, but it was a fondness that had never touched his heart.
He could measure the whole thing at its worth. Courcy Castle with its privileges, Lady Dumbello, Lady Clandidlem, and the whole of it. He knew that he had been happier on that lawn at Allington, and more contented with himself, than ever he had been, even under Lady Hartletop's splendid roof in Shropshire. Lady Dumbello was satisfied with these things, even in the inmost recesses of her soul, but he was not a male Lady Dumbello. He knew that there was something better, and that that something was within his reach. But nevertheless, the air of Courcy was too much for him. In arguing the matter with himself, he regarded himself as one infected with a leprosy from which there could be no recovery, and who should therefore make his whole life suitable to the circumstances of that leprosy. It was of no use for him to tell himself that the small house at Allington was better than Courcy Castle. Satan knew that heaven was better than hell, but he found himself to be fitter for the latter place. Crosbie ridiculed Lady Dumbello, even there among her friends, with all the cutting words that his wit could find, but nevertheless the privilege of staying in the same house with her was dear to him. It was the line of life into which he had fallen, and he confessed inwardly that the struggle to extricate himself would be too much for him. All that had troubled him while he was yet at Allington, but it overwhelmed him almost with dismay beneath the hangings of Courcy Castle. Had he not better run from the place at once? He had almost acknowledged to himself
that he repented his engagement with Lilian Dale,
but he was still resolved that he would fulfil it. He was bound in honour to marry that little girl, and he looked sternly up at the drapery over his head as he assured himself that he was a man of honour. Yes, he would sacrifice himself. As he had been induced to pledge his word, he would not go back from it. He was too much of a man for that. But had he not been wrong to refuse the result of Lily's wisdom when she told him in the field that it would be better for them to part? He did not tell himself that he had refused her offer merely because he had not the courage to accept it on the spur of the moment. No, he had been too good to the poor girl to take her at her word. It was thus he argued on the matter within his own breast. He had been too true to her, and now the effect would be that they would both be unhappy for life. He could not live in content with a family upon a small income. He was well aware of that. No one could be harder upon him in that matter than was he himself. But it was too late now to remedy the ill effects of an early education. It was thus that he debated the matter as he lay in bed, contradicting one argument by another, over and over again, but still, in all of them, teaching himself to think that this engagement of his was a misfortune. Poor Lily! Her last words to him had conveyed an assurance that she would never distrust him, and she also, as she lay wakeful in her bed on this, the first morning of his absence, thought much of their mutual vows. How true she would be to them! How she would be his wife with all her heart and spirit! It was not only that she would love him,
but in her love she would serve him to her utmost, serve him as regarded this world, and if possible as regarded the next. "Belle," she said, "I wish you were going to be married too."
"Thank ye, dear," said Belle. "Perhaps I shall some day."
"Ah, but I'm not joking. It seems such a serious thing, and I can't expect you to talk to me about it now, as you would if you were in the same position yourself. Do you think I shall make him happy?" "Yes, I do, certainly." "Happier than he would be with anyone else that he might meet? I dare not think that. I think I could give him up to morrow if I could see anyone that would suit him better." What would Lily have said had she been made acquainted with all the fascinations of Lady Alexandrina de Courcy? The countess was very civil to him, saying nothing about his engagement, but still talking to him a good deal about his sojourn at Allington. Crosbie was a pleasant man for ladies in a large house. Though a sportsman, he was not so keen a sportsman as to be always out with the gamekeepers. Though a politician, he did not sacrifice his mornings to the perusal of blue books or the preparation of party tactics. Though a reading man, he did not devote himself to study. Though a horseman, he was not often to be found in the stables. He could supply conversation when it was wanted, and could take himself out of the way when his presence among the women was not needed.
Between breakfast and lunch on the day following his arrival, he talked a good deal to the countess, and made himself very agreeable.
She continued to ridicule him gently for his prolonged stay among so primitive and rural a tribe of people as the Dales,
and he bore her little sarcasm with the utmost good humour.
6 weeks at Allington without a move! Why, Mr. Crosbie, you must have felt yourself to be growing there.
So I did, like an ancient tree. Indeed, I was so rooted that I could hardly get away.
Was the house full of people all the time?
There was nobody there but Bernard Dale, Lady Julia's nephew.
Quite a case of Damon and Pythias. Fancy your going down to the shades of Allington to enjoy the uninterrupted pleasures of friendship for 6 weeks.
Friendship, and the partridges.
There was nothing else then?
Indeed there was. There was a widow with 2 very nice daughters, living not exactly in the same house, but on the same grounds.
Oh, indeed, that makes such a difference, doesn't it? You are not a man to bear much privation on the score of partridges, nor a great deal, I imagine, for friendship. But when you talk of pretty girls,
it makes a difference, doesn't it?
A very great difference. I think I have heard of that Mrs. Dale before. And so her girls are nice?
Very nice indeed.
Play croquet, I suppose, and eat syllabub on the lawn. But really, didn't you get very tired of it?
Oh dear, no. I was happy as the day was long.
Going about with a crook, I suppose?
Not exactly a live crook, but doing all that kind of thing. I learnt a great deal about pigs.
Under the guidance of Miss Dale?
Yes, under the guidance of Miss Dale.
I'm sure one is very much obliged to you for tearing yourself away from such charms, and coming to such unromantic people as we are. But I fancy men always do that sort of thing once or twice in their lives, and then they talk of their souvenirs. I suppose it won't go beyond a souvenir with you."
This was a direct question, but still admitted of a fencing answer. "It has at any rate given me one," said he, "which will last me my life."
the countess was quite contented. That Lady Julia's statement was altogether true, she had never for a moment doubted. That Crosbie should become engaged to a young lady in the country, whereas he had shown signs of being in love with her daughter in London, was not at all wonderful, nor, in her eyes, did such practice amount to any great sin. Men did so daily, and girls were prepared for their so doing. A man in her eyes was not to be regarded as safe from attack because he was engaged. Let the young lady who took upon herself to own him have an eye to that. When she looked back on the past careers of her own flock, she had to reckon more than one such disappointment for her own daughters. Others besides Alexandrina had been so treated. Lady de Courcy had had her grand hopes respecting her girls, and after them moderate hopes, and again after them bitter disappointments. Only one had been married, and she was married to an attorney. It was not to be supposed that she would have any very high-toned feelings as to Lily's rights in this matter. Such a man as Crosbie was certainly no great match for an earl's daughter. Such a marriage, indeed, would, one may say, be but a poor triumph. When the countess, during the last season in town, had observed how matters were going with Alexandrina, she had cautioned her child, taking her to task for her imprudence. But the child had been at this work for 14 years, and was weary of it. Her sisters had been at the work longer, and had almost given it up in despair. Alexandrina did not tell her parent that her heart was now beyond her control, and that she had devoted herself to Crosbie for ever, but she pouted, saying that she knew very well what she was about, scolding her mother in return, and making Lady de Courcy perceive that the struggle was becoming very weary. And then there were other considerations. Mr. Crosbie had not much certainly in his own possession, but he was a man out of whom something might be made by family influence and his own standing. He was not a hopeless, ponderous man whom no leaven could raise. He was one of whose position in society the countess and her daughters need not be ashamed. Lady de Courcy had given no expressed consent to the arrangement, but it had come to be understood between her and her daughter that the scheme was to be entertained as admissible. Then came these tidings of the little girl down at Allington. She felt no anger against Crosbie. To be angry on such a subject would be futile, foolish, and almost indecorous. It was a part of the game which was as natural to her as fielding is to a cricketer. One cannot have it all winnings at any game. Whether Crosbie should eventually become her own son-in-law or not, it came to her naturally, as a part of her duty in life, to bowl down the stumps of that young lady at Allington. If Miss Dale knew the game well, and could protect her own wicket, let her do so. She had no doubt as to Crosbie's engagement with Lilian Dale, but she had as little as to his being ashamed of that engagement. Had he really cared for Miss Dale, he would not have left her to come to Courcy Castle. Had he been really resolved to marry her, he would not have warded all questions respecting his engagement with fictitious answers. He had amused himself with Lily Dale, and it was to be hoped that the young lady had not thought very seriously about it. That was the most charitable light in which Lady de Courcy was disposed to regard the question.
It behoved Crosbie to write to Lily Dale before dinner. He had promised to do so immediately on his arrival, and he was aware that he would be regarded as being already one day beyond his promise. Lily had told him that she would live upon his letters, and it was absolutely necessary that he should furnish her with her first meal. So he betook himself to his room in sufficient time before dinner, and got out his pen, ink, and paper. And then he found that his difficulties were beginning. I beg that it may be understood that Crosbie was not altogether a villain. He could not sit down and write a letter as coming from his heart, of which, as he wrote it, he knew the words to be false. He was an ungenerous, worldly, inconstant man, very prone to think well of himself, and to give himself credit for virtues which he did not possess. But he could not be false with premeditated cruelty to a woman he had sworn to love. He could not write an affectionate, warm-hearted letter to Lily without bringing himself, at any rate for the time, to feel towards her in an affectionate, warm-hearted way. Therefore he now sat himself to work, while his pen yet remained dry in his hand, to remodel his thoughts, which had been turned against Lily and Allington by the craft of Lady de Courcy. It takes some time before a man can do this. He has to struggle with himself in a very uncomfortable way, making efforts which are often unsuccessful. It is sometimes easier to lift a couple of hundredweights than to raise a few thoughts in one's mind, which at other moments will come galloping in without a whistle. He had just written the date of his letter when a little tap came at his door, and it was opened.
"I say, Crosbie," said the Honourable John, "didn't you say something yesterday about a cigar before dinner?"
"Not a word," said Crosbie, in rather an angry tone.
"Then it must have been me,"
said John.
"but bring your case with you, and come down to the harness room if you won't smoke here. I've had a regular little snuggery fitted up there, and we can go in and see the fellows making up the horses."
Crosbie wished the Honourable John at the mischief. "I have letters to write," said he. "Besides, I never smoke before dinner."
"That's nonsense. I've smoked hundreds of cigars with you before dinner. Are you going to turn curmudgeon too, like George and the rest of them? I don't know what's coming to the world. I suppose the fact is that little girl at Allington won't let you smoke."
"The little girl at Allington," began Crosbie, and then he reflected that it would not be well for him to say anything to his present companion about that little girl. "I'll tell you what it is," said he. "I really have got letters to write which must go by this post. There's my cigar case on the dressing table."
"I hope it will be long before I'm brought to such a state,"
said John, taking up the cigars in his hand. "Let me have the case back," said Crosbie.
"A present from the little girl, I suppose," said John. "All right, old fellow, you shall have it."
"There would be a nice brother-in-law for a man," said Crosbie to himself, as the door closed behind the retreating scion of the De Courcy family. And then again he took up his pen. The letter must be written, and therefore he threw himself upon the table, resolved that the words should come and the paper be filled. Courcy Castle, October 186 . Dearest Lily, this is the first letter I ever wrote to you, except those little notes when I sent you my compliments discreetly, and it sounds so odd. You will think that this does not come as soon as it should, but the truth is that after all I only got in here just before dinner yesterday. I stayed ever so long in Barchester, and came across such a queer character. For you must know, I went to church, and afterwards fraternized with the clergyman who did the service. Such a gentle old soul! And singularly enough, he is the grandfather of Lady Dumbello, who is staying here. I wonder what you'd think of Lady Dumbello, or how you'd like to be shut up in the same house with her for a week. But with reference to my staying at Barchester, I must tell you the truth now. Though I was a gross impostor the day that I went away, I wanted to avoid a parting on that last morning, and therefore I started much sooner than I need have done. I know you will be very angry with me, but open confession is good for the soul. You frustrated all my little plan by your early rising, and as I saw you standing on the terrace, looking after us as we went, I acknowledged that you had been right, and that I was wrong. When the time came, I was very glad to have you with me at the last moment. My own dearest Lily, you cannot think how different this place is from the 2 houses at Allington, or how much I prefer the sort of life which belongs to the latter. I know that I have been what the world calls worldly, but you will have to cure me of that. I have questioned myself very much since I left you, and I do not think that I am quite beyond the reach of a cure. At any rate, I will put myself trustingly into the doctor's hands. I know it is hard for a man to change his habits, but I can with truth say this for myself, that I was happy at Allington, enjoying every hour of the day, and that here I am ennuyé by everybody and nearly by everything. One of the girls of the house I do like, but as to other people, I can hardly find a companion among them, let alone a friend. However, it would not have done for me to have broken away from all such alliances too suddenly. When I get up to London, and now I really am anxious to get there, I can write to you more at my ease and more freely than I do here. I know that I am hardly myself among these people, or rather I am hardly myself as you know me, and as I hope you always will know me. But nevertheless I am not so overcome by the miasma but what I can tell you how truly I love you. Even though my spirit should be here, which it is not, my heart would be on the Allington lawns, that dear lawn and that dear bridge. Give my kind love to Bell and your mother. I feel already that I might almost say my mother. And Lily, my darling, write to me at once. I expect your letters to me to be longer and better and brighter than mine to you, but I will endeavour to make mine nicer when I get back to town. God bless you. Yours, with all my heart, A.C. As he had waxed warm with his writing, he had forced himself to be affectionate, and, as he flattered himself, frank and candid. Nevertheless, he was partly conscious that he was preparing for himself a mode of escape in those allusions of his to his own worldliness, if escape should ultimately be necessary. I have tried, he would then say. I have struggled honestly, with my best efforts for success, but I am not good enough for such success. I do not intend to say that he wrote with a premeditated intention of thus using his words, but as he wrote them, he could not keep himself from reflecting that they might be used in that way. He read his letter over, felt satisfied with it, and resolved that he might now free his mind from that consideration for the next 48 hours. Whatever might be his sins, he had done his duty by Lily, and with this comfortable reflection he deposited his letter in the Courcy Castle letter box.
End of chapter 18. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 28th of February 2022. Chapter 19 of The Small House at Allington, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Squire makes a visit to the small house. Mrs. Dale acknowledged to herself that she had not much ground for hoping that she should ever find in Crosbie's house much personal happiness for her future life. She did not dislike Mr. Crosbie, nor in any great degree mistrust him, but she had seen enough of him to make her certain that Lily's future home in London could not be a home for her. He was worldly, or at least a man of the world. He would be anxious to make the most of his income, and his life would be one long struggle, not perhaps for money, but for those things which money only can give. There are men to whom 800 a year is great wealth, and houses to which it brings all the comforts that life requires. But Crosbie was not such a man, nor would his house be such a house. Mrs. Dale hoped that Lily would be happy with him, and satisfied with his modes of life, and she strove to believe that such would be the case. But as regarded herself, she was forced to confess that in such a marriage her child would be much divided from her. That pleasant abode to which she had long looked forward that she might have a welcome there in coming years, should be among fields and trees, not in some narrow London street. Lily must now become a city lady, but Bell would still be left to her, and it might still be hoped that Bell would find for herself some country home. Since the day on which Lily had first told her mother of her engagement, Mrs. Dale had found herself talking much more fully and more frequently with Bell than with her younger daughter. As long as Crosbie was at Allington, this was natural enough. He and Lily were of course together, while Bell remained with her mother. But the same state of things continued even after Crosbie was gone. It was not that there was any coolness or want of affection between the mother and daughter, but that Lily's heart was full of her lover, and that Mrs. Dale, though she had given her cordial consent to the marriage, felt that she had but few points of sympathy with her future son-in-law. She had never said, even to herself, that she disliked him. Nay, she had sometimes declared to herself that she was fond of him. But in truth he was not a man after her own heart. He was not one who could ever be to her as her own son and her own child. But she and Bell would pass hours together talking of Lily's prospects. "It seems so strange to me," said Mrs. Dale, "that she of all girls should have been fancied by such a man as Mr. Crosbie, or that she should have liked him. I cannot imagine Lily living in London. If he is good and affectionate to her, she will be happy wherever he is," said Bell. "I hope so. I'm sure I hope so. But it seems as though she will be so far separated from us. It is not the distance, but the manner of life which makes the separation. I hope you'll never be taken so far from me." "I don't think I shall allow myself to be taken up to London," said Bell, laughing; "but one can never tell. If I do, you must follow us, mamma." "I do not want another Mr. Crosbie for you, dear." "But perhaps I may want one for myself. You need not tremble quite yet, however.
Apollos do not come this road every day. Poor Lily! Do you remember when she first called him Apollo? I do well. I remember his coming here the day after Bernard brought him down, and how you were playing on the lawn while I was in the other garden. I little thought then what it would come to. But, mamma, you don't regret it? Not if it's to make her happy. If she can be happy with him, of course I shall not regret it. Not though he were to take her to the world's end away from us. What else have I to look for but that she and you should both be happy? Men in London are happy with their wives as well as men in the country. Oh yes, of all women I should be the first to acknowledge that. And as to Adolphus himself, I do not know why we should distrust him. No, my dear, there is no reason. If I did distrust him, I should not have given so ready an assent to the marriage. But nevertheless, the truth is, you don't like him, mamma.
Not so
cordially as I hope I may like any man whom you may choose for your husband.
And Lily, though she said nothing on the subject to Mrs. Dale, felt that her mother was in some degree estranged from her. Crosbie's name was frequently mentioned between them, but in the tone of Mrs. Dale's voice, and in her manner when she spoke of him, there was lacking that enthusiasm and heartiness which real sympathy would have produced. Lily did not analyse her own feelings, or closely make inquiry as to those of her mother, but she perceived that it was not all as she would have wished it to have been. "I know mamma does not love him," she said to Bell on the evening of the day on which she received Crosbie's first letter. "Not as you do, Lily, but she does love him." "Not as I do! To say that is nonsense, Bell. Of course she does not love him as I do. But the truth is, she does not love him at all. Do you think I cannot see it?" "I'm afraid that you see too much." "She never says a word against him; but if she really liked him, she would sometimes say a word in his favour. I do not think she would ever mention his name unless you or I spoke of him before her. If she did not approve of him, why did she not say so sooner?" "That's hardly fair upon mamma," said Bell with some earnestness. "She does not disapprove of him, and she never did. You know mamma well enough to be sure that she would not interfere with us in such a matter without very strong reason. As regards Mr. Crosbie, she gave her consent without a moment's hesitation." "Yes, she did. How can you say then that she disapproves of him? I didn't mean to find fault with mamma. Perhaps it will come all right." "It will come all right." But Bell, though she made this very satisfactory promise, was as well aware as either of the others that the family would be divided when Crosbie should have married Lily and taken her off to London. On the following morning, Mrs. Dale and Bell were sitting together. Lily was above in her own room, either writing to her lover, or reading his letter, or thinking of him, or working for him. In some way she was employed on his behalf, and with this object she was alone. It was now the middle of October,
and the fire was lit in Mrs. Dale's drawing room. The window which opened upon the lawn was closed, the heavy curtains had been put back in their places, and it had been acknowledged as an unwelcome fact that the last of the summer was over. This was always a sorrow to Mrs. Dale, but it is one of those sorrows which hardly admit of open expression. "Bell," she said, looking up suddenly, "there's your uncle at the window. Let him in." For now, since the putting up of the curtains, the window had been bolted as well as closed. So Bell got up and opened a passage for the squire's entrance. It was not often that he came down in this way, and when he did so, it was generally for some purpose which had been expressed before. "What, fires already?" said he. "I never have fires at the other house in the morning till the 1st of November. I like to see a spark in the grate after dinner."
"I like a fire when I'm cold," said Mrs. Dale.
But this was a subject on which the squire and his sister-in-law had differed before, and as Mr. Dale had some business in hand, he did not now choose to waste his energy in supporting his own views on the question of fires. "Bell, my dear," said he, "I want to speak to your mother for a minute or two on a matter of business. You wouldn't mind leaving us for a little while, would you?"
Whereupon Bell collected up her work and went upstairs to her sister. "Uncle Christopher is below with mamma," said she, "talking about business. I suppose it is something to do with your marriage." But Bell was wrong. The squire's visit had no reference to Lily's marriage. Mrs. Dale did not move or speak a word when Bell was gone, though it was evident that the squire paused in order that she might ask some question of him.
"Mary," said he at last, "I'll tell you what it is that I have come to say to you."
Whereupon she put the piece of needlework which was in her hands down upon the work basket before her, and settled herself to listen to him.
"I wish to speak to you about Bell."
"About Bell?" said Mrs. Dale, as though much surprised that he should have anything to say to her respecting her eldest daughter.
"Yes, about Bell. Here's Lily going to be married, and it will be well that Bell should be married too."
"I don't see that at all," said Mrs. Dale. "I am by no means in a hurry to be rid of her."
"No, I dare say not; but of course you only regard her welfare, and I can truly say that I do the same. There would be no necessity for hurry as to a marriage for her under ordinary circumstances, but there may be circumstances to make such a thing desirable, and I think that there are."
It was evident from the squire's tone and manner that he was very much in earnest, but it was also evident that he found some difficulty in opening out the budget with which he had prepared himself. He hesitated a little in his voice, and seemed to be almost nervous. Mrs. Dale, with some little spice of ill nature, altogether abstained from assisting him. She was jealous of interference from him about her girls, and though she was of course bound to listen to him, she did so with a prejudice against, and almost with a resolve to oppose, anything that he might say. When he had finished his little speech about circumstances, the squire paused again, but Mrs. Dale still sat silent, with her eyes fixed upon his face.
"I love your children very dearly," said he, "though I believe you hardly give me credit for doing so."
"I am sure you do," said Mrs. Dale, "and they are both well aware of it."
"And I am very anxious that they should be comfortably established in life. I have no children of my own, and those of my 2 brothers are everything to me."
Mrs. Dale had always considered it as a matter of course that Bernard should be the squire's heir, and had never felt that her daughters had any claim on that score. It was a well understood thing in the family that the senior male Dale should have all the Dale property and all the Dale money. She fully recognised even the propriety of such an arrangement, but it seemed to her that the squire was almost guilty of hypocrisy in naming his nephew and his 2 nieces together, as though they were the joint heirs of his love. Bernard was his adopted son, and no one had begrudged to the uncle the right of making such adoption. Bernard was everything to him, and as being his heir was bound to obey him in many things. But her daughters were no more to him than any nieces might be to any uncle.
He had nothing to do with their disposal in marriage, and the mother's spirit was already up in arms, and prepared to do battle for her own independence, and for that of her children. "If Bernard would marry well," said she, "I have no doubt it would be a comfort to you," meaning to imply thereby that the squire had no right to trouble himself about any other marriage.
"That's just it," said the squire. "It would be a great comfort to me, and if he and Bell could make up their minds together, it would, I should think, be a great comfort to you also."
"Bernard and Bell!" exclaimed Mrs. Dale. No idea of such a union had ever yet come upon her, and now, in her surprise, she sat silent. She had always liked Bernard Dale, having felt for him more family affection than for any other of the Dale family beyond her own hearth. He had been very intimate in her house, having made himself almost as a brother to her girls, but she had never thought of him as a husband for either of them.
"Then Bell has not spoken to you about it?" said the squire.
"Never a word."
"And you had never thought about it?"
"Certainly not."
"I have thought about it a great deal. For some years I have always been thinking of it. I have set my heart upon it, and shall be very unhappy if it cannot be brought about. They are both very dear to me, dearer than anybody else. If I could see them man and wife, I should not much care then how soon I left the old place to them."
There was a purer touch of feeling in this than the squire had ever before shown in his sister-in-law's presence, and more heartiness than she had given him the credit of possessing, and she could not but acknowledge to herself that her own child was included in this unexpected warmth of love, and that she was bound at any rate to entertain some gratitude for such kindness. "It is good of you to think of her," said the mother, "very good."
"I think a great deal about her," said the squire, "but that does not much matter now. The fact is that she has declined Bernard's offer."
"Has Bernard offered to her?"
"So he tells me, and she has refused him. It may perhaps be natural that she should do so, never having taught herself to look at him in the light of a lover. I don't blame her at all. I am not angry with her."
"Angry with her? No, you can hardly be angry with her for not being in love with her cousin."
"I say that I am not angry with her, but I think she might undertake to consider the question. You would like such a match, would you not?"
Mrs. Dale did not at first make any answer, but began to revolve the thing in her mind, and to look at it in various points of view. There was a great deal in such an arrangement which, at the first sight, recommended it to her very strongly. All the local circumstances were in its favour. As regarded herself, it would promise to her all that she had ever desired. It would give her a prospect of seeing very much of Lily, for if Bell were settled at the old family house, Crosbie would naturally be much with his friend. She liked Bernard also, and for a moment or two fancied, as she turned it all over in her mind, that even yet, if such a marriage were to take place, there might grow up something like true regard between her and the old squire. How happy would be her old age in that small house, if Bell with her children were living so close to her.
"Well,"
said the squire, who was looking very intently into her face. "I was thinking," said Mrs. Dale. "Do you say that she has already refused him?"
"I am afraid she has. But then, you know—"
"It must of course be left for her to judge."
"If you mean that she cannot be made to marry her cousin, of course we all know she can't."
I mean rather more than that.
What do you mean, then?
That the matter must be left altogether to her own decision, that no persuasion must be used by you or me. If he can persuade her indeed—"
Yes, exactly. He must persuade her. I quite agree with you that he should have liberty to plead his own cause. But look you here, Mary, she has always been a very good child to you."
"Indeed she has."
"And a word from you would go a long way with her, as it ought. If she knows that you would like her to marry her cousin, it will make her think it her duty."
"Ah, but that is just what I cannot try to make her think."
"Will you let me speak, Mary? You take me up and scold me before the words are half out of my mouth. Of course I know that in these days a young lady is not to be compelled into marrying anybody. Not but that, as far as I can see, they did better than they do now, when they had not quite so much of their own way."
"I never would take upon myself to ask a child to marry any man."
"But you may explain to her that it is her duty to give such a proposal much thought before it is absolutely refused. A girl either is in love or she is not. If she is ready to jump down a man's throat, and that was the case with Lily."
"She never thought of the man till he had proposed to her fully."
"Well, never mind now. But if a girl is not in love, she thinks she is bound to swear and declare that she never will be so."
"I don't think Belle ever declared anything of the kind."
"Yes, she did. She told Bernard that she didn't love him, and couldn't love him, and in fact that she wouldn't think anything more about it. Now, Mary, that's what I call being headstrong and positive. I don't want to drive her, and I don't want you to drive her. But here is an arrangement which for her will be a very good one. You must admit that. We all know that she is on excellent terms with Bernard. It isn't as though they had been falling out and hating each other all their lives. She told him that she was very fond of him, and talked nonsense about being his sister and all that."
"I don't see that it was nonsense at all."
"Yes, it was nonsense. On such an occasion, if a man asks a girl to marry him, he doesn't want her to talk to him about being his sister. I think it is nonsense. If she would only consider about it properly, she would soon learn to love him."
"That lesson, if it be learnt at all, must be learnt without any tutor."
"You won't do anything to help me, then?"
"I will at any rate do nothing to mar you; and to tell the truth, I must think over the matter fully before I can decide what I had better say to Belle about it, from her not speaking to me."
"I think she ought to have told you."
"No, Mr. Dale. Had she accepted him, of course she would have told me. Had she thought of doing so, she might probably have consulted me. But if she made up her mind that she must reject him—"
"She oughtn't to have made up her mind."
"But if she did, it seems natural to me that she should speak of it to no one. She might probably think that Bernard would be as well pleased that it should not be known."
"Known? Of course it will be known. As you want time to consider of it, I will say nothing more now. If she were my daughter, I should have no hesitation in telling her what I thought best for her welfare."
"I have none, though I may have some in making up my mind as to what is best for her welfare. But, Mr. Dale, you may be sure of this: I will speak to her very earnestly of your kindness and love for her, and I wish you would believe that I feel your regard for her very strongly."
In answer to this, he merely shook his head, and hummed and hawed. "You would be glad to see them married as regards yourself?" he asked.
"Certainly I would," said Mrs. Dale. "I have always liked Bernard, and I believe my girl would be safe with him. But then, you see, It's a question on which my own likings or dislikings should not have any bearing." And so they parted, the squire making his way back again through the drawing room window. He was not above half pleased with his interview, but then he was a man for whom half pleasure almost sufficed. He rarely indulged any expectation that people would make themselves agreeable to him. Mrs. Dale, since she had come to the small house, had never been a source of satisfaction to him, but he did not on that account regret that he had brought her there. He was a constant man, urgent in carrying out his own plans, but not sanguine in doing so, and by no means apt to expect that all things would go smooth with him. He had made up his mind that his nephew and his niece should be married, and should he ultimately fail in this, such failure would probably embitter his future life. But it was not in the nature of the man to be angry in the meantime, or to fume and scold because he met with opposition. He had told Mrs. Dale that he loved Bell dearly. So he did, though he seldom spoke to her with much show of special regard, and never was soft and tender with her. But on the other hand, he did not now love her the less because she opposed his wishes. He was a constant, undemonstrative man, given rather to brooding than to thinking, harder in his words than in his thoughts, with more of heart than others believed, or than he himself knew. But above all, he was a man who, having once desired a thing, would desire it always. Mrs. Dale, when she was left alone, began to turn over the question in her mind in a much fuller manner than the squire's presence had as yet made possible for her. Would not such a marriage as this be for them all the happiest domestic arrangement which circumstances could afford? Her daughter would have no fortune, but here would be prepared for her all the comforts which fortune can give. She would be received into her uncle's house not as some penniless, portionless bride whom Bernard might have married and brought home, but as the wife whom of all others Bernard's friends had thought desirable for him. And then, as regarded Mrs. Dale herself, there would be nothing in such a marriage which would not be delightful to her. It would give a realization to all her dreams of future happiness. But as she said to herself over and over again, all that must go for nothing. It must be for Bell, and for her only, to answer Bernard's question. In her mind there was something sacred in that idea of love. She would regard her daughter almost as a castaway if she were to marry any man without absolutely loving him as Lily loved her lover, with all her heart and all her strength. With such a conviction as this strong upon her, she felt that she could not say much to Bell that would be of any service. End of chapter 19. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 4th of April 2022.
Chapter 20 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Dr. Crofts. If there was anything in the world as to which Isabella Dale was quite certain, it was this, that she was not in love with Dr. Crofts. As to being in love with her cousin Bernard, she had never had occasion to ask herself any question on that head. She liked him very well, but she had never thought of marrying him, and now, when he made his proposal, she could not bring herself to think of it. But as regards Dr. Crofts, she had thought of it, and had made up her mind in the manner above described. It may be said that she could not have been justified in discussing the matter even within her own bosom, unless authorized to do so by Dr. Crofts himself. Let it then be considered that Dr. Crofts had given her some such authority. This may be done in more ways than one, and Miss Dale could not have found herself asking questions about him unless there had been fitting occasion for her to do so. The profession of a medical man in a small provincial town is not often one which gives to its owner in early life a large income. Perhaps in no career has a man to work harder for what he earns, or to do more work without earning anything. It has sometimes seemed to me as though the young doctors and the old doctors had agreed to divide between them the different results of their profession, the young doctors doing all the work, and the old doctors taking all the money. If this be so, it may account for that appearance of premature gravity which is borne by so many of the medical profession. Under such an arrangement, a man may be excused for a desire to put away childish things very early in life. Dr. Crofts had now been practising in Guestwick nearly 7 years, having settled himself in that town when he was 23 years old, and being at this period about 30. During those 7 years his skill and industry had been so fully admitted that he had succeeded in obtaining the medical care of all the paupers in the Union, for which work he was paid at the rate of £100 a year. He was also assistant surgeon at a small hospital which was maintained in that town, and held 2 or 3 other similar public positions, all of which attested his respectability and general proficiency. They, moreover, thoroughly saved him from any of the dangers of idleness, but unfortunately they did not enable him to regard himself as a successful professional man, whereas old Dr. Gruffin, of whom but few people spoke well, had made a fortune in Guestwick, and even still drew from the ailments of the town a considerable and hardly yet decreasing income. Now this was hard upon Dr. Crofts, unless there was existing some such well understood arrangement as that above named. He had been known to the family of the Dales long previous to his settlement at Guestwick, and had been very intimate with them from that time to the present day. Of all the men, young or old, whom Mrs. Dale counted among her intimate friends, he was the one whom she most trusted and admired, and he was a man to be trusted by those who knew him well. He was not bright and always ready, as was Crosbie, nor had he all the practical worldly good sense of Bernard Dale. In mental power, I doubt whether he was superior to John Eames, such as he might become when the period of his hobbledehoyhood should have altogether passed away. But Crofts, compared with the other 3, as they all were at present, was a man more to be trusted than any of them. And there was, moreover, about him an occasional dash of humour, without which Mrs. Dale would hardly have regarded him with that thorough liking which she had for him. But it was a quiet humour, apt to show itself when he had but one friend with him, rather than in general society. Crosbie, on the other hand, would be much more bright among a dozen than he could with a single companion. Bernard Dale was never bright, and as for Johnny Eames, but in this matter of brightness, Johnny Eames had not yet shown to the world what his character might be. It was now 2 years since Crofts had been called upon for medical advice on behalf of his friend Mrs. Dale. She had then been ill for a long period, some 2 or 3 months, and Dr. Crofts had been frequent in his visits at Allington. At that time he became very intimate with Mrs. Dale's daughters, and especially so with the eldest. Young unmarried doctors ought perhaps to be excluded from houses in which there are young ladies. I know, at any rate, that many sage matrons hold very strongly to that opinion, thinking, no doubt, that doctors ought to get themselves married before they venture to begin working for a living. Mrs. Dale perhaps regarded her own girls as still merely children, for Bell, the elder, was then hardly 18. Or perhaps she held imprudent and heterodox opinions on this subject, or it may be that she selfishly preferred Dr. Crofts, with all the danger to her children, to Dr. Gruffen, with all the danger to herself.
But the result was that the young doctor one day informed himself, as he was riding back to Guestwick, that much of his happiness in this world would depend on his being able to marry Mrs. Dale's eldest daughter. At that time his total income amounted to little more than 200 a year, and he had resolved within his own mind that Dr. Gruffen was esteemed as much the better doctor by the general public opinion of Guestwick, and that Dr. Gruffen's sandy-haired assistant would even have a better chance of success in the town than himself, should it ever come to pass that the doctor was esteemed too old for personal practice. Crofts had no fortune of his own, and he was aware that Miss Dale had none. Then, under those circumstances, what was he to do? It is not necessary that we should inquire at any great length into those love passages of the doctor's life which took place 3 years before the commencement of this narrative. He made no declaration to Bell, but Bell, young as she was, understood well that he would fain have done so had not his courage failed him, or rather had not his prudence prevented him. To Mrs. Dale he did speak, not openly avowing his love even to her, but hinting at it, and then talking to her of his unsatisfied hopes and professional disappointments. "It is not that I complain of being poor as I am," said he, "or at any rate not so poor that my poverty must be any source of discomfort to me, but I could hardly marry with such an income as I have at present."
"But it will increase, will it not?" said Mrs. Dale.
"It may some day, when I am becoming an old man," he said, "but of what use will it be to me then?"
Mrs. Dale could not tell him that, as far as her voice in the matter went, he was welcome to woo her daughter and marry her, poor as he was, and doubly poor as they would both be together on such a pittance. He had not even mentioned Bell's name, and had he done so, she could only have bade him wait and hope.
After that he said nothing further to her upon the subject. To Bell he spoke no word of overt love, but on an autumn day, when Mrs. Dale was already convalescent and the repetition of his professional visits had become unnecessary, he got her to walk with him through the half-hidden shrubbery paths, and then told her things which he should never have told her if he really wished to bind her heart to his. He repeated that story of his income, and explained to her that his poverty was only grievous to him in that it prevented him from thinking of marriage.
"I suppose it must," said Bell.
"I should think it wrong to ask any lady to share such an income as mine," said he.
Whereupon Bell had suggested to him that some ladies had incomes of their own, and that he might in that way get over the difficulty.
"I should be afraid of myself in marrying a girl with money," said he. "Besides, that is altogether out of the question now."
Of course Bell did not ask him why it was out of the question, and for a time they went on walking in silence.
"It is a hard thing to do
he then said, not looking at her, but looking at the gravel on which he stood. "It is a hard thing to do, but I will determine to think of it no further. I believe a man may be as happy single as he may married, almost." "Perhaps more so," said Bell. Then the doctor left her, and Bell, as I have said before, made up her mind with great firmness that she was not in love with him. I may certainly say that there was nothing in the world as to which she was so certain as she was of this. And now, in these days, Dr. Crofts did not come over to Allington very often. Had any of the family in the small house been ill, he would have been there, of course. The squire himself employed the apothecary in the village, or, if higher aid was needed, would send for Dr. Gruffen. On the occasion of Mrs. Dale's party, Crofts was there, having been specially invited, but Mrs. Dale's special invitations to her friends were very few, and the doctor was well aware that he must himself make occasion for going there if he desired to see the inmates of the house. But he very rarely made such occasion, perhaps feeling that he was more in his element at the workhouse and the hospital. Just at this time, however, he made one very great and unexpected step towards success in his profession. He was greatly surprised one morning by being summoned to the manor house to attend upon Lord de Guest. The family at the manor had employed Dr. Gruffen for the last 30 years, and Crofts, when he received the earl's message, could hardly believe the words. "The earl ain't very bad," said the servant, "but he would be glad to see you, if possible, a little before dinner." "You're sure he wants to see me?" said Crofts. "Oh yes, I'm sure enough of that, sir." "It wasn't Dr. Gruffen?" "No, sir, it wasn't Dr. Gruffen. I believe his lordship's had about enough of Dr. Gruffen. The doctor took to chaffing his lordship one day." "Chaffed his lordship? His hands and feet, and that sort of thing?" suggested the doctor. "Hands and feet!" said the man. "Lord bless you, sir, he poked his fun at him, just as though he was nobody. I didn't hear, but Mrs. Connor says that my lord's back was up terribly high." And so Dr. Crofts got on his horse and rode up to Guestwick Manor. The earl was alone, Lady Julia having already gone to Courcy Castle. "How do you do? How do you do?" said the earl. "I'm not very ill, but I want to get a little advice from you. It's quite a trifle, but I thought it well to see somebody." Whereupon Dr. Crofts, of course, declared that he was happy to wait upon his lordship. "I know all about you, you know," said the earl. "Your grandmother Stoddard was a very old friend of my aunt's. You don't remember Lady Jemima?" "No," said Crofts, "I never had that honour." "An excellent old woman, and knew your grandmother Stoddard well. You see, Gruffen has been attending us for I don't know how many years, but upon my word—" And then the earl stopped himself. "It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good," said Crofts, with a slight laugh. "Perhaps it'll blow me some good, for Gruffen never did me any. The fact is this: I'm very well, you know, as strong as a horse." "You look pretty well." "No man could be better, not of my age. I'm 60, you know." "You don't look as though you were ailing." "I'm always out in the open air, and that, I take it, is the best thing for a man." "There's nothing like plenty of exercise, certainly." "And I'm always taking exercise," said the earl. "There isn't a man about the place works much harder than I do. Let me tell you, sir, when you undertake to keep 600 or 700 acres of land in your own hand, you must look after it, unless you mean to lose money by it." "I've always heard that your lordship is a good farmer." "Well, yes. Wherever the grass may grow about my place, it doesn't grow under my feet.
You won't often find me in bed at 6 o'clock, I can tell you."
After this, Dr. Crofts ventured to ask his lordship as to what special physical deficiency his own aid was invoked at the present time.
"Ah, I was just coming to that," said the Earl. "They tell me it is a very dangerous practice to go to sleep after dinner."
"It's not very uncommon, at any rate," said the doctor.
"I suppose not, but Lady Julia is always at me about it; and, to tell the truth, I think I sleep almost too sound when I get to my armchair in the drawing room. Sometimes my sister really can't wake me, so at least she says."
"And how's your appetite at dinner?"
"Oh, I'm quite right there. I never eat any luncheon, you know, and enjoy my dinner thoroughly. Then I drink 3 or 4 glasses of port wine."
"And feel sleepy afterwards?"
"That's just it,"
said the Earl. It is not perhaps necessary that we should inquire what was the exact nature of the doctor's advice, but it was at any rate given in such a way
that the Earl said he would be glad to see him again. And look here, Dr. Crofts, I'm all alone just at present. Suppose you come over and dine with me tomorrow. Then, if I should go to sleep, you know, you'll be able to let me know whether Lady Julia doesn't exaggerate. Just between ourselves, I don't quite believe all she says about my snoring, you know."
Whether it was that the Earl restrained his appetite when at dinner under the doctor's eyes, or whether the midday mutton chop which had been ordered for him had the desired effect, or whether the doctor's conversation was more lively than that of the Lady Julia, we will not say.
But the Earl, on the evening in question, was triumphant.
As he sat in his easy chair after dinner, he hardly winked above once or twice, and when he had taken the large bowl of tea, which he usually swallowed in a semi-somnolent condition, he was quite lively.
"Ah, yes,"
he said, jumping up and rubbing his eyes.
"I think I do feel lighter. I enjoy a snooze after dinner. I do indeed. I like it. But then, when one comes to go to bed, one does it in such a sneaking sort of way, as though one were in disgrace. And my sister, she thinks it a crime, literally a sin, to go to sleep in a chair. Nobody ever caught her napping. By the by, Dr. Crofts, did you know that Mr. Crosbie, whom Bernard Dale brought down to Allington, Lady Julia and he are staying at the same house now?
I met him once at Mrs. Dale's."
"Going to marry one of the girls, isn't he?"
Whereupon Dr. Crofts explained that Mr. Crosbie was engaged to Lilian Dale.
"Ah, yes, a nice girl, I'm told. You know, all those Dales are connections of ours. My sister Fanny married their uncle, Orlando. My brother-in-law doesn't like travelling, and so I don't see very much of him. But of course I'm interested about the family."
"They're very old friends of mine," said Crofts.
"Yes, I dare say. There are 2 girls, are there not?"
"Yes, 2.
"And Miss Lily is the youngest. There's nothing about the elder one getting married, is there?"
"I've not heard anything of it."
"A very pretty girl she is, too. I remember seeing her at her uncle's last year. I shouldn't wonder if she were to marry her cousin Bernard. He is to have the property, you know, and he's my nephew."
"I'm not quite sure that it's a good thing for cousins to marry," said Crofts.
"They do, you know, very often, and it suits some family arrangements. I suppose Dale must provide for them, and that would take one off his hands without any trouble."
Dr. Crofts didn't exactly see the matter in this light, but he was not anxious to argue it very closely with the Earl. "The younger one," he said, "has provided for herself."
"What, by getting a husband?
but I suppose Dale must give her something. They're not married yet, you know, and from what I hear, that fellow may prove a slippery customer. He'll not marry her unless old Dale gives her something. You'll see if he does. I'm told that he has got another string to his bow at Courcy Castle." Soon after this, Crofts took his horse and rode home, having promised the Earl that he would dine with him again before long. "It'll be a great convenience to me if you'd come about that time," said the Earl; "and as you're a bachelor, perhaps you won't mind it. You'll come on Thursday at 7, will you? Take care of yourself. It's as dark as pitch. John, go and open the first gates for Dr. Crofts." And then the Earl took himself off to bed. Crofts, as he rode home, could not keep his mind from thinking of the two girls at Allington. He'll not marry her unless old Dale gives her something. Had it come to that with the world, that a man must be bribed into keeping his engagement with a lady? Was there no romance left among mankind? No feeling of chivalry? "He's got another string to his bow at Courcy Castle," said the Earl, and his lordship seemed to be in no degree shocked as he said it. It was in this tone that men spoke of women nowadays, and yet he himself had felt such awe of the girl he loved, and such a fear lest he might injure her in her worldly position, that he had not dared to tell her that he loved her. End of chapter 20. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 4th of April 2022. Chapter 21 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. John Eames encounters two adventures and displays great courage in both. Lily thought that her lover's letter was all that it should be. She was not quite aware what might be the course of post between Courcy and Allington, and had not therefore felt very grievously disappointed when the letter did not come on the very first day. She had, however, in the course of the morning, walked down to the post office, in order that she might be sure that it was not remaining there. "Why, miss, they be all delivered, you know that," said Mrs. Crump, the postmistress.
"But one might be left behind, I thought."
"John Postman went up to the house this very day with a newspaper for your mamma. I can't make letters for people if folks don't write them."
"But they are left behind sometimes, Mrs. Crump. He wouldn't come up with one letter if he'd got nothing else for anybody in the street."
"Indeed, but he would then. I wouldn't let him leave a letter here nohow, nor yet a paper. It's no good your coming down here for letters, Miss Lily. If he don't write to you, I can't make him do it."
And so poor Lily went home discomforted.
But the letter came on the next morning,
and all was right. According to her judgment, it lacked nothing, either in fulness or in affection. When he told her how he had planned his early departure in order that he might avoid the pain of parting with her on the last moment, she smiled and pressed the paper and rejoiced inwardly that she had got the better of him as to that manoeuvre. And then she kissed the words which told her that he had been glad to have her with him at the last moment. When he declared that he had been happier at Allington than he was at Courcy, she believed him thoroughly, and rejoiced that it should be so. And when he accused himself of being worldly, she excused him, persuading herself that he was nearly perfect in this respect as in others. Of course, a man living in London, and having to earn his bread out in the world,
must be more worldly than a country girl; but the fact of his being able to love such a girl, to choose such a one for his wife, was not that alone sufficient proof that the world had not enslaved him?
"My heart is on the Allington lawns," he said;
and then, as she read the words, she kissed the paper again. In her eyes, and to her ears, and to her heart, the letter was a beautiful letter.
I believe there is no bliss greater than that which a thorough love letter gives to a girl who knows that in receiving it she commits no fault, who can open it before her father and mother with nothing more than the slight blush which the consciousness of her position gives her. And of all love letters, the first must be the sweetest. What a value there is in every word! How each expression is scanned and turned to the best account! With what importance are all those little phrases invested, which too soon become mere phrases used as a matter of course. Crosbie had finished his letter by bidding God bless her.
"And you too,"
said Lily, pressing the letter to her bosom. "Does he say anything particular?" asked Mrs. Dale.
"Yes, mamma, it's all very particular."
"But there's nothing for the public ear?"
"He sends his love to you and Bell."
"We are very much obliged to him."
"So you ought to be. And he says that he went to church going through Barchester, and that the clergyman was the grandfather of that Lady Dumbello. When he got to Courcy Castle, Lady Dumbello was there."
"What a singular coincidence!" said Mrs. Dale.
"I won't tell you a word more about his letter," said Lily.
So she folded it up and put it in her pocket.
But as soon as she found herself alone in her own room, she had it out again and read it over some half a dozen times.
That was the occupation of her morning, that and the manufacture of some very intricate piece of work which was intended for the adornment of Mr. Crosbie's person. Her hands, however, were very full of work, or rather
she intended that they should be full. She would take with her to her new home, when she was married, all manner of household gear, the produce of her own industry and economy. She had declared that she wanted to do something for her future husband, and she would begin that something at once.
And in this matter she did not belie her promises to herself, or allow her good intentions to evaporate unaccomplished.
She soon surrounded herself with harder tasks than those embroidered slippers with which she indulged herself immediately after his departure.
And Mrs. Dale and Bell, though in their gentle way they laughed at her, nevertheless they worked with her, sitting sternly to their long tasks, in order that Crosbie's house might not be empty when their darling should go to take her place there as his wife.
But it was absolutely necessary that the letter should be answered. It would, in her eyes, have been a great sin to have let that day's post go without carrying a letter from her to Courcy Castle, a sin of which she felt no temptation to be guilty. It was an exquisite pleasure to her to seat herself at her little table, with her neat desk and small appurtenances for epistle craft, and to feel that she had a letter to write in which she had truly much to say. Hitherto her correspondence had been uninteresting and almost weak in its nature. From her mother and sister she had hardly yet been parted, and though she had other friends, she had seldom found herself with very much to tell them by post. What could she communicate to Mary Eames at Guestwick which should be in itself exciting as she wrote it? When she wrote to John Eames, and told dear John that mamma hoped to have the pleasure of seeing him to tea at such an hour, the work of writing was of little moment to her, though the note, when written, became one of the choicest treasures of him to whom it was addressed. But now the matter was very different. When she saw the words "Dearest Adolphus" on the paper before her, she was startled with their significance. And 4 months ago I had never even heard of him, she said to herself, almost with awe. And now he was more to her and nearer to her than even was her sister or her mother. She recollected how she had laughed at him behind his back, and called him a swell on the first day of his coming to the small house, and how also she had striven in her innocent way to look her best when called upon to go out and walk with the stranger from London. He was no longer a stranger now, but her own dearest friend. She had put down her pen that she might think of all this, by no means for the first time, and then resumed it with a sudden start, as though fearing that the postman might be in the village before her letter was finished. Dearest Adolphus, I need not tell you how delighted I was when your letter was brought to me this morning. But I will not repeat the whole of her letter here. She had no incident to relate, none even so interesting as that of Mr. Crosbie's encounter with Mr. Harding at Barchester. She had met no Lady Dumbello, and had no counterpart to Lady Alexandrina, of whom as a friend she could say a word in praise. John Eames's name she did not mention, knowing that John Eames was not a favourite with Mr. Crosbie, nor had she anything to say of John Eames that had not been already said. He had indeed promised to come over to Allington, but this visit had not been made when Lily wrote her first letter to Crosbie. It was a sweet, good, honest love letter, full of assurances of unalterable affection and unlimited confidence, indulging in a little quiet fun as to the grandees of Courcy Castle, and ending with a promise that she would be happy and contented if she might receive his letters constantly, and live with the hope of seeing him at Christmas. I am in time, Mrs. Crump, am I not? She said, as she walked into the post office.
Of course you be, for the next half hour. T' postman, he bain't stirred from Daleas yet. Just put it into the box, will ye?
But you won't leave it there?
Leave it there? Did you ever hear the like of that? If you're afeard to put it in, you can take it away. That's all about it, Miss Lily. And then Mrs. Crump turned away to her avocations at the washing tub. Mrs. Crump had a bad temper, but perhaps she had some excuse. A separate call was made upon her time with reference to almost every letter brought to her office, and for all this, as she often told her friends in profound disgust, she received as salary no more than 2 farden a day. It don't find me in shoe leather no more, it don't. As Mrs. Crump was never seen out of her own house unless it was in church once a month, this latter assertion about her shoe leather could hardly have been true. Lily had received another letter, and had answered it, before Eames made his promised visit to Allington. He, as will be remembered, had also had a correspondence. He had answered Miss Roper's letter, and had since that been living in fear of 2 things: in a lesser fear of some terrible rejoinder from Amelia, and in a greater fear of a more terrible visit from his lady love. Were she to swoop down in very truth upon his Guestwick home, and declare herself to his mother and sister as his affianced bride, what mode of escape would then be left for him? But this she had not yet done, nor had she even answered his cruel missive. What an ass I am to be afraid of her, he said to himself, as he walked along under the elms of Guestwick Manor, which overspread the road to Allington. When he first went over to Allington after his return home, he had mounted himself on horseback, and had gone forth brilliant with spurs, and trusting somewhat to the glories of his dress and gloves. But he had then known nothing of Lily's engagement. Now he was contented to walk, and as he had taken up his slouched hat and stick in the passage of his mother's house, he had been very indifferent as to his appearance. He walked quickly along the road, taking for the first 3 miles the shade of the Guestwick elms, and keeping his feet on the broad greensward which skirts the outside of the Earl's palings. "What an ass I am to be afraid of her!" And as he swung his big stick in his hand, striking a tree here and there, and knocking the stones from his path, he began to question himself in earnest, and to be ashamed of his position in the world. "Nothing on earth shall make me marry her," he said, "not if they bring a dozen actions against me. She knows as well as I do that I have never intended to marry her. It's a cheat from beginning to end. If she comes down here, I'll tell her so before my mother." But as the vision of her sudden arrival came before his eyes, he acknowledged to himself that he still held her in great fear. He had told her that he loved her. He had written as much as that. If taxed with so much, he must confess his sin. Then, by degrees, his mind turned away from Amelia Roper to Lily Dale, not giving him a prospect much more replete with enjoyment than that other one. He had said that he would call at Allington before he returned to town, and he was now redeeming his promise. But he did not know why he should go there. He felt that he should sit silent and abashed in Mrs. Dale's drawing room, confessing by his demeanour that secret which it behoved him now to hide from every one. He could not talk easily before Lily, nor could he speak to her of the only subject which would occupy his thoughts when in her presence, if indeed he might find her alone. But perhaps that might be worse for him than any other condition. When he was shown into the drawing room, there was nobody there. "They were here a minute ago, all 3, said the servant girl. "If you'll walk down the garden, Mr. John, you'll be sure to find some of 'em." So John Eames, with a little hesitation, walked down the garden. First of all he went the whole way round the walks, meeting nobody. Then he crossed the lawn, returning again to the farther end, and there, emerging from the little path which led from the great house, he encountered Lily alone. "Oh, John," she said, "how do you do? I'm afraid you did not find anybody in the house. Mamma and Bell are with Hopkins, away in the large kitchen garden." "I've just come over," said Eames, "because I promised. I said I'd come before I went back to London." "And they'll be very glad to see you, and so am I. Shall we go after them to the other grounds? But perhaps you walked over and are tired." "I did walk," said Eames. "Not that I am very tired." But in truth he did not wish to go after Mrs. Dale, though he was altogether at a loss as to what he would say to Lily while remaining with her. He had fancied that he would like to have some opportunity of speaking to her alone before he went away, of making some special use of the last interview which he should have with her before she became a married woman. But now the opportunity was there, and he hardly dared to avail himself of it. "You'll stay and dine with us?" said Lily. "No, I'll not do that, for I especially told my mother that I would be back." "I'm sure it was very good of you to walk so far to see us. If you really are not tired, I think we will go to mamma, as she would be very sorry to miss you." This she said, remembering at the moment what had been Crosbie's injunctions to her about John Eames. But John had resolved that he would say those words which he had come to speak, and that as Lily was there with him, he would avail himself of the chance which fortune had given him. "I don't think I'll go into the squire's garden," he said. "Uncle Christopher is not there. He is about the farm somewhere." "If you don't mind, Lily, I think I'll stay here. I suppose they'll be back soon. Of course I should like to see them before I go away to London. But, Lily, I came over now chiefly to see you. It was you who asked me to promise." Had Crosbie been right in those remarks of his? Had she been imprudent?
in her little endeavour to be cordially kind to her old friend. "Shall we go into the drawing room?" she said, feeling that she would be in some degree safer there than out among the shrubs and paths of the garden. And I think she was right in this. A man will talk of love out among the lilacs and roses who would be stricken dumb by the demure propriety of the four walls of a drawing room. John Eames also had some feeling of this kind, for he determined to remain out in the garden if he could so manage it. "I don't want to go in unless you wish it," he said. "Indeed, I'd rather stay here. So, Lily, you're going to be married?" And thus he rushed at once into the middle of his discourse. "Yes," said she, "I believe I am." "I have not told you yet that I congratulated you." "I have known very well that you did so in your heart. I have always been sure that you wished me well. Indeed, I have; and if congratulating a person is hoping that she may always be happy, I do congratulate you. But, Lily—" and then he paused, abashed by the beauty, purity, and woman's grace which had forced him to love her. "I think I understand all that you would say. I do not want ordinary words to tell me that I am to count you among my best friends. No, Lily, you don't understand all that I would say. You have never known how often and how much I have thought of you, how dearly I have loved you." "John, you must not talk of that now." "I cannot go without telling you. When I came over here, and Mrs. Dale told me that you were to be married to that man—" "You must not speak of Mr. Crosbie in that way," she said, turning upon him almost fiercely. "I did not mean to say anything disrespectful of him to you. I should hate myself if I were to do so. Of course you like him better than anybody else." "I love him better than all the world besides." "And so do I love you better than all the world besides." And as he spoke, he got up from his seat and stood before her. "I know how poor I am, and unworthy of you; and only that you are engaged to him, I don't suppose that I should now tell you. Of course you couldn't accept such a one as me, but I have loved you ever since you remember, and now that you are going to be his wife, I cannot but tell you that it is so. You will go and live in London, but as to my seeing you there, it will be impossible. I could not go into that man's house." "Oh, John!" "No, never; not if you become his wife. I have loved you as well as he does. When Mrs. Dale told me of it, I thought I should have fallen. I went away without seeing you because I was unable to speak to you. I made a fool of myself, and have been a fool all along. I am foolish now to tell you this, but I cannot help it. You will forget it all when you meet some girl that you can really love." "And have I not really loved you? Well, never mind. I have said what I came to say, and I will now go. If it ever happens that we are down in the country together, perhaps I may see you again, but never in London. Good bye, Lily," and he put out his hand to her. "And won't you stay for mamma?" she said. "No. Give her my love, and to Bell. They understand all about it. They will know why I have gone. If ever you should want anybody to do anything for you, remember that I will do it, whatever it is." And as he paced away from her across the lawn, the special deed in her favour to which his mind was turned, that one thing which he most longed to do on her behalf, was an act of corporal chastisement upon Crosbie. If Crosbie would but ill-treat her with some ante-nuptial barbarity, and if only he could be called in to avenge her wrongs! And as he made his way back along the road towards Guestwick, he built up within his own bosom a castle in the air, for her part in which Lily Dale would by no means have thanked him. Lily, when she was left alone, burst into tears. She had certainly said very little to encourage her forlorn suitor,
and had so borne herself during the interview that even Crosbie could hardly have been dissatisfied. But now that Eames was gone, her heart became very tender towards him. She felt that she did love him also, not at all as she loved Crosbie, but still with a love that was tender, soft, and true. If Crosbie could have known all her thoughts at that moment, I doubt whether he would have liked them. She burst into tears, and then hurried away into some nook where she could not be seen by her mother and Bell on their return. Eames went on his way, walking very quietly, swinging his stick and kicking through the dust, with his heart full of the scene which had just passed. He was angry with himself, thinking that he had played his part badly, accusing himself in that he had been rough to her, and selfish in the expression of his love; and he was angry with her because she had declared to him that she loved Crosbie better than all the world besides. He knew that of course she must do so, that at any rate it was to be expected that such was the case. Yet, he thought, she might have refrained from saying so to him. She chooses to scorn me now, he said to himself, but the time may come when she will wish that she had scorned him. That Crosbie was wicked, bad, and selfish, he believed most fully. He felt sure that the man would ill use her and make her wretched. He had some slight doubt whether he would marry her, and from this doubt he endeavoured to draw a scrap of comfort. If Crosbie would desert her, and if to him might be accorded the privilege of beating the man to death with his fists because of this desertion, then the world would not be quite blank for him. In all this he was no doubt very cruel to Lily, but then had not Lily been very cruel to him? He was still thinking of these things when he came to the first of the Guestwick pastures. The boundary of the earl's property was very plainly marked, for with it commenced also the shady elms along the roadside, and the broad green margin of turf, grateful equally to those who walked and to those who rode. Eames had got himself on to the grass, but in the fullness of his thoughts was unconscious of the change in his path, when he was startled by a voice in the next field, and the loud bellowing of a bull. Lord de Guest's choice cattle, he knew, were there, and there was one special bull which was esteemed by his lordship as of great value, and regarded as a high favourite. The people about the place declared that the beast was vicious, but Lord de Guest had often been heard to boast that it was never vicious with him. The boys tease him, and the men are almost worse than the boys, said the earl. But he'll never hurt anyone that has not hurt him. Guided by faith in his own teaching, the earl had taught himself to look upon his bull as a large horned, innocent lamb of the flock. As Eames paused on the road, he fancied that he recognized the earl's voice, and it was the voice of one in distress. Then the bull's roar sounded very plain in his ear, and almost close, upon hearing which he rushed on to the gate, and without much thinking what he was doing, vaulted over it, and advanced a few steps into the field. "Halloo!" shouted the earl. "There's a man! Come on!" And then his continued shoutings hardly formed themselves into intelligible words, but Eames plainly understood that he was invoking assistance under great pressure and stress of circumstances. The bull was making short runs at his owner, as though determined in each run to have a toss at his lordship, and at each run the earl would retreat quickly for a few paces, but he retreated always facing his enemy, and as the animal got near to him, would make digs at his face with the long spud which he carried in his hand. But in thus making good his retreat, he had been unable to keep in a direct line to the gate, and there seemed to be great danger lest the bull should succeed in pressing him up against the hedge. "Come on!" shouted the earl, who was fighting his battle manfully, but was by no means anxious to carry off all the laurels of the victory himself. "Come on, I say!"
Then he stopped in his path, shouted into the bull's face, brandished his spud, and threw about his arms, thinking that he might best dismay the beast by the display of these warlike gestures. Johnny Eames ran on gallantly to the peer's assistance, as he would have run to that of any peasant in the land. He was one to whom I should be perhaps wrong to attribute, at this period of his life, the gift of very high courage. He feared many things which no man should fear, but he did not fear personal mishap or injury to his own skin and bones. When Crudel escaped out of the house in Burton Crescent, making his way through the passage into the outer air, he did so because he feared that Lupex would beat him, or kick him, or otherwise ill-use him. John Eames would also have desired to escape under similar circumstances, but he would have so desired because he could not endure to be looked upon in his difficulties by the people of the house, and because his imagination would have painted the horrors of a policeman dragging him off with a black eye and a torn coat. There was no one to see him now, and no policeman to take offence. Therefore he rushed to the Earl's assistance, brandishing his stick and roaring in emulation of the bull. When the animal saw with what unfairness he was treated, and that the number of his foes was doubled, while no assistance had lent itself on his side, he stood for a while, disgusted by the injustice of humanity. He stopped, and throwing his head up to the heavens, bellowed out his complaint. "Don't come close," said the Earl, who was almost out of breath. "Keep a little apart." And he threw up his arms manfully, jobbing about with his spud, ever and anon rubbing the perspiration from off his eyebrows with the back of his hand. As the bull stood pausing, meditating whether under such circumstances flight would not be preferable to gratified passion, Eames made a rush in at him, attempting to hit him on the head. The Earl, seeing this, advanced a step also, and got his spud almost up to the animal's eye. But these indignities the beast could not stand. He made a charge, bending his head first towards John Eames, and then, with that weak vacillation which is as disgraceful in a bull as in a general, he changed his purpose and turned his horns upon his other enemy. The consequence was that his steps carried him in between the two, and that the Earl and Eames found themselves for a while behind his tail.
"Now for the gate," said the Earl.
"Slowly does it, slowly does it. Don't run," said Johnny, assuming in the heat of the moment a tone of counsel which would have been very foreign to him under other circumstances. The Earl was not a whit offended.
"All right,"
said he, taking with a backward motion the direction of the gate. Then, as the bull again faced towards him, he jumped from the ground, labouring painfully with arms and legs, and ever keeping his spud well advanced against the foe. Eames, holding his position a little apart from his friend, stooped low and beat the ground with his stick, and as though defying the creature. The bull felt himself defied, stood still and roared, and then made another vacillating attack. "Hold on till we reach the gate," said Eames. "Ooh, ooh, whoop, whoop," shouted the Earl, and so gradually they made good their ground. "Now get over," said Eames, when they had both reached the corner of the field in which the gate stood.
"And what'll you do?"
said the Earl. "I'll go at the hedge to the right." And Johnny, as he spoke, dashed his stick about, so as to monopolize for a moment the attention of the brute. The Earl made a spring at the gate, and got well on to the upper rung. The bull, seeing that his prey was going, made a final rush upon the Earl, and struck the timber furiously with his head, knocking his lordship down on the other side. Lord de Guest was already over, but not off the rail, and thus, though he fell in safety on the sward beyond the gate. He fell in safety, but utterly exhausted. Eames, as he had purposed,
made a leap almost sideways at a thick hedge which divided the field from one of the Guestwick copses. There was a fairly broad ditch, and on the other side a quickset hedge, which had, however, been weakened and injured by trespassers at this corner, close to the gate. Eames was young and active, and jumped well. He jumped so well that he carried his body full into the middle of the quickset, and then scrambled through to the other side, not without much injury to his clothes, and some damage also to his hands and face. The beast, recovering from his shock against the wooden bars, looked wistfully at his last retreating enemy as he still struggled amidst the bushes. He looked at the ditch and at the broken hedge, but he did not understand how weak were the impediments in his way. He had knocked his head against the stout timber, which was strong enough to oppose him, but was dismayed by the brambles which he might have trodden under foot without an effort. How many of us are like the bull, turning away conquered by opposition which should be as nothing to us, and breaking our feet, and worse still, our hearts, against rocks of adamant. The bull at last made up his mind that he did not dare to face the hedge, so he gave one final roar, and then, turning himself round, walked placidly back amidst the herd. Johnny made his way onto the road by a stile that led out of the copse, and was soon standing over the earl, while the blood ran down his cheeks from the scratches. One of the legs of his trousers had been caught by a stake, and was torn from the hip downward, and his hat was left in the field, the only trophy for the bull. "I hope you're not hurt, my lord," he said.
"Oh dear no, but I'm terribly out of breath." "Why, you're bleeding all over. He didn't get at you, did he?" "It's only the thorns in the hedge," said Johnny, passing his hand over his face. "But I've lost my hat." "There are plenty more hats," said the earl.
"I think I'll have a try for it," said Johnny, with whom the means of getting hats had not been so plentiful as with the earl. "He looks quiet now," and he moved towards the gate. But Lord de Guest jumped upon his feet and seized the young man by the collar of his coat.
"Go after your hat," said he. "You must be a fool to think of it. If you're afraid of catching cold, you shall have mine."
"I'm not the least afraid of catching cold," said Johnny. "Is he often like that, my lord?" And he made a motion with his head towards the bull.
"The gentlest creature alive. He's like a lamb generally, just like a lamb. Perhaps he saw my red pocket handkerchief."
And Lord de Guest showed his friend that he carried such an article.
"But where should I have been if you hadn't come up?"
"You'd have got to the gate, my lord."
"Yes, with my feet foremost, and 4 men carrying me. I'm very thirsty. You don't happen to carry a flask, do you?"
"No, my lord, I don't."
"Then we'll make the best of our way home, and have a glass of wine there."
And on this occasion his lordship intended that his offer should be accepted. End of chapter 21. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 26th of April 2022. Chapter 22 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Lord de Guest at home. The Earl and John Eames, after their escape from the bull, walked up to the manor house together.
"You can write a note to your mother, and I'll send it by one of the boys,"
said the Earl. This was his lordship's answer when Eames declined to dine at the manor house because he would be expected home. "But I'm so badly off for clothes, my lord," pleaded Johnny. "I tore my trousers in the hedge."
"There will be nobody there beside us two, and Dr. Crofts. The doctor will forgive you when he hears the story. And as for me, I didn't care if you hadn't a stitch to your back. You'll have company back to Guestwick, so come along."
Eames had no further excuse to offer, and therefore did as he was bidden. He was by no means so much at home with the earl now as during those minutes of the combat. He would rather have gone home, being somewhat ashamed of being seen in his present tattered and bare-headed condition by the servants of the house, and moreover his mind would sometimes revert to the scene which had taken place in the garden at Allington. But he found himself obliged to obey the earl, and so he walked on with him through the woods.
The earl did not say very much, being tired and somewhat thoughtful.
In what little he did say, he seemed to be specially hurt by the ingratitude of the bull towards himself.
I never teased him or annoyed him in any way.
I suppose they are dangerous beasts, said Eames.
Not a bit of it, if they're properly treated. It must have been my handkerchief, I suppose. I remember that I did blow my nose.
He hardly said a word in the way of thanks to his assistant.
Where should I have been if you had not come to me?
He had exclaimed immediately after his deliverance.
But having said that, he didn't think it necessary to say much more to Eames.
But he made himself very pleasant, and by the time he had reached the house, his companion was almost glad that he had been forced to dine at the manor house.
And now we'll have a drink, said the earl. I don't know how you feel, but I never was so thirsty in my life.
Two servants immediately showed themselves, and evinced some surprise at Johnny's appearance.
"Has the gentleman hurt hisself, my lord?"
asked the butler, looking at the blood upon our friend's face.
He has hurt his trousers the worst, I believe, said the earl. And if he was to put on any of mine, they'd be too short and too big, wouldn't they? I am sorry you should be so uncomfortable, but you mustn't mind it for once."
"I don't mind it a bit," said Johnny.
"And I'm sure I don't," said the earl. "Mr. Eames is going to dine here, Vickers."
"Yes, my lord."
"And his hat is down in the middle of the 19 acres. Let 3 or 4 men go for it."
3 or 4 men, my lord?"
"Yes, 3 or 4 men. There's something gone wrong with that bull, and you must get a boy with a pony to take a note into Guestwick to Mrs. Eames. Oh dear, I'm better now."
And he put down the tumbler from which he'd been drinking.
"Write your note here, and then we'll go and see my pet pheasants before dinner."
Vickers and the footman knew that something had happened of much moment, for the earl was usually very particular about his dinner table. He expected every guest who sat there to be dressed in such guise as the fashion of the day demanded, and he himself, though his morning costume was by no means brilliant, never dined, even when alone, without having put himself into a suit of black with a white cravat, and having exchanged the old silver hunting watch which he carried during the day, tied round his neck by a bit of old ribbon, for a small gold watch with a chain and seals, which in the evening always dangled over his waistcoat. Dr. Gruffen had once been asked to dinner at Guestwick Manor.
"Just a bachelor's chop," said the earl, "but there's nobody at home but myself."
Whereupon Dr. Gruffen had come in coloured trousers, and had never again been asked to dine at Guestwick Manor. All this Vickers knew well, and now his lordship had brought young Eames home to dine with him, with his clothes all hanging about him in a manner which Vickers declared in the servants' hall wasn't more than half decent. Therefore they all knew that something very particular must have happened. "It's some trouble about the bull, I know," said Vickers. "But bless you, the bull couldn't have tore his things in that way." Eames wrote his note, in which he told his mother that he had had an adventure with Lord de Guest, and that his lordship had insisted on bringing him home to dinner. "I have torn my trousers all to pieces," he added in a postscript, and have lost my hat. Everything else is all right." He was not aware that the Earl also sent a short note to Mrs. Eames.
"Dear Madam," ran the Earl's note, "your son has, under Providence, probably saved my life. I will leave the story for him to tell. He has been good enough to accompany me home, and will return to Guestwick after dinner with Dr. Crofts, who dines here. I congratulate you on having a son with so much cool courage and good feeling. Your very faithful servant, De Guest. Guestwick Manor, Thursday, October, 1860
And then they went to see the pheasants.
"Now, I'll tell you what," said the Earl. "I advise you to take to shooting. It's the amusement of a gentleman when a man chances to have the command of game."
"But I'm always up in London."
"No, you're not. You're not up in London now. You always have your holidays. If you choose to try it, I'll see that you have shooting enough while you're here. It's better than going to sleep under the trees. Ha ha ha! I wonder what made you lay yourself down there. You hadn't been fighting a bull that day?"
"No, my lord, I hadn't seen the bull then."
"Well, you think of what I've been saying. When I say a thing, I mean it. You shall have shooting enough, if you have a mind to try it."
Then they looked at the pheasants and pottered about the place till the Earl said
it was time to dress for dinner. "That's hard upon you, isn't it?" said he. "But at any rate you can wash your hands and get rid of the blood. I'll be down in the little drawing room 5 minutes before 7, and I suppose I'll find you there."
At 5 minutes before 7, Lord De Guest came into the small drawing room and found Johnny seated there with a book before him. The Earl was a little fussy, and showed by his manner that he was not quite at his ease, as some men do when they have any piece of work on hand which is not customary to them. He held something in his hand, and shuffled a little as he made his way up the room. He was dressed as usual in black, but his gold chain was not, as usual, dangling over his waistcoat.
"Eames,"
he said,
"I want you to accept a little present from me, just as a memorial of our affair with the bull. It will make you think of it sometimes when I'm perhaps gone."
"Oh, my lord!"
"It's my own watch that I have been wearing for some time, but I've got another, 2 or 3, I believe, somewhere upstairs. You mustn't refuse me. I can't bear being refused. There are 2 or 3 little seals, too, which I have worn. I have taken off the one with my arms, because that's of no use to you, and it is to me. It doesn't want a key, but winds up at the handle, in this way."
And the Earl proceeded to explain the nature of the toy. "My lord, you think too much of what happened today," said Eames, stammering.
"No, I don't. I think very little about it. I know what I think of. Put the watch in your pocket before the doctor comes. There, I hear his horse. Why didn't he drive over, and then he could have taken you back?"
"I can walk very well."
"I'll make that all right. The servant shall ride Crofts' horse and bring back the little phaeton. How do you do, Doctor? You know Eames, I suppose? You needn't look at him in that way. His leg is not broken. It's only his trousers."
And then the Earl told the story of the bull.
"Johnny will become quite a hero in town," said Crofts.
"Yes, I fear he'll get most of the credit. Yet I was at it twice as long as he was. I'll tell you what, young men, when I got to that gate, I didn't think I'd breath enough left in me to get over it. It's all very well jumping into a hedge when you're only 22, but when a man comes to be 60, he likes to take his time about such things. Dinner ready, is it? So am I. I quite forgot that mutton chop of yours today, Doctor. But I suppose a man may eat a good dinner after a fight with a bull."
The evening passed by without any very pleasurable excitement, and I regret to say that the Earl went fast to sleep in the drawing room as soon as he had swallowed his cup of coffee. During dinner he had been very courteous to both his guests, but towards Eames he had used a good-humoured and almost affectionate familiarity.
He had quizzed him for having been found asleep under the tree, telling Crofts that he had looked very forlorn, so that I haven't a doubt about his being in love, said the Earl. And he had asked Johnny to tell the name of the fair one, bringing up the remnants of his half-forgotten classicalities to bear out the joke. If I am to take more of the severe Falernian, said he, laying his hand on the decanter of port, I must know the lady's name. Whoever she be, I'm well sure you need not blush for her. What? You refuse to tell? Then I'll drink no more.
And so the Earl had walked out of the dining room,
but not till he had perceived by his guests' cheeks that the joke had been too true to be pleasant.
As he went, however, he leant with his hand on Eames's shoulder, and the servants looking on saw that the young man was to be a favourite.
He'll make him his heir, said Vickers. I shouldn't wonder a bit if he don't make him his heir.
But to this the footman objected,
endeavouring to prove to Mr. Vickers that in accordance with the law of the land his lordship's second cousin once removed, whom the Earl had never seen, but whom he was supposed to hate, must be his heir. A Earl can never choose his own heir like you or me, said the footman, laying down the law.
Can't he though, really, now? That's very hard on him, isn't it? said the pretty housemaid.
Pshaw, said Vickers. You know nothing about it.
My lord could make young Eames his heir tomorrow. That is, the heir of his property. He couldn't make him a earl, because that must go to the heirs of his body. As to his leaving him the place here, I don't just know how that'd be, and I'm sure Richard don't. But suppose he hasn't got any heirs of his body? asked the pretty housemaid, who was rather fond of putting down Mr. Vickers.
He must have heirs of his body, said the butler. Everybody has 'em. If a man don't know 'em himself, the law finds them out.
And then Mr. Vickers walked away, avoiding further dispute. In the meantime the Earl was asleep upstairs, and the two young men from Guestwick did not find that they could amuse themselves with any satisfaction. Each took up a book, but there are times at which a man is quite unable to read, and when a book is only a cover for his idleness or dullness. At last Dr. Crofts suggested in a whisper that they might as well begin to think of going home.
Yes, what?
said the Earl.
I'm not asleep.
In answer to which the doctor said that he thought he'd go home if his lordship would let him order his horse. But the Earl was again fast bound in slumber, and took no further notice of the proposition. Perhaps we could get off without waking him, suggested Eames in a whisper.
What?
said the Earl. So they both resumed their books, and submitted themselves to their martyrdom for a further period of 15 minutes. At the expiration of that time the footman brought in tea.
What? Tea?
said the Earl.
Yes, we'll have a little tea. I've heard every word you've been saying.
It was that assertion on the part of the Earl which always made Lady Julia so angry.
You cannot have heard what I have been saying, Theodore, because I have said nothing, she would reply. But I should have heard it if you had,
the Earl would rejoin snappishly. On the present occasion neither Crofts nor Eames contradicted him, and he took his tea and swallowed it while still 3 parts asleep. "If you'll allow me, my lord, I think I'll order my horse," said the doctor.
Yes, horse, yes,
said the Earl, nodding. "But what are you to do, Eames, if I ride?" said the doctor. "I'll walk," whispered Eames in his very lowest voice.
What?
said the Earl, jumping up on his feet.
Yes. Going away, are you? I suppose you might as well as sit here and see me sleeping. But, Doctor, I didn't snore, did I?
Only occasionally.
Not loud, did I? Come, Eames, did I snore loud?
Well, my lord, you did snore rather loud 2 or 3 times.
Did I?
said the Earl, in a voice of great disappointment.
And yet, do you know, I heard every word you said.
The small phaeton had been already ordered, and the 2 young men started back to Guestwick together, a servant from the house riding the doctor's horse behind them.
Look here, Eames,
said the Earl, as they parted on the steps of the hall door.
You're going back to town the day after tomorrow, you say, so I shan't see you again.
No, my lord, said Johnny.
Look you here now, I shall be up for the cattle show before Christmas. You must dine with me at my hotel on the 22nd of December, Pawkins's, in Jermyn Street, 7 o'clock sharp. Mind you do not forget now. Put it down in your pocket-book when you get home. Good-bye, Doctor, good-bye. I see I must stick to that mutton chop in the middle of the day.
And then they drove off.
He'll make him his heir for certain,
said Vickers to himself, as he slowly returned to his own quarters.
You were returning from Allington, I suppose, said Crofts, when you came across Lord de Guest and the bull?
Yes, I just walked over to say good-bye to them.
Did you find them all well?
I only saw one. The other 2 were out.
Mrs.Dale, was it?
No, it was Lily.
Sitting alone, thinking of her fine London lover, of course. I suppose we ought to look upon her as a very lucky girl. I have no doubt she thinks herself so.
I'm sure I don't know,
said Johnny. I believe he's a very good young man, said the doctor, but I can't say I quite liked his manner.
I should think not,
said Johnny. But then in all probability he did not like mine a bit better, or perhaps yours either, and if so, it's all fair.
I don't see that it's a bit fair. He's a snob, said Eames, and I don't believe that I am. He had taken a glass or 2 of the Earl's severe Falernian, and was disposed to a more generous confidence, and perhaps also to stronger language, than might otherwise have been the case.
No, I don't think he is a snob, said Crofts. Had he been so, Mrs. Dale would have perceived it.
You'll see, said Johnny, touching up the Earl's horse with energy as he spoke. You'll see. A man who gives himself airs is a snob, and he gives himself airs, and I don't believe he's a straightforward fellow. It was a bad day for us all when he came among them at Allington.
I can't say that I see that.
I do, but mind, I haven't spoken a word of this to anyone, and I don't mean.
What would be the good?
I suppose she must marry him now.
Of course she must.
And be wretched all her life. Oh! And he muttered a deep groan. I'll tell you what it is, Crofts. He is going to take the sweetest girl out of this country that ever was in it, and he don't deserve her.
I don't think she can be compared to her sister, said Crofts slowly.
What, not Lily? Said Eames, as though the proposition made by the doctor were one that could not hold water for a minute.
I have always thought that Belle was the more admired of the 2, said Crofts.
I'll tell you what, said Eames. I have never yet set my eyes on any human creature whom I thought so beautiful as Lily Dale, and now that beast is going to marry her. I'll tell you what, Crofts, I'll manage to pick a quarrel with him yet. Whereupon the doctor, seeing the nature of the complaint from which his companion was suffering, said nothing more either about Lily or about Belle.
Soon after this, Eames was at his own door, and was received there by his mother and sister with all the enthusiasm due to a hero. "He has saved the earl's life," Mrs. Eames had exclaimed to her daughter on reading Lord de Guest's note. "Oh, goodness!" and she threw herself back upon the sofa almost in a fainting condition. "Saved Lord de Guest's life?" said Mary. "Yes, under Providence," said Mrs. Eames, as though that latter fact added much to her son's good deed. "But how did he do it?" "By cool courage and good feeling, so his lordship says; but I wonder how he really did do it. Whatever way it was, he's torn all his clothes and lost his hat," said Mary. "I don't care a bit about that," said Mrs. Eames. "I wonder whether the earl has any interest at the income tax. What a thing it would be if he could get Johnny a step! It would be £70 a year at once. He was quite right to stay and dine when his lordship asked him. And so Dr. Crofts is there. It couldn't have been anything in the doctoring way, I suppose? No, I should say not, because of what he says of his trousers." And so the two ladies were obliged to wait for John's return. "How did you do it, John?" said his mother, embracing him as soon as the door was opened. "How did you save the earl's life?" said Mary, who was standing behind her mother. "Would his lordship really have been killed if it had not been for you?" asked Mrs. Eames. "And was he very much hurt?" asked Mary. "Oh, bother!" said Johnny, on whom the results of the day's work, together with the earl's Falernian, had made some still remaining impression. On ordinary occasions Mrs. Eames would have felt hurt at being so answered by her son, but at the present moment she regarded him as standing so high in general favour that she took no offence. "Oh, Johnny, do tell us. Of course we must be very anxious to know it all." "There's nothing to tell, except that a bull ran at the earl as I was going by, so I went into the field and helped him, and then he made me stay and dine with him." "But his lordship says that you saved his life," said Mary. "Under Providence," added their mother. "At any rate, he has given me a gold watch and chain," said Johnny, drawing the present out of his pocket. "I wanted a watch badly. All the same, I didn't like taking it." "It would have been very wrong to refuse," said his mother, "and I am so glad you have been so fortunate. And look here, Johnny, when a friend like that comes in your way, don't turn your back on him." Then at last he thawed beneath their kindness, and told them the whole of the story. I fear that in recounting the earl's efforts with the spud, he hardly spoke of his patron with all that deference which would have been appropriate. End of Chapter 22. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 3rd of May 2022. Chapter 23 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Mr. Plantagenet Palliser. A week passed over Mr. Crosbie's head at Courcy Castle without much inconvenience to him from the well-known fact of his matrimonial engagement. Both George de Courcy and John de Courcy had, in their different ways, charged him with his offence, and endeavoured to annoy him by recurring to the subject; but he did not care much for the wit or malice of George or John de Courcy. The countess had hardly alluded to Lily Dale after those few words which she said on the first day of his visit, and seemed perfectly willing to regard his doings at Allington as the occupation natural to a young man in such a position. He had been seduced down to a dull country house, and had, as a matter of course, taken to such amusements as the place afforded. He had shot the partridges, and made love to the young lady, taking those little recreations as compensation for the tedium of the squire's society. Perhaps he had gone a little too far with the young lady, but then no one knew better than the countess how difficult it is for a young man to go far enough without going too far. It was not her business to make herself a censor on a young man's conduct. The blame, no doubt, rested quite as much with Miss Dale as with him. She was quite sorry that any young lady should be disappointed; but if girls will be imprudent, and set their caps at men above their mark, they must encounter disappointment. With such language did Lady de Courcy speak of the affair among her daughters, and her daughters altogether agreed with her that it was out of the question that Mr. Crosbie should marry Lily Dale. From Alexandrina he encountered during the week none of that raillery which he had expected. He had promised to explain to her before he left the castle all the circumstances of his acquaintance with Lily, and she at last showed herself determined to demand the fulfilment of this promise. But previous to that she said nothing to manifest either offence or a lessened friendship; and I regret to say that in the intercourse which had taken place between them, that friendship was by no means less tender than it had been in London. "And when will you tell me what you promised?" she asked him one afternoon, speaking in a low voice, as they were standing together at the window of the billiard room, in that idle half hour which always occurs before the necessity for dinner preparation has come. She had been riding, and was still in her habit, and he had returned from shooting. She knew that she looked more than ordinarily well in her tall straight hat and riding gear, and was wont to hang about the house, walking skilfully with her upheld drapery during this period of the day. It was dusk, but not dark, and there was no artificial light in the billiard room. There had been some pretence of knocking about the balls, but it had been only pretence. Even Diana, she had said, could not have played billiards in a habit. Then she had put down her mace, and they had stood talking together in the recess of a large bow window. "And what did I promise?" said Crosbie. "You know well enough. Not that it is a matter of any special interest to me. Only, as you undertook to promise, of course my curiosity has been raised." "If it be of no special interest," said Crosbie, "you will not object to absolve me from my promise." "That is just like you," she said, "and how false you men always are. You made up your mind to buy my silence on a distasteful subject by pretending to offer me your future confidence, and now you tell me that you do not mean to confide in me. You begin by telling me that the matter is one that does not in the least interest you." "That is so false again. You know very well what I meant. Do you remember what you said to me the day you came? And am I not bound to tell you after that your marriage with this or that young lady is not matter of special interest to me? Still, as your friend—" "Well, as my friend—" "I shall be glad to know. But I am not going to beg for your confidence. Only I tell you this fairly, that no man is so mean in my eyes as a man who fights under false colours." "And am I fighting under false colours?" "Yes, you are." And now, as she spoke, the Lady Alexandrina blushed beneath her hat, and dull as was the remaining light of the evening, Crosbie, looking into her face, saw her heightened colour.
Yes, you are. A gentleman is fighting under false colours who comes into a house like this with a public rumour of his being engaged, and then conducts himself as though nothing of the kind existed. Of course it is not anything to me specially, but that is fighting under false colours. Now, sir, you may redeem the promise you made me when you first came here, or you may let it alone." It must be acknowledged that the lady was fighting her battle with much courage, and also with some skill. In 3 or 4 days Crosbie would be gone, and this victory, if it were ever to be gained, must be gained in those 3 or 4 days. And if there were to be no victory, then it would be only fair that Crosbie should be punished for his duplicity, and that she should be avenged, as far as any revenge might be in her power. Not that she meditated any deep revenge, or was prepared to feel any strong anger. She liked Crosbie as well as she had ever liked any man. She believed that he liked her also. She had no conception of any very strong passion, but conceived that a married life was more pleasant than one of single bliss. She had no doubt that he had promised to make Lily Dale his wife, but so had he previously promised her, or nearly so. It was a fair game, and she would win it if she could. If she failed, she would show her anger, but she would show it in a mild, weak manner, turning up her nose at Lily before Crosbie's face, and saying little things against himself behind his back. Her wrath would not carry her much beyond that. Now, sir, you may redeem the promise you made me when you first came here, or you may let it alone." So she spoke, and then she turned her face away from him, gazing out into the darkness.
"Alexandrina," he said.
"Well, sir? But you have no right to speak to me in that style. You know that you have no right to call me by my name in that way."
"You mean that you insist upon your title?"
"All ladies insist on what you call their title from gentlemen, except under the privilege of greater intimacy than you have the right to claim. You did not call Miss Dale by her Christian name till you had obtained permission, I suppose?"
"You used to let me call you so."
"Never. Once or twice, when you have done so, I have not forbidden it, as I should have done. Very well, sir, as you have nothing to tell me, I will leave you. I must confess that I did not think you were such a coward." And she prepared to go, gathering up the skirts of her habit, and taking up the whip which she had laid on the window sill.
"Stay a moment, Alexandrina," he said. "I am not happy, and you should not say words intended to make me more miserable."
"And why are you unhappy?"
"Because I will tell you instantly, if I may believe that I am telling you only, and not the whole household."
"Of course I shall not talk of it to others. Do you think that I cannot keep a secret?"
"It is because I have promised to marry one woman, and because I love another. I have told you everything now, and if you choose to say again that I am fighting under false colours, I will leave the castle before you can see me again."
"Mr. Crosbie!"
"Now you know it all, and may imagine whether or no I am very happy. I think you said it was time to dress. Suppose we go."
And without further speech the two went off to their separate rooms.
Crosbie, as soon as he was alone in his chamber, sat himself down in his arm-chair and went to work, striving to make up his mind as to his future conduct.
It must not be supposed that the declaration just made by him
had been produced solely by his difficulty at the moment. The atmosphere of Courcy Castle had been at work upon him for the last week past, and every word that he had heard, and every word that he had spoken, had tended to destroy all that was good and true within him, and to foster all that was selfish and false. He had said to himself a dozen times during that week that he never could be happy with Lily Dale, and that he never could make her happy. And then he had used the old sophistry in his endeavour to teach himself that it was right to do that which he wished to do. Would it not be better for Lily that he should desert her than marry her against the dictates of his own heart? And if he really did not love her, would he not be committing a greater crime in marrying her than in deserting her? He confessed to himself that he had been very wrong in allowing the outer world to get such a hold upon him that the love of a pure girl like Lily could not suffice for his happiness. But there was the fact, and he found himself unable to contend against it. If by any absolute self-sacrifice he could secure Lily's well-being, he would not hesitate for a moment. But would it be well to sacrifice her as well as himself? He had discussed the matter in this way within his own breast, till he had almost taught himself to believe that it was his duty to break off his engagement with Lily, and he had also almost taught himself to believe that a marriage with a daughter of the house of Courcy would satisfy his ambition and assist him in his battle with the world. That Lady Alexandrina would accept him, he felt certain, if he could only induce her to forgive him for his sin in becoming engaged to Miss Dale. How very prone she would be to forgiveness in this matter he had not divined, having not as yet learnt how easily such a woman can forgive such a sin if the ultimate triumph be accorded to herself. And there was another reason which operated much with Crosbie, urging him on in his present mood and wishes, though it should have given an exactly opposite impulse to his heart. He had hesitated as to marrying Lily Dale at once, because of the smallness of his income. Now he had a prospect of considerable increase to that income. One of the commissioners at his office had been promoted to some greater commissionership, and it was understood by everybody that the secretary at the General Committee office would be the new commissioner. As to that there was no doubt. But then the question had arisen as to the place of secretary. Crosbie had received 2 or 3 letters on the subject, and it seemed that the likelihood of his obtaining this step in the world was by no means slight. It would increase his official income from 700 a year to 12, and would place him altogether above the world. His friend, the present secretary, had written to him, assuring him that no other probable competitor was spoken of as being in the field against him. If such good fortune awaited him, would it not smooth any present difficulty which lay in the way of his marriage with Lily Dale? But alas, he had not looked at the matter in that light. Might not the countess help him to this preferment? And if his destiny intended for him the good things of this world, secretaryships, commissionerships, chairmanships, and such like, would it not be well that he should struggle on in his upward path by such assistance as good connections might give him? He sat thinking over it all in his own room on that evening.
He had written twice to Lily since his arrival at Courcy Castle. His first letter has been given. His second was written much in the same tone, though Lily, as she had read it, had unconsciously felt somewhat less satisfied than she had been with the first. Expressions of love were not wanting, but they were vague and without heartiness. They savoured of insincerity, though there was nothing in the words themselves to convict them. Few liars can lie with the full roundness and self-sufficiency of truth, and Crosbie, bad as he was, had not yet become bad enough to reach that perfection. He had said nothing to Lily of the hopes of promotion which had been opened to him, but he had again spoken of his own worldliness, acknowledging that he received an unsatisfying satisfaction from the pomps and vanities of Courcy Castle. In fact, he was paving the way for that which he had almost resolved that he would do now he had told Lady Alexandrina that he loved her, and he was obliged to confess to himself that the die was cast. As he thought of all this, there was not wanting to him some of the satisfaction of an escape. Soon after making that declaration of love at Allington, he had begun to feel that in making it he had cut his throat. He had endeavoured to persuade himself that he could live comfortably with his throat cut in that way, and as long as Lily was with him he would believe that he could do so; but as soon as he was again alone, he would again accuse himself of suicide. This was his frame of mind even while he was yet at Allington, and his ideas on the subject had become stronger during his sojourn at Courcy. But the self-immolation had not been completed, and he now began to think that he could save himself. I need hardly say that this was not all triumph to him. Even had there been no material difficulty as to his desertion of Lily, no uncle, cousin, and mother whose anger he must face, no vision of a pale face more eloquent of wrong in its silence than even uncle, cousin, and mother with their indignant storm of words, he was not altogether heartless. How should he tell all this to the girl who had loved him so well, who had so loved him that, as he himself felt, her love would fashion all her future life, either for weal or for woe? I am unworthy of her, and will tell her so, he said to himself. How many a false hound of a man has endeavoured to salve his own conscience by such mock humility! But he acknowledged at this moment, as he rose from his seat to dress himself, that the die was cast, and that it was open to him now to say what he pleased to Lady Alexandrina. Others have gone through the same fire before, he said to himself as he walked downstairs, and have come out scatheless. And then he recalled to himself the names of various men of high repute in the world, who were supposed to have committed in their younger days some such little mistake as that into which he had been betrayed. In passing through the hall he overtook Lady Julia de Guest, and was in time to open for her the door of the drawing-room. He then remembered that she had come into the billiard-room at one side, and had gone out at the other, while he was standing with Alexandrina at the window. He had not, however, then thought much of Lady Julia, and as he now stood for her to pass by him through the doorway, he made to her some indifferent remark. But Lady Julia was on some subjects a stern woman, and not without a certain amount of courage. In the last week she had seen what had been going on, and had become more and more angry. Though she had disowned any family connection with Lily Dale, nevertheless
She now felt for her sympathy, and almost affection. Nearly every day she had repeated stiffly to the countess some incident of Crosbie's courtship and engagement to Miss Dale, speaking of it as with absolute knowledge, as a thing settled at all points. This she had done to the countess alone, in the presence of the countess and Alexandrina, and also before all the female guests of the castle. But what she had said was received simply with an incredulous smile.
"Dear me, Lady Julia," the countess had replied at last, "I shall begin to think you are in love with Mr. Crosbie yourself, you harp so constantly on this affair of his. One would think that young ladies in your part of the world must find it very difficult to get husbands, seeing that the success of one young lady is trumpeted so loudly." For the moment Lady Julia was silenced, but it was not easy to silence her altogether when she had a subject for speech near her heart. Almost all the Courcy world were assembled in the drawing room as she now walked into the room with Crosbie at her heels.
When she found herself near the crowd, she turned round and addressed him
in a voice more audible than that generally required for purposes of drawing-room conversation.
"Mr. Crosbie," she
said,
"have you heard lately from our dear friend Lily Dale?"
And she looked him full in the face, in a manner more significant probably than even she had intended it to be. There was at once a general hush in the room, and all eyes were turned upon her and upon him. Crosbie instantly made an effort to bear the attack gallantly, but he felt that he could not quite command his colour, or prevent a sudden drop of perspiration from showing itself upon his brow. "I had a letter from Allington yesterday," he said. "I suppose you have heard of your brother's encounter with the bull?"
"The bull!"
said Lady Julia, and it was instantly manifest to all that her attack had been foiled and her flank turned. "Good gracious, Lady Julia, how very odd you are!" said the countess.
"But what about the bull?"
asked the Honourable George. "It seems that the earl was knocked down in the middle of one of his own fields."
"Oh dear!"
exclaimed Alexandrina, and sundry other exclamations were made by all the assembled ladies. "But he wasn't hurt," said Crosbie. "A young man named Eames seems to have fallen from the sky and carried off the earl on his back." growled the other earl as he heard of the discomfiture of his brother peer. Lady Julia, who had received her own letters that day from Guestwick,
knew that nothing of importance had happened to her brother, but she felt that she was foiled for that time.
"I hope that there has not really been any accident," said Mr. Gazeby, with a voice of great solicitude.
"My brother was quite well last night, thank you,"
said she; and then the little groups again formed themselves, and Lady Julia was left alone on the corner of a sofa. "Was that all an invention of yours, sir?" said Alexandrina to Crosbie. "Not quite. I did get a letter this morning from my friend Bernard Dale, that old harridan's nephew, and Lord de Guest has been worried by some of his animals. I wish I had told her that his stupid old neck had been broken."
"Fie, Mr. Crosbie!"
"What business has she to interfere with me?"
"But I mean to ask the same question that she asked, and you won't put me off with a cock and bull story like that."
But then, as she was going to ask the question, dinner was announced.
"And is it true that the guest has been tossed by a bull?"
said the earl as soon as the ladies were gone. He had spoken nothing during dinner except what words he had muttered into the ear of Lady Dumbello.
It was seldom that conversation had many charms for him in his own house, but there was a savour of pleasantry in the idea of Lord de Guest having been tossed, by which even he was tickled.
"Only knocked down, I believe," said Crosbie. growled the earl. Then he filled his glass and allowed someone else to pass the bottle. Poor man! There was not much left to him now in the world which did amuse him. "I don't see anything to laugh at," said Plantagenet Palliser, who was sitting at the earl's right hand opposite to Lord Dumbello.
"Enter," said the earl.
"I'll be shot if I do. From all I hear, De Guest is an uncommon good farmer, and I don't see the joke of tossing a farmer merely because he's a nobleman also. Do you?" And he turned round to Mr. Gazeby, who was sitting on the other side. The earl was an earl, and was also Mr. Gazebe's father-in-law. Mr. Plantagenet Palliser was the heir to a dukedom. Therefore Mr. Gazeby merely simpered, and did not answer the question put to him. Mr. Palliser said nothing more about it, nor did the earl, and then the joke died away. Mr. Plantagenet Palliser was the Duke of Omnium's heir to that nobleman's title and to his enormous wealth, and therefore was a man of mark in the world. He sat in the House of Commons, of course. He was about 25 years of age, and was, as yet, unmarried. He did not hunt or shoot or keep a yacht, and had been heard to say that he had never put a foot upon a racecourse in his life. He dressed very quietly, never changing the colour or form of his garments, and in society was quiet, reserved, and very often silent. He was tall, slight, and not ill-looking, but more than this cannot be said for his personal appearance, except indeed this, that no one could mistake him for other than a gentleman. With his uncle the Duke he was on good terms, that is to say, they had never quarrelled. A very liberal allowance had been made to the nephew, but the two relatives had no tastes in common, and did not often meet. Once a year Mr. Palliser visited the Duke at his great country seat for 2 or 3 days, and usually dined with him 2 or 3 times during the season in London. Mr. Palliser sat for a borough which was absolutely under the Duke's command, but had accepted his seat under the distinct understanding that he was to take whatever part in politics might seem good to himself. Under these well understood arrangements, the Duke and his heir showed to the world quite a pattern of a happy family. So deferent to the Earl and Lord Porlock, the people of West Barsetshire used to say, for the estates, both of the Duke and of the Earl, were situated in the western division of that county. Mr. Palliser was chiefly known to the world as a rising politician. We may say that he had everything at his command in the way of pleasure that the world could offer him. He had wealth, position, power, and the certainty of attaining the highest rank among perhaps the most brilliant nobility of the world. He was courted by all who could get near enough to court him. It is hardly too much to say that he might have selected a bride from all that was most beautiful and best among English women. If he would have bought racehorses and have expended thousands on the turf, he would have gratified his uncle by doing so. He might have been the master of hounds, or the slaughterer of hecatombs of birds, but to none of these things would he devote himself. He had chosen to be a politician, and in that pursuit he laboured with a zeal and perseverance which would have made his fortune at any profession or in any trade. He was constant in committee rooms up to the very middle of August. He was rarely absent from any debate of importance, and never from any important division. Though he seldom spoke, he was always ready to speak if his purpose required it. No man gave him credit for any great genius.
Few even considered that he could become either an orator or a mighty statesman; but the world said that he was a rising man, and old Nestor of the cabinet looked on him as one who would be able, at some far future day, to come among them as a younger brother. Hitherto he had declined such inferior offices as had been offered to him, biding his time carefully, and he was as yet tied hand and neck to no party, though known to be liberal in all his political tendencies. He was a great reader, not taking up a book here and another there as chance brought books before him, but working through an enormous course of books, getting up the great subject of the world's history, filling himself full of facts, though perhaps not destined to acquire the power of using those facts otherwise than as precedents. He strove also diligently to become a linguist,
not without success as far as a competent understanding of various languages.
He was a thin-minded, plodding, respectable man, willing to devote all his youth to work, in order that in old age he might be allowed to sit among the councillors of the state. Hitherto his name had not been coupled by the world with that of any woman whom he had been supposed to admire, but latterly it had been observed that he had often been seen in the same room with Lady Dumbello. It had hardly amounted to more than this, but when it was remembered how undemonstrative were the two persons concerned, how little disposed was either of them to any strong display of feeling, even this was thought matter to be mentioned. He certainly would speak to her from time to time, almost with an air of interest; and Lady Dumbello, when she saw that he was in the room, would be observed to raise her head with some little show of life, and to look round as though there were something there on which it might be worth her while to allow her eyes to rest. When such innuendos were abroad, no one would probably make more of them than Lady de Courcy. Many, when they heard that Mr. Palliser was to be at the castle, had expressed their surprise at her success in that quarter. Others, when they learnt that Lady Dumbello had consented to become her guest, had also wondered greatly; but when it was ascertained that the two were to be there together, her good-natured friends had acknowledged that she was a very clever woman. To have either Mr. Palliser or Lady Dumbello would have been a feather in her cap, but to succeed in getting both, by enabling each to know that the other would be there, was indeed a triumph. As regards Lady Dumbello, however, the bargain was not fairly carried out, for after all Mr. Palliser came to Courcy Castle only for 2 nights and a day, and during the whole of that day he was closeted with sundry large blue books. As for Lady de Courcy, she did not care how he might be employed. Blue books and Lady Dumbello were all the same to her. Mr. Palliser had been at Courcy Castle, and neither enemy nor friend could deny the fact. This was his second evening, and as he had promised to meet his constituents at Silverbridge at 1 p.m. on the following day, with the view of explaining to them his own conduct and the political position of the world in general, and as he was not to return from Silverbridge to Courcy, Lady Dumbello, if she made any way at all, must take advantage of the short gleam of sunshine which the present hour afforded her. No one, however, could say that she showed any active disposition to monopolize Mr. Palliser's attention. When he sauntered into the drawing room, she was sitting alone in a large low chair made without arms, so as to admit the full expansion of her dress, but hollowed and round at the back, so as to afford her the support that was necessary to her. She had barely spoken 3 words since she had left the dining room, but the time had not passed heavily with her. Lady Julia had again attacked the countess about Lily Dale and Mr. Crosbie, and Alexandrina, driven almost to rage, had stalked off to the farther end of the room, not concealing her special concern in the matter. "How I do wish they were married and done with," said the countess, "and then we should hear no more about them." All of which Lady Dumbello heard and understood, and in all of it she took a certain interest. She remembered such things, learning thereby who was who, and regulating her own conduct by what she learnt. She was by no means idle at this or at other such times, going through, we may say, a considerable amount of really hard work in her manner of working. There she had sat speechless, unless when acknowledging by a low word of assent some expression of flattery from those around her. Then the door opened, and when Mr. Palliser entered she raised her head, and the faintest possible gleam of satisfaction might have been discerned upon her features. But she made no attempt to speak to him, and when, as he stood at the table, he took up a book and remained thus standing for a quarter of an hour, she neither showed nor felt any impatience. After that Lord Dumbello came in, and he stood at the table without a book. Even then Lady Dumbello felt no impatience. Plantagenet Palliser skimmed through his little book, and probably learnt something. When he put it down, he sipped a cup of tea, and remarked to Lady de Courcy that he believed it was only 12 miles to Silverbridge. "I wish it was 112, said the countess. "In that case I should be forced to start to-night," said Mr. Palliser. "Then I wish it was 1012, said Lady de Courcy. "In that case I should not have come at all," said Mr. Palliser. He did not mean to be uncivil, and had only stated a fact. "The young men are becoming absolute bears," said the countess to her daughter Margaretta. He had been in the room nearly an hour when he did at last find himself standing close to Lady Dumbello, close to her, and without any other very near neighbour. "I should hardly have expected to find you here," he said. "Nor I you," she answered, "though, for the matter of that, we are both near our own homes." "I am not near mine." "I meant Plumstead, your father's place." "Yes, that was my home once." "I wish I could show you my uncle's place. The castle is very fine, and he has some good pictures." "So I have heard." "Do you stay here long?" "Oh no, I go to Cheshire the day after tomorrow. Lord Dumbello is always there when the hunting begins." "Ah, yes, of course. What a happy fellow he is! Never any work to do. His constituents never trouble him, I suppose?" "I don't think they ever do, much." After that Mr. Palliser sauntered away again, and Lady Dumbello passed the rest of the evening in silence. It is to be hoped that they both were rewarded by that 10 minutes of sympathetic intercourse for the inconvenience which they had suffered in coming to Courcy Castle. But that which seems so innocent to us had been looked on in a different light by the stern moralists of that house. "By Jove!" said the Honourable George to his cousin Mr. Gresham, "I wonder how Dumbello likes it." "It seems to me that Dumbello takes it very easily." "There are some men who will take anything easily," said George, "who, since his own marriage, had learnt to have a holy horror of such wicked things." "He's beginning to come out a little," said Lady Clandidlem to Lady de Courcy, when the two old women found themselves together over a fire in some back sitting room. "Still waters always run deep, you know." "I shouldn't at all wonder if she were to go off with him," said Lady de Courcy. "He'll never be such a fool as that," said Lady Clandidlem. "I believe men will be fools enough for anything," said Lady de Courcy. But of course, if he did, it would come to nothing afterwards. I know one who would not be sorry. If ever a man was tired of a woman, Lord Dumbello is tired of her." But in this, as in almost everything else, the wicked old woman spoke scandal. Lord Dumbello was still proud of his wife, and as fond of her as a man can be of a woman whose fondness depends upon mere pride. There had not been much that was dangerous in the conversation between Mr. Palliser and Lady Dumbello, but I cannot say the same as to that which was going on at the same moment between Crosbie and Lady Alexandrina. She, as I have said, walked away in almost open dudgeon when Lady Julia recommenced her attack about poor Lily, nor did she return to the general circle during the evening.
There were two large drawing rooms at Courcy Castle, joined together by a narrow link of a room, which might have been called a passage had it not been lighted by two windows coming down to the floor, carpeted as were the drawing rooms, and warmed with a separate fireplace. Hither she betook herself, and was soon followed by her married sister Amelia. "That woman almost drives me mad," said Alexandrina, as they stood together with their toes upon the fender. "But, my dear, you of all people should not allow yourself to be driven mad on such a subject." "That's all very well, Amelia. The question is this, my dear: what does Mr. Crosbie mean to do?" "How should I know?" "If you don't know, it will be safer to suppose that he is going to marry this girl, and in that case—"
"Well, what in that case? Are you going to be another Lady Julia? What do I care about the girl?"
"I don't suppose you care much about the girl; and if you care as little about Mr. Crosbie, there's an end of it. Only in that case, Alexandrina—"
"Well, what in that case? You know I don't want to preach to you. Can't you tell me at once whether you really like him? You and I have always been good friends."
And the married sister put her arm affectionately round the waist of her who wished to be married.
"I like him well enough."
"And has he made any declaration to you?"
"In a sort of a way he has."
"Hark, here he is!"
And Crosbie, coming in from the larger room, joined the sisters at the fireplace.
"We were driven away by the clack of Lady Julia's tongue," said the elder.
"I never met such a woman," said Crosbie.
"There cannot well be many like her," said Alexandrina; and after that they all stood silent for a minute or two.
Lady Amelia Gazeby was considering whether or no she would do well to go and leave the two together. If it were intended that Mr. Crosbie should marry her sister, it would certainly be well to give him an opportunity of expressing such a wish on his own part. But if Alexandrina was simply making a fool of herself, then it would be well for her to stay. "I suppose she would rather I should go," said the elder sister to herself; and then, obeying the rule which should guide all our actions from one to another, she went back and joined the crowd. "Will you come on into the other room?" said Crosbie.
"I think we are very well here," Alexandrina replied.
"But I wish to speak to you particularly," said he.
"And cannot you speak here?"
"No, they will be passing backwards and forwards."
Lady Alexandrina said nothing further, but led the way into the other large room. That also was lighted, and there were in it 4 or 5 persons. Lady Rosina was reading a work on the Millennium, with a light to herself in one corner. Her brother John was asleep in an armchair, and a young gentleman and lady were playing chess. There was, however, ample room for Crosbie and Alexandrina to take up a position apart. "And now, Mr. Crosbie, what have you got to say to me? But first, I mean to repeat Lady Julia's question, as I told you that I should do. When did you hear last from Miss Dale?"
"It is cruel in you to ask me such a question after what I have already told you.
You know that I have given to Miss Dale a promise of marriage."
"Very well, sir. I don't see why you should bring me in here to tell me anything that is so publicly known as that. With such a herald as Lady Julia, it was quite unnecessary."
"If you can only answer me in that tone, I will make an end of it at once. When I told you of my engagement, I told you also that another woman possessed my heart. Am I wrong to suppose that you knew to whom I alluded?"
"Indeed I did not, Mr. Crosbie. I am no conjurer, and have not scrutinized you so closely as your friend Lady Julia."
"It is you that I love. I am sure I need hardly say so now."
"Hardly, indeed, considering that you are engaged to Miss Dale."
"As to that, I have of course to own that I have behaved foolishly, worse than foolishly, if you choose to say so. You cannot condemn me more absolutely than I condemn myself. But I have made up my mind as to one thing: I will not marry where I do not love."
Oh, if Lily could have heard him as he then spoke!
"It would be impossible for me to speak in terms too high of Miss Dale, but I am quite sure that I could not make her happy as her husband."
"Why did you not think of that before you asked her?" said Alexandrina; but there was very little of condemnation in her tone.
"I ought to have done so, but it is hardly for you to blame me with severity. Had you, when we were last together in London, had you been less
what?"
"Less defiant," said Crosbie, "all this might perhaps have been avoided."
Lady Alexandrina could not remember that she had been defiant, but however she let that pass. "Oh yes, of course it was my fault.
I went down there to Allington with my heart ill at ease, and now I have fallen into this trouble. I tell you all as it has happened. It is impossible that I should marry Miss Dale. It would be wicked in me to do so, seeing that my heart belongs altogether to another. I have told you who is that other, and now may I hope for an answer?"
"An answer to what?"
"Alexandrina, will you be my wife?"
If it had been her object to bring him to a point-blank declaration and proposition of marriage, she had certainly achieved her object now, and she had that trust in her own power of management and in her mother's, that she did not fear that in accepting him she would incur the risk of being served as he was serving Lily Dale. She knew her own position and his too well for that. If she accepted him, she would in due course of time become his wife, let Miss Dale and all her friends say what they might to the contrary. As to that head she had no fear, but nevertheless she did not accept him at once. Though she wished for the prize, her woman's nature hindered her from taking it when it was offered to her. "How long is it, Mr. Crosbie," she said, "since you put the same question to Miss Dale?"
"I have told you everything, Alexandrina, as I promised that I would do. If you intend to punish me for doing so—"
"And I might ask another question. How long will it be before you put the same question to some other girl?"
He turned round as though to walk away from her in anger, but when he had gone half the distance to the door, he returned. "By heaven!" he said, and he spoke somewhat roughly too, "I'll have an answer. You, at any rate, have nothing with which to reproach me. All that I have done wrong I have done through you or on your behalf. You have heard my proposal. Do you intend to accept it?"
"I declare you startle me. If you demanded my money or my life, you could not be more imperious.
Certainly not more resolute in my determination.
And if I decline the honour, I shall think you the most fickle of your sex. And if I were to accept it, I would swear that you were the best, the dearest, and the sweetest of women. I would rather have your good opinion than your bad, certainly," said Lady Alexandrina; and then it was understood by both of them that that affair was settled. Whenever she was called on in future to speak of Lily, she always called her "that poor Miss Dale;" but she never again spoke a word of reproach to her future lord about that little adventure. "I shall tell mamma to night," she said to him, as she bade him good night in some sequestered nook to which they had betaken themselves. Lady Julia's eye was again on them as they came out from the sequestered nook, but Alexandrina no longer cared for Lady Julia. "George, I cannot quite understand about that Mr. Palliser. Isn't he to be a duke, and oughtn't he to be a lord now?" This question was asked by Mrs. George de Courcy of her husband, when they found themselves together in the seclusion of the nuptial chamber.
"Yes, he'll be Duke of Omnium when the old fellow dies. I think he's one of the slowest fellows I ever came across. He'll take deuced good care of the property, though."
"But, George, do explain it to me. It's so stupid not to understand, and I am afraid of opening my mouth for fear of blundering."
"Then keep your mouth shut, my dear. You'll learn all those sort of things in time, and nobody notices it if you don't say anything."
"Yes, but, George, I don't like to sit silent all the night. I'd sooner be up here with a novel, if I can't speak about anything."
"Look at Lady Dumbello. She doesn't want to be always talking."
"Lady Dumbello is very different from me. But do tell me, who is Mr. Palliser?"
"He's the Duke's nephew. If he were the Duke's son, he would be the Marquis of Silverbridge."
"And will he be plain Mr. till his uncle dies?"
"Yes, a very plain Mr."
"What a pity for him! But, George, if I have a baby, and if he should be a boy, and if—"
"Oh, nonsense! It will be time enough to talk of that when he comes. I'm going to sleep."
End of chapter 23. Read by N K Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 10th of May 2022.
Chapter 24 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. A mother-in-law and a father-in-law. On the following morning, Mr. Plantagenet Palliser was off upon his political mission before breakfast. Either that, or else some private comfort was afforded to him in guise of solitary rolls and coffee. The public breakfast at Courcy Castle was going on at 11 o'clock, and at that hour Mr. Palliser was already closeted with the mayor of Silverbridge. "I must get off by the 3:45 train," said Mr. Palliser. "Who is there to speak after me?" "Well, I shall say a few words, and Growdy, he'll expect them to listen to him. Growdy has always stood very firm by his grace, Mr. Palliser. Mind we are in the room sharp at 1, and you can have a fly for me to get away to the station ready in the yard. I won't go a moment before I can help. I shall be just an hour and a half myself. No, thank you, I never take any wine in the morning." And I may here state that Mr. Palliser did get away by the 3:45 train, leaving Mr. Growdy still talking on the platform. Constituents must be treated with respect, but time has become so scarce nowadays that that respect has to be meted out by the quarter of an hour with parsimonious care. In the meantime there was more leisure at Courcy Castle. Neither the countess nor Lady Alexandrina came down to breakfast, but their absence gave rise to no special remark. Breakfast at the castle was a morning meal at which people showed themselves or did not show themselves as it pleased them. Lady Julia was there, looking very glum, and Crosbie was sitting next to his future sister-in-law, Margaretta, who already had placed herself on terms of close affection with him. As he finished his tea, she whispered into his ear, "Mr. Crosbie, if you could spare half an hour, mamma would so like to see you in her own room."
Crosbie declared that he would be delighted to wait upon her, and did in truth feel some gratitude in being welcomed as a son-in-law into the house, and yet he felt also that he was being caught, and that in ascending into the private domains of the countess he would be setting the seal upon his own captivity. Nevertheless, he went with a smiling face and a light step, Lady Margaretta ushering him the way.
"Mamma," said she, "I have brought Mr. Crosbie up to you. I did not know that you were here, Alexandrina, or I should have warned him." The countess and her youngest daughter had been breakfasting together in the elder lady's sitting room, and were now seated in a very graceful and well arranged déshabille. The teacups, out of which they had been drinking, were made of some elegant porcelain. The teapot and cream jug were of chased silver, and as delicate in their way. The remnant of food consisted of morsels of French roll, which had not even been allowed to crumble themselves in a disorderly fashion, and of infinitesimal pats of butter. If the morning meal of the two ladies had been as unsubstantial as the appearance of the fragments indicated, it must be presumed that they intended to lunch early. The countess herself was arrayed in an elaborate morning wrapper of figured silk, but the simple Alexandrina wore a plain white muslin peignoir, fastened with pink ribbon. Her hair, which she usually carried in long rolls, now hung loose over her shoulders, and certainly added something to her stock of female charms. The countess got up as Crosbie entered, and greeted him with an open hand, but Alexandrina kept her seat, and merely nodded at him a little welcome. "I must run down again," said Margaretta, "or I shall have left Amelia with all the cares of the house upon her." "Alexandrina has told me all about it," said the countess with her sweetest smile, "and I have given her my approval. I really do think you will suit each other very well."
"I am very much obliged to you," said Crosbie. "I'm sure, at any rate of this, that she will suit me very well."
"Yes, I think she will. She is a good, sensible girl."
"Pshaw, mamma, pray don't go on in that goody two-shoes sort of way."
"So you are, my dear. If you were not, it would not be well for you to do as you are going to do. If you were giddy and harum-scarum, and devoted to rank and wealth and that sort of thing, it would not be well for you to marry a commoner without fortune. I'm sure Mr. Crosbie will excuse me for saying so much as that."
"Of course I know," said Crosbie, "that I had no right to look so high."
"Well, we'll say nothing more about it," said the countess.
"Pray don't," said Alexandrina. "It sounds so like a sermon."
"Sit down, Mr. Crosbie," said the countess, "and let us have a little conversation. She shall sit by you, if you like it." "Nonsense, Alexandrina, if he asks it."
"Don't, mamma. I mean to remain where I am."
"Very well, my dear, then remain where you are. She is a wilful girl, Mr. Crosbie, as you will say when you hear that she has told me all that you told her last night." Upon hearing this he changed colour a little, but said nothing. "She has told me,"
continued the countess, about that young lady at Allington, upon my word, I'm afraid you have been very naughty."
"I have been foolish, Lady de Courcy." "Of course I did not mean anything worse than that. Yes, you have been foolish, amusing yourself in a thoughtless way, you know, and perhaps a little piqued because a certain lady was not to be won so easily as your Royal Highness wished. Well, now, all that must be settled, you know, as quickly as possible. I don't want to ask any indiscreet questions, but if the young lady has really been left with any idea that you meant anything, don't you think you should undeceive her at once?" "Of course he will, mamma." "Of course you will; and it will be a great comfort to Alexandrina to know that the matter is arranged. You hear what Lady Julia is saying almost every hour of her life. Now, of course, Alexandrina does not care what an old maid like Lady Julia may say, but it will be better for all parties that the rumour should be put a stop to. If the earl were to hear it, he might, you know," and the countess shook her head, thinking that she could thus best indicate what the earl might do if he were to take it into his head to do anything. Crosbie could not bring himself to hold any very confidential intercourse with the countess about Lily, but he gave a muttered assurance that he should, as a matter of course, make known the truth to Miss Dale with as little delay as possible. He could not say exactly when he would write, nor whether he would write to her or to her mother, but the thing should be done immediately on his return to town. "If it will make the matter easier, I will write to Mrs. Dale," said the countess. But to this scheme Mr. Crosbie objected very strongly, and then a few words were said about the earl. "I will tell him this afternoon," said the countess, "and then you can see him tomorrow morning. I don't suppose he will say very much, you know, and perhaps he may think, you won't mind my saying it, I'm sure, that Alexandrina might have done better, but I don't believe that he'll raise any strong objection. There will be something about settlements and that sort of thing, of course." Then the countess went away, and Alexandrina was left with her lover for half an hour. When the half hour was over, he felt that he would have given all that he had in the world to have back the last 24 hours of his existence, but he had no hope. To jilt Lily Dale would no doubt be within his power, but he knew that he could not jilt Lady Alexandrina de Courcy. On the next morning at 12 o'clock he had his interview with the father, and a very unpleasant interview it was. He was ushered into the earl's room, and found the great peer standing on the rug with his back to the fire, and his hands in his breeches pockets.
"So you mean to marry my daughter?" said he. "I'm not very well, as you see. I seldom am." These last words were spoken in answer to Crosbie's greeting. Crosbie had held out his hand to the earl, and had carried his point so far that the earl had been forced to take one of his own out of his pocket and give it to his proposed son-in-law. "If your lordship has no objection, I have at any rate her permission to ask for yours. I believe you have not any fortune, have you? She's got none. Of course you know that." "I have a few £1,000, and I believe she has as much." "About as much as will buy bread to keep the two of you from starving. It's nothing to me. You can marry her if you like. Only look here, I'll have no nonsense. I've had an old woman in with me this morning, one of those that are here in the house. telling me some story about some other girl that you have made a fool of. It's nothing to me how much of that sort of thing you may have done, so that you do none of it here. But if you play any prank of that kind with me, you'll find that you've made a mistake."
Crosbie hardly made any answer to this, but got himself out of the room as quickly as he could.
"You'd better talk to Gazeby about the trifle of money you've got," said the earl. Then he dismissed the subject from his mind,
and no doubt imagined that he had fully done his duty by his daughter. On the day after this, Crosbie was to go. On the last afternoon, shortly before dinner, he was waylaid by Lady Julia, who had passed the day in preparing traps to catch him. "Mr. Crosbie," she said, "let me have one word with you. Is this true?"
"Lady Julia," he said, "I really do not know why you should inquire into my private affairs."
"Yes, sir, you do know. You know very well. That poor young lady, who has no father and no brother, is my neighbour, and her friends are my friends. She is a friend of my own, and being an old woman, I have a right to speak for her. If this is true, Mr. Crosbie, you are treating her like a villain."
"Lady Julia, I really must decline to discuss the matter with you."
"I'll tell everybody what a villain you are. I will indeed. A villain, and a poor, weak, silly fool. She was too good for you, that's what she was."
Crosbie, as Lady Julia was addressing to him the last words, hurried upstairs away from her; but her ladyship, standing on a landing place,
spoke up loudly, so that no word should be lost on her retreating enemy.
"We positively must get rid of that woman," the countess, who heard it all, said to Margaretta. "She is disturbing the house and disgracing herself every day."
"She went to papa this morning, mamma."
"She did not get much by that move," said the countess.
On the following morning Crosbie returned to town, but just before he left the castle he received a third letter from Lily Dale. "I have been rather disappointed at not hearing this morning," said Lily, "for I thought the postman would have brought me a letter. But I know you'll be a better boy when you get back to London, and I won't scold you. Scold you, indeed! No, I'll never scold you, not though I shouldn't hear for a month."
He would have given all that he had in the world 3 times told if he could have blotted out that visit to Courcy Castle from the past facts of his existence.
End of chapter 24. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 17th of May 2022. Chapter 25 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Adolphus Crosbie spends an evening at his club. Crosbie, as he was being driven from the castle to the nearest station in a dog cart hired from the hotel, could not keep himself from thinking of that other morning, not yet a fortnight past, on which he had left Allington, and as he thought of it, he knew that he was a villain. On this morning Alexandrina had not come out from the house to watch his departure and catch the last glance of his receding figure. As he had not started very early, she had sat with him at the breakfast table, but others also had sat there, and when he got up to go, she did no more than smile softly and give him her hand. It had been already settled that he was to spend his Christmas at Courcy, as it had been also settled that he was to spend it at Allington. Lady Amelia was, of all the family, the most affectionate to him, and perhaps of them all she was the one whose affection was worth the most. She was not a woman endowed with a very high mind, or with very noble feelings. She had begun life trusting to the nobility of her blood for everything, and declaring somewhat loudly among her friends that her father's rank and her mother's birth imposed on her the duty of standing closely by her own order. Nevertheless, at the age of 33, she had married her father's man of business, under circumstances which were not altogether creditable to her. But she had done her duty in her new sphere of life with some constancy and a fixed purpose; and now that her sister was going to marry, as she had done, a man much below herself in social standing, she was prepared to do her duty as a sister and a sister-in-law. "We shall be up in town in November, and of course you'll come to us at once. Albert Villa, you know, in Hamilton Terrace, St John's Wood. We dine at 7, and on Sundays at 2, and you'll always find a place. Mind you come to us, and make yourself quite at home. I do so hope you and Mortimer will get on well together." "I'm sure we shall," said Crosbie; but he had had higher hopes in marrying into this noble family than that of becoming intimate with Mortimer Gazeby. What those hopes were he could hardly define to himself, now that he had brought himself so near to the fruition of them. Lady de Courcy had certainly promised to write to her first cousin, who was Under Secretary of State for India, with reference to that secretaryship at the General Committee Office. But Crosbie, when he came to weigh in his mind what good might result to him from this, was disposed to think that his chance of obtaining the promotion would be quite as good without the interest of the Under Secretary of State for India as with it. Now that he belonged, as we may say, to this noble family, he could hardly discern what were the advantages which he had expected from this alliance. He had said to himself that it would be much to have a countess for a mother-in-law; but now, even already, although the possession to which he had looked was not yet garnered, he was beginning to tell himself that the thing was not worth possessing. As he sat in the train with a newspaper in his hand, he went on acknowledging to himself that he was a villain. Lady Julia had spoken the truth to him on the stairs at Courcy, and so he confessed over and over again; but he was chiefly angry with himself for this, that he had been a villain without gaining anything by his villainy, that he had been a villain and was to lose so much by his villainy. He made comparison between Lily and Alexandrina, and owned to himself over and over again that Lily would make the best wife that a man could take to his bosom. As to Alexandrina, he knew the thinness of her character. She would stick by him, no doubt, and in a circuitous, discontented, unhappy way would probably be true to her duties as a wife and mother. She would be nearly such another as Lady Amelia Gazeby; but was that a prize sufficiently rich to make him contented with his own prowess and skill in winning it? And was that a prize sufficiently rich to justify him to himself for his terrible villainy? Lily Dale he had loved, and he now declared to himself that he could have continued to love her through his whole life. But what was there for any man to love in Alexandrina de Courcy?
While resolving, during his first 4 or 5 days at the castle, that he would throw Lily Dale overboard, he had contrived to quiet his conscience by inward allusions to sundry heroes of romance. He had thought of Lothario, Don Juan, and of Lovelace, and had told himself that the world had ever been full of such heroes, and the world too had treated such heroes well, not punishing them at all as villains, but caressing them rather, and calling them curled darlings. Why should not he be a curled darling as well as another? Ladies had ever been fond of the Don Juan character, and Don Juan had generally been popular with men also. And then he named to himself a dozen modern Lotharios, men who were holding their heads well above water, although it was known that they had played this lady false, and brought that other one to death's door, or perhaps even to death itself. War and love were alike, and the world was prepared to forgive any guile to militants in either camp. But now that he had done the deed, he found himself forced to look at it from quite another point of view. Suddenly that character of Lothario showed itself to him in a different light, and one in which it did not please him to look at it as belonging to himself. He began to feel that it would be almost impossible for him to write that letter to Lily, which it was absolutely necessary that he should write. He was in a position in which his mind would almost turn itself to thoughts of self-destruction as the only means of escape. A fortnight ago he was a happy man, having everything before him that a man ought to want. And now that he was the accepted son-in-law of an earl, and the confident expectant of high promotion, he was the most miserable, degraded wretch in the world. He changed his clothes at his lodgings in Mount Street, and went down to his club to dinner. He could at any rate do nothing that night. His letter to Allington must no doubt be written at once, but as he could not send it before the next night's post, he was not forced to set to work upon it that evening. As he walked along Piccadilly on his way to St. James's Square, it occurred to him that it might be well to write a short line to Lily, telling her nothing of the truth, a note written as though his engagement with her was still unbroken, but yet written with care, saying nothing about that engagement, so as to give him a little time. Then he thought that he would telegraph to Bernard, and tell everything to him. Bernard would of course be prepared to avenge his cousin in some way, but for such vengeance Crosbie felt that he should care little. Lady Julia had told him that Lily was without father or brother, thereby accusing him of the basest cowardice. I wish she had a dozen brothers, he said to himself, but he hardly knew why he expressed such a wish. He returned to London on the last day of October, and he found the streets at the West End nearly deserted. He thought, therefore, that he should be quite alone at his club, but as he entered the dinner room, he saw one of his oldest and most intimate friends standing before the fire. Fowler Pratt was the man who had first brought him into Sebright's, and had given him almost his earliest start on his successful career in life. Since that time he and his friend Fowler Pratt had lived in close communion, though Pratt had always held a certain ascendancy in their friendship. He was in age a few years senior to Crosbie, and was in truth a man of better parts, but he was less ambitious,
less desirous of shining in the world, and much less popular with men in general. He was possessed of a moderate private fortune, on which he lived in a quiet, modest manner, and was unmarried, not likely to marry, inoffensive, useless, and prudent. For the first few years of Crosbie's life in London, he had lived very much with his friend Pratt, and had been accustomed to depend much on his friend's counsel. But latterly, since he had himself become somewhat noticeable, he had found more pleasure in the society of such men as Dale, who were not his superiors either in age or wisdom. But there had been no coolness between him and Pratt, and now they met with perfect cordiality. "I thought you were down in Barsetshire," said Pratt. "And I thought you were in Switzerland." "I have been in Switzerland," said Pratt. "And I have been in Barsetshire," said Crosbie. Then they ordered their dinner together. "And so you're going to be married," said Pratt,
when the waiter had carried away the cheese.
"Who told you that?"
"Well, but you are. Never mind who told me, if I was told the truth."
"But if it be not true?"
"I have heard it for the last month," said Pratt, "and it has been spoken of as a thing certain. And it is true, is it not?"
"I believe it is," said Crosbie slowly.
"Why, what on earth is the matter with you that you speak of it in that way? Am I to congratulate you, or am I not? The lady, I'm told, is a cousin of Dale's." Crosbie had turned his chair from the table round to the fire, and said nothing in answer to this. He sat with his glass of sherry in his hand, looking at the coals, and thinking whether it would not be well that he should tell the whole story to Pratt. No one could give him better advice, and no one, as far as he knew his friend, would be less shocked at the telling of such a story. Pratt had no romance about women, and had never pretended to very high sentiments. "Come up into the smoking room, and I'll tell you all about it," said Crosbie. So they went off together, and as the smoking room was untenanted, Crosbie was able to tell his story. He found it very hard to tell, much harder than he had beforehand fancied. "I have got into terrible trouble," he began by saying. Then he told how he had fallen suddenly in love with Lily, how he had been rash and imprudent, how nice she was, infinitely too good for such a man as I am, he said, how she had accepted him, and then how he had repented. "I should have told you beforehand," he then said, "that I was already half engaged to Lady Alexandrina de Courcy." The reader, however, will understand that this half engagement was a fiction.
"And now you mean that you are altogether engaged to her?"
"Exactly so." "And that Miss Dale must be told that on second thoughts you have changed your mind?" "I know that I have behaved very badly," said Crosbie. "Indeed you have," said his friend. "It is one of those troubles in which a man finds himself involved almost before he knows where he is." "Well, I can't look at it exactly in that light. A man may amuse himself with a girl, and I can understand his disappointing her and not offering to marry her, though even that sort of thing isn't much to my taste. But, by George, to make an offer of marriage to such a girl as that in September, to live for a month in her family as her affianced husband, and then coolly go away to another house in October and make an offer to another girl of higher rank, you know very well that that has had nothing to do with it." "It looks very like it. And how are you going to communicate these tidings to Miss Dale?" "I don't know," said Crosbie, who was beginning to be very sore. "And you have quite made up your mind that you'll stick to the earl's daughter? The idea of
jilting Alexandrina instead of Lily had never as yet presented itself to Crosbie, and now, as he thought of it, he could not perceive that it was feasible. "Yes," he said, "I shall marry Lady Alexandrina; that is, if I do not cut the whole concern and my own throat into the bargain. If I were in your shoes, I think I should cut the whole concern. I could not stand it. What do you mean to say to Miss Dale's uncle?"
"I don't care a dash for Miss Dale's uncle," said Crosbie. "If he were to walk in at that door this moment, I would tell him the whole story without—"
As he was yet speaking, one of the club servants opened the door of the smoking room, and seeing Crosbie seated in a lounging chair near the fire, went up to him with a gentleman's card. Crosbie took the card and read the name, Mr. Dale, Allington. "The gentleman is in the waiting room," said the servant. Crosbie for the moment was struck dumb. He had declared that very moment that he should feel no personal disinclination to meet Mr. Dale, and now that gentleman was within the walls of the club waiting to see him. "Who's that?" asked Pratt, and then Crosbie handed him the card. Whistled Pratt. "Did you tell the gentleman I was here?" asked Crosbie. "I said I thought you were upstairs, sir." "That will do," said Pratt. "The gentleman will no doubt wait for a minute," and then the servant went out of the room. "Now, Crosbie, you must make up your mind. By one of these women, and all her friends, you will ever be regarded as a rascal, and they of course will look out to punish you with such punishment as may come to their hands. You must now choose which shall be the sufferer." The man was a coward at heart. The reflection that he might even now at this moment meet the old squire on pleasant terms, or at any rate not on terms of defiance, pleaded more strongly in Lily's favour than had any other argument since Crosbie had first made up his mind to abandon her. He did not fear personal ill usage. He was not afraid lest he should be kicked or beaten, but he did not dare to face the just anger of the angry man. "If I were you," said Pratt, "I would not go down to that man at the present moment for a trifle. But what can I do? Shirk away out of the club. Only if you do that, it seems to me that you'll have to go on shirking for the rest of your life." "Pratt, I must say that I expected something more like friendship from you." "What can I do for you? There are positions in which it is impossible to help a man. I tell you plainly that you have behaved very badly. I do not see that I can help you. Would you see him?" "Certainly not, if I am to be expected to take your part." "Take any part you like, only tell him the truth." "And what is the truth?" "I was part engaged to that other girl before, and then, when I came to think of it, I knew that I was not fit to marry Miss Dale. I know I have behaved badly, but, Pratt, thousands have done the same thing before. I can only say that I have not been so unfortunate as to reckon any of those thousands among my friends." "You mean to tell me, then, that you are going to turn your back on me?" said Crosbie. "I haven't said anything of the kind. I certainly won't undertake to defend you, for I don't see that your conduct admits of defence. I will see this gentleman if you wish it, and tell him anything that you may desire me to tell him." At this moment the servant returned with a note for Crosbie.
Mr. Dale had called for paper and envelope, and sent up to him the following missive. "Do you intend to come down to me? I know that you are in the house."
"For heaven's sake, go to him," said Crosbie. "He is well aware that I was deceived about his niece, that I thought he was to give her some fortune. He knows all about that, and that when I learned from him that she was to have nothing—" "Upon my word, Crosbie, I wish you could find another messenger.
"Ah, you do not understand," said Crosbie in his agony. "You think that I am inventing this plea about her fortune now. It isn't so. He will understand. We have talked all this over before, and he knew how terribly I was disappointed. Shall I wait for you here, or will you come to my lodgings? Or I will go down to the Beaufort, and will wait for you there."
And it was finally arranged that he should get himself out of this club, and wait at the other for Pratt's report of the interview.
"Do you go down first?"
said Crosbie.
"Yes, I had better," said Pratt. "Otherwise you may be seen. Mr. Dale would have his eye upon you, and there would be a row in the house."
There was a smile of sarcasm on Pratt's face as he spoke,
which angered Crosbie even in his misery, and made him long to tell his friend that he would not trouble him with this mission, that he would manage his own affairs himself.
But he was weakened and mentally humiliated by the sense of his own rascality, and had already lost the power of asserting himself and of maintaining his ascendancy.
He was beginning to recognize the fact that he had done that for which he must endure to be kicked morally if not materially, and that it was no longer possible for him to hold his head up without shame.
Pratt took Mr. Dale's note in his hand and went down into the strangers' room. There he found the squire standing, so that he could see through the open door of the room to the foot of the stairs down which Crosbie must descend before he could leave the club. As a measure of first precaution, the ambassador closed the door. Then he bowed to Mr. Dale and asked him if he would take a chair.
"I wanted to see Mr. Crosbie," said the squire.
"I have your note to that gentleman in my hand," said he. "He has thought it better that you should have this interview with me, and under all the circumstances perhaps it is better."
"Is he such a coward that he dare not see me?"
"There are some actions, Mr. Dale, that will make a coward of any man. My friend Crosbie is, I take it, brave enough in the ordinary sense of the word, but he has injured you."
"It is all true, then?"
"Yes, Mr. Dale, I fear it is all true."
"And you call that man your friend, Mr. I don't know what your name is."
"Pratt, Fowler Pratt. I have known Crosbie for 14 years, ever since he was a boy, and it is not my way, Mr. Dale, to throw over an old friend under any circumstances."
"Not if he committed a murder?"
"No, not though he committed a murder."
"If what I hear is true, this man is worse than a murderer."
"Of course, Mr. Dale, I cannot know what you have heard. I believe that Mr. Crosbie has behaved very badly to your niece, Miss Dale. I believe that he was engaged to marry her, or at any rate that some such proposition had been made."
"Proposition? Why, sir, it was a thing so completely understood that everybody knew it in the county. It was so positively fixed that there was no secret about it. Upon my honour, Mr. Pratt, I can't as yet understand it. If I remember right, it's not a fortnight since he left my house at Allington. Not a fortnight! And that poor girl was with him on the morning of his going, as his betrothed bride. Not a fortnight since! And now I've had a letter from an old family friend, telling me that he is going to marry one of Lord de Courcy's daughters. I went instantly off to Courcy, and found that he had started for London. Now I have followed him here, and you tell me it's all true."
"I am afraid it is, Mr. Dale, too true."
"I don't understand it. I don't indeed. I cannot bring myself to believe that the man who was sitting the other day at my table should be so great a scoundrel. Did he mean it all the time that he was there?"
"No, certainly not."
Lady Alexandrina de Courcy was, I believe, an old friend of his, with whom perhaps he had had some lovers' quarrel. On his going to Courcy they made it up, and this is the result." "And that is to be sufficient for my poor girl?" "You will of course understand that I am not defending Mr. Crosbie. The whole affair is very sad indeed. I can only say in his excuse that he is not the first man who has behaved badly to a lady." "And that is his message to me, is it? And that is what I am to tell my niece? You have been deceived by a scoundrel? But what then? You are not the first. Mr. Pratt, I give you my word as a gentleman, I do not understand it. I have lived a good deal out of the world, and am therefore perhaps more astonished than I ought to be." "Mr. Dale, I feel for you."
"Feel for me! What is to become of my girl? And do you suppose that I will let this other marriage go on? That I will not tell the De Courcys and all the world at large what sort of a man this is? That I will not get at him to punish him? Does he think that I will put up with this?"
"I do not know what he thinks. I must only beg that you will not mix me up in the matter, as though I were a participator in his offence."
"Will you tell him from me that I desire to see him?"
"I do not think that that would do any good."
"Never mind, sir. You have brought me his message. Will you have the goodness now to take back mine to him?"
"Do you mean at once, this evening, now?"
"Yes, at once, this evening, now, this minute."
"Ah, he has left the club. He is not here now. He went when I came to you."
"Then he is a coward as well as a scoundrel."
In answer to which assertion, Mr. Fowler Pratt merely shrugged his shoulders.
"He is a coward as well as a scoundrel. Will you have the kindness to tell your friend from me that he is a coward and a scoundrel and a liar, sir?"
"If it be so, Miss Dale is well quit of her engagement."
"That is your consolation, is it? That may be all very well nowadays, but when I was a young man I would sooner have burnt out my tongue than have spoken in such a way on such a subject. I would indeed. Good night, Mr. Pratt. Pray make your friend understand that he has not yet seen the last of the Dales, although, as you hint, the ladies of that family will no doubt have learnt that he is not fit to associate with them."
Then, taking up his hat, the squire made his way out of the club. "I would not have done it," said Pratt to himself, "for all the beauty and all the wealth and all the rank that ever were owned by a woman." End of chapter 25. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 17th of May 2022. Chapter 26 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Lord de Courcy in the bosom of his family. Lady Julia de Guest had not, during her life, written many letters to Mr. Dale of Allington, nor had she ever been very fond of him; but when she felt certain how things were going at Courcy, or rather, as we may say, how they had already gone, she took pen in hand and set herself to work, doing, as she conceived, her duty by her neighbour. "My dear Mr. Dale," she said, "I believe I need make no secret of having known that your niece Lilian is engaged to Mr. Crosbie of London. I think it proper to warn you that if this be true, Mr. Crosbie is behaving himself in a very improper manner here. I am not a person who concerns myself much in the affairs of other people,
and under ordinary circumstances the conduct of Mr. Crosbie would be nothing to me, or indeed less than nothing. But I do to you as I would wish that others would do unto me. I believe it is only too true that Mr. Crosbie has proposed to Lady Alexandrina de Courcy, and been accepted by her. I think you will believe that I would not say this without warrant, and if there be anything in it, it may be well for the poor young lady's sake that you should put yourself in the way of learning the truth. Believe me to be yours sincerely, Julia de Guest. Courcy Castle, Thursday.
The squire had never been very fond of any of the De Guest family, and had perhaps liked Lady Julia the least of them all. He was wont to call her a meddling old woman, remembering her bitterness and pride in those now long bygone days in which the gallant Major had run off with Lady Fanny. When he first received this letter, he did not, on the first reading of it, believe a word of its contents. "Cross-grained old harridan," he said out loud to his nephew. "Look what that aunt of yours has written to me."
Bernard read the letter twice, and as he did so his face became hard and angry.
"You don't mean to say you believe it?"
said the squire. "I don't think it will be safe to disregard it."
"What! You think it possible that your friend is doing as she says?"
"It is certainly possible. He was angry when he found that Lily had no fortune."
"Heavens, Bernard! And you can speak of it in that way?"
"I don't say that it is true, but I think we should look to it. I will go to Courcy Castle and learn the truth."
The squire at last decided that he would go. He went to Courcy Castle, and found that Crosbie had started 2 hours before his arrival. He asked for Lady Julia, and learned from her that Crosbie had actually left the house as the betrothed husband of Lady Alexandrina. "The countess, I am sure, will not contradict it, if you will see her," said Lady Julia. But this the squire was unwilling to do. He would not proclaim the wretched condition of his niece more loudly than was necessary, and therefore he started on his pursuit of Crosbie.
What was his success on that evening we have already learnt.
Both Lady Alexandrina and her mother heard of Mr. Dale's arrival at the castle, but nothing was said between them on the subject. Lady Amelia Gazeby heard of it also, and she ventured to discuss the matter with her sister. You don't know exactly how far it went, do you?
"No, yes, not exactly, that is," said Alexandrina.
"I suppose he did say something about marriage to the girl?"
"Yes, I'm afraid he did."
"Dear, dear, it's very unfortunate. What sort of people are those Dales? I suppose he talked to you about them?"
"No, he didn't, not very much. I dare say she is an artful, sly thing. It's a great pity men should go on in such a way."
"Yes, it is," said Lady Amelia; "and I do suppose that in this case the blame has been more with him than with her. It's only right I should tell you that."
"But what can I do?"
"I don't say you can do anything, but it's as well you should know."
"But I don't know, and you don't know, and I can't see that there is any use talking about it now. I knew him a long while before she did, and if she has allowed him to make a fool of her, it isn't my fault."
"Nobody says it is, my dear."
"But you seem to preach to me about it. What can I do for the girl? The fact is, he don't care for her a bit, and never did."
"Then he shouldn't have told her that he did."
"That's all very well, Amelia, but people don't always do exactly all that they ought to do. I suppose Mr. Crosbie isn't the first man that has proposed to 2 ladies. I dare say it was wrong, but I can't help it.
As to Mr. Dale coming here with a tale of his niece's wrongs, I think it very absurd indeed. It makes it look as though there had been a scheme to catch Mr. Crosbie, and it's my belief that there was such a scheme. I only hope that there'll be no quarrel. Men don't fight duels nowadays, Amelia. But do you remember what Frank Gresham did to Mr. Moffat when he behaved so badly to poor Augusta? Mr. Crosbie isn't afraid of that kind of thing, and I always thought that Frank was very wrong indeed. What's the good of two men beating each other in the street? Well, I'm sure I hope there'll be no quarrel, but I own I don't like the look of it. You see, the uncle must have known all about it, and have consented to the marriage, or he would not have come here. I don't see that it can make any difference to me, Amelia. No, my dear, I don't see that it can. We shall all be up in town soon, and I will see as much as possible of Mr. Crosbie. The marriage, I hope, will take place soon. He talks of February. Don't put it off, Ally, whatever you do. There are so many slips, you know, in these things. I'm not a bit afraid of that, said Alexandrina, sticking up her head. I dare say not, and you may be sure that we will keep an eye on him. Mortimer will get him up to dine with us as often as possible, and as his leave of absence is all over, he can't get out of town. He's to be here at Christmas, isn't he? Of course he is. Mind you keep him to that. And as to these Dales, I would be very careful, if I were you, not to say anything unkind of them to anyone. It sounds badly in your position. And with this last piece of advice, Lady Amelia Gazeby allowed the subject to drop. On that day Lady Julia returned to her own home. Her adieus to the whole family at Courcy Castle were very cold, but about Mr. Crosbie and his lady love at Allington she said no further word to any of them. Alexandrina did not show herself at all on the occasion, and indeed had not spoken to her enemy since that evening on which she had felt herself constrained to retreat from the drawing-room. "Good-bye," said the countess. "You have been so good to come, and we have enjoyed it so much." "I thank you very much. Good morning," said Lady Julia, with a stately courtesy. "Pray remember me to your brother. I wish we could have seen him. I hope he has not been hurt by the bull." And then Lady Julia went her way. "What a fool I have been to have that woman in the house," said the countess, before the door was closed behind her guest's back. "Indeed you have," said Lady Julia, screaming back through the passage. Then there was a long silence, then a suppressed titter, and after that a loud laugh. "Oh, mamma, what shall we do?" said Lady Amelia. "Do?" said Margaretta. "Why should we do anything? She has heard the truth for once in her life." "Dear Lady Dumbello, what will you think of us?" said the countess, turning round to another guest, who was also just about to depart. "Did any one ever know such a woman before?" "I think she's very nice," said Lady Dumbello, smiling.
"I can't quite agree with you there,"
said Lady Clandidlem.
"but I do believe she means to do her best. She is very charitable, and all that sort of thing."
"I'm sure I don't know," said Rosina. "I asked her for a subscription to the mission for putting down the Papists in the west of Ireland, and she refused me point blank."
"Now, my dear, if you're quite ready,"
said Lord Dumbello, coming into the room. Then there was another departure, but on this occasion the countess waited till the doors were shut and the retreating footsteps were no longer heard. "Have you observed," said she to Lady Clandidlem, "that she has not held her head up since Mr. Palliser went away?"
"Indeed I have," said Lady Clandidlem. "As for poor Dumbello, he's the blindest creature I ever saw in my life."
"We shall hear of something before next May, said Lady de Courcy, shaking her head; "but for all that she'll never be Duchess of Omnium."
"I wonder what your mamma will say of me when I go away to morrow," said Lady Clandidlem to Margaretta, as they walked across the hall together.
"She won't say that you are going to run away with any gentleman," said Margaretta.
"At any rate, not with the earl,"
said Lady Clandidlem.
"Ha, ha! Well, we are all very good natured, are we not? The best is that it means nothing."
Thus, by degrees, all the guests went, and the family of the De Courcys was left to the bliss of their own domestic circle. This, we may presume, was not without its charms, seeing that there were so many feelings in common between the mother and her children. There were drawbacks to it, no doubt, arising perhaps chiefly from the earl's bodily infirmities. "When your father speaks to me," said Mrs. George to her husband, "he puts me in such a shiver that I cannot open my mouth to answer him."
"You should stand up to him," said George. "He can't hurt you, you know. Your money's your own, and if I'm ever to be the heir, it won't be by his doing."
"But he gnashes his teeth at me."
"You shouldn't care for that if he don't bite. He used to gnash them at me, and when I had to ask him for money I didn't like it, but now I don't mind him a bit. He threw the peerage at me one day, but it didn't go within a yard of my head."
"If he throws anything at me, George, I shall drop upon the spot." But the countess had a worse time with the earl than any of her children. It was necessary that she should see him daily, and necessary also that she should say much that he did not like to hear, and make many petitions that caused him to gnash his teeth.
The earl was one of those men who could not endure to live otherwise than expensively, and yet was made miserable by every recurring expense.
He ought to have known by this time that butchers and bakers and corn chandlers and coal merchants will not supply their goods for nothing, and yet it always seemed as though he had expected that at this special period they would do so. He was an embarrassed man, no doubt, and had not been fortunate in his speculations at Newmarket or Homburg, but nevertheless he had still the means of living without daily torment, and it must be supposed that his self-imposed sufferings with regard to money rose rather from his disposition than his necessities. His wife never knew whether he were really ruined or simply pretending it. She had now become so used to her position in this respect that she did not allow fiscal considerations to mar her happiness. Food and clothing had always come to her, including velvet gowns, new trinkets, and a man cook, and she presumed that they would continue to come; but that daily conference with her husband was almost too much for her. She struggled to avoid it, and as far as the ways and means were concerned, would have allowed them to arrange themselves if he would only have permitted it. But he insisted on seeing her daily in his own sitting room, and she had acknowledged to her favourite daughter, Margaretta, that those half hours would soon be the death of her. "I sometimes feel," she said, "that I am going mad before I can get out." And she reproached herself, probably without reason, in that she had brought much of this upon herself. In former days the earl had been constantly away from home, and the countess had complained. Like many other women, she had not known when she was well off. She had complained, urging upon her lord that he should devote more of his time to his own hearth. It is probable that her ladyship's remonstrances had been less efficacious than the state of his own health in producing that domestic constancy which he now practised; but it is certain that she looked back with bitter regret to the happy days when she was deserted, jealous, and querulous. Don't you wish we could get Sir Omicron to order him to the German spars?" she had said to Margaretta. Now Sir Omicron was the great London physician, and might no doubt do much in that way, but no such happy order had as yet been given, and as far as the family could foresee, paterfamilias intended to pass the winter with them at Courcy. The guests, as I have said, were all gone, and none but the family were in the house when her ladyship waited upon her lord one morning at 12 o'clock, a few days after Mr. Dale's visit to the castle. He always breakfasted alone,
and after breakfast found in a French novel and a cigar what solace those innocent recreations were still able to afford him, when the novel no longer excited him, but when he was saturated with smoke he would send for his wife.
After that his valet would dress him.
"She gets it worse than I do,"
the man declared in the servants' hall, "and minds it a deal more. I can give warning, and she can't."
"Better? No, I ain't better,"
the husband said, in answer to his wife's inquiries.
"I never shall be better while you keep that cook in the kitchen."
"But where are we to get another if we send him away?"
"It's not my business to find cooks. I don't know where you're to get one. It's my belief you won't have a cook at all before long. It seems you have got 2 extra men into the house without telling me."
"We must have servants, you know, when there is company. It wouldn't do to have Lady Dumbello here and no one to wait on her."
"Who asked Lady Dumbello? I didn't."
"I'm sure, my dear, you liked having her here."
"Dash Lady Dumbello!"
And then there was a pause. The countess had no objection whatsoever to the above proposition, and was rejoiced that that question of the servants was allowed to slip aside through the aid of her ladyship.
"Look at that letter from Porlock,"
said the earl, and he pushed over to the unhappy mother a letter from her eldest son. Of all her children he was the one she loved the best, but him she was never allowed to see under her own roof.
"I sometimes think that he is the greatest rascal with whom I ever had occasion to concern myself,"
said the earl. She took the letter and read it. The epistle was certainly not one which a father could receive with pleasure from his son, but the disagreeable nature of its contents was the fault rather of the parent than of the child.
"The writer intimated that certain money due to him had not been paid with necessary punctuality, and that unless he received it he should instruct his lawyer to take some authorized legal proceedings. Lord de Courcy had raised certain moneys on the family property which he could not have raised without the co-operation of his heir, and had bound himself in return for that co-operation to pay a certain fixed income to his eldest son. This he regarded as an allowance from himself, but Lord Porlock regarded it as his own by lawful claim."
The son had not worded his letter with any affectionate phraseology.
"Lord Porlock begs to inform Lord de Courcy,"
such had been the commencement. "I suppose he must have his money, else how can he live?" said the countess, trembling.
"Live!"
shouted the earl.
"And so you think it proper that he should write such a letter as that to his father?"
"It is all very unfortunate," she replied.
"I don't know where the money's to come from. As for him, if he were starving it would serve him right. He's a disgrace to the name and the family. From all I hear, he won't live long."
"Oh, De Courcy, don't talk of it in that way."
"What way am I to talk of it? If I say that he's my greatest comfort, and living as becomes a nobleman, and is a fine healthy man of his age, with a good wife and a lot of legitimate children, will that make you believe it? Women are such fools. Nothing that I say will make him worse than he is.
But he may reform.
Reform? He's over 40, and when I last saw him he looked nearly 60. There, you may answer his letter. I won't.
And about the money?
Why doesn't he write to Gaysby about his dirty money? Why does he trouble me? I haven't got his money. Ask Gaysby about his money. I won't trouble myself about it.
Then there was another pause, during which the countess folded the letter and put it in her pocket.
How long is George going to remain here with that woman?
He asked. I'm sure she is very harmless, pleaded the countess.
I always think when I see her that I'm sitting down to dinner with my own housemaid. I never saw such a woman. How he can put up with it! But I don't suppose he cares for anything.
It has made him very steady.
Steady!
And as she will be confined before long, it may be as well that she should remain here. If Porlock doesn't marry, you know.
And so he means to live here altogether, does he? I'll tell you what it is, I won't have it. He's better able to keep a house over his own head and his wife's than I am to do it for them, and so you may tell them. I won't have it, d'ye hear?
Then there was another short pause.
D'ye hear?
He shouted at her. Yes, of course I hear. I was only thinking you wouldn't wish me to turn them out just as her confinement is coming on.
I know what that means. Then they'd never go. I won't have it, and if you don't tell them, I will.
In answer to this, Lady de Courcy promised that she would tell them, thinking perhaps that the Earl's mode of telling might not be beneficial in that particular epoch which was now coming in the life of Mrs. George.
Did you know,
said he, breaking out on a new subject,
that a man had been here named Dale, calling on somebody in this house?
In answer to which the countess acknowledged that she had known it.
Then why did you keep it from me?
And that gnashing of the teeth took place which was so specially objectionable to Mrs. George. It was a matter of no moment. He came to see Lady Julia de Guest.
Yes, but he came about that man Crosbie.
I suppose he did.
Why have you let that girl be such a fool? You'll find he'll play her some knave's trick.
Oh dear, no.
And why should she want to marry such a man as that?
He's quite a gentleman, you know, and very much thought of in the world. It won't be at all bad for her, poor thing. It is so very hard for a girl to get married nowadays without money.
And so let her take up with anybody. As far as I can see, this is a worse affair than that of Amelia.
Amelia has done very well, my dear.
Oh, if you call it doing well for your girls, I don't. I call it doing uncommon badly, about as bad as they well can do. But it's your affair. I have never meddled with them, and don't intend to do it now.
I really think she'll be happy, and she is devotedly attached to the young man.
Devotedly attached to the young man!
The tone and manner in which the Earl repeated these words were such as to warrant an opinion that his lordship might have done very well on the stage had his attention been called to that profession.
It makes me sick to hear people talk in that way. She wants to get married, and she's a fool for her pains. I can't help that. Only remember that I'll have no nonsense here about that other girl. If he gives me trouble of that sort, by dash, I'll be the death of him. When is the marriage to be?
They talk of February.
I won't have any tomfoolery and expense. If she chooses to marry a clerk in an office, she shall marry him as clerks are married.
He'll be the secretary before that, De Courcy.
What difference does that make? Secretary, indeed! What sort of men do you suppose secretaries are? A beggar
that came from nobody knows where. I won't have any tomfoolery, d'ye hear?"
Whereupon the countess said that she did hear, and soon afterwards managed to escape. The valet then took his turn, and repeated, after his hour of service, that old Nick in his tantrums had been more like the Prince of Darkness than ever. End of chapter 26. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 12th of July 2022. Chapter 27 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. On my honour, I do not understand it. In the meantime, Lady Alexandrina endeavoured to realise to herself all the advantages and disadvantages of her own position. She was not possessed of strong affections, nor of depth of character, nor of high purpose, but she was no fool, nor was she devoid of principle. She had asked herself many times whether her present life was so happy as to make her think that a permanent continuance in it would suffice for her desires, and she had always replied to herself that she would fain change to some other life if it were possible. She had also questioned herself as to her rank, of which she was quite sufficiently proud, and had told herself that she could not degrade herself in the world without a heavy pang. But she had at last taught herself to believe that she had more to gain by becoming the wife of such a man as Crosbie than by remaining as an unmarried daughter of her father's house. There was much in her sister Amelia's position which she did not envy, but there was less to envy in that of her sister Rosina. The Gazeby house in St John's Wood Road was not so magnificent as Courcy Castle, but then it was less dull, less embittered by torment, and was, moreover, her sister's own. "Very many do marry commoners," she had said to Margaretta. "Oh yes, of course. It makes a difference, you know, when a man has a fortune." Of course it did make a difference. Crosbie had no fortune, was not even so rich as Mr. Gazeby, could keep no carriage, and would have no country house. But then he was a man of fashion, was more thought of in the world than Mr. Gazeby, might probably rise in his own profession, and was at any rate thoroughly presentable. She would have preferred a gentleman with £5,000 a year; but then, as no gentleman with £5,000 a year came that way, would she not be happier with Mr. Crosbie than she would be with no husband at all? She was not very much in love with Mr. Crosbie, but she thought that she could live with him comfortably, and that, on the whole, it would be a good thing to be married. And she made certain resolves as to the manner in which she would do her duty by her husband. Her sister Amelia was paramount in her own house, ruling indeed with a moderate, endurable dominion, and ruling much to her husband's advantage. Alexandrina feared that she would not be allowed to rule, but she could at any rate try. She would do all in her power to make him comfortable, and would be specially careful not to irritate him by any insistence on her own higher rank. She would be very meek in this respect, and if children should come, she would be as painstaking about them as though her own father had been merely a clergyman or a lawyer. She thought also much about poor Lilian Dale, asking herself sundry questions with an idea of being high-principled as to her duty in that respect. Was she wrong in taking Mr. Crosbie away from Lilian Dale? In answer to these questions she was able to assure herself comfortably that she was not wrong. Mr. Crosbie would not under any circumstances marry Lilian Dale. He had told her so more than once, and that in a solemn way. She could therefore be doing no harm to Lilian Dale. If she entertained any inner feeling that Crosbie's fault in jilting Lilian Dale was less than it would have been had she herself not been an earl's daughter, that her own rank did in some degree extenuate her lover's falseness, she did not express it in words, even to herself. She did not get very much sympathy from her own family. "I'm afraid he does not think much of his religious duties. I'm told that young men of that sort seldom do," said Rosina. "I don't say you're wrong," said Margaretta. "By no means. Indeed, I think less of it now than I did when Amelia did the same thing. I shouldn't do it myself, that's all."
Her father told her that he supposed she knew her own mind.
Her mother, who endeavoured to comfort and in some sort to congratulate her, nevertheless harped constantly on the fact that she was marrying a man without rank and without a fortune. Her congratulations were apologetic, and her comfortings took the guise of consolation. "Of course you won't be rich, my dear, but I really think you'll do very well. Mr. Crosbie may be received anywhere, and you never need be ashamed of him." By which the countess implied that her elder married daughter was occasionally called on to be ashamed of her husband. "I wish he could keep a carriage for you, but perhaps that will come some day." Upon the whole, Alexandrina did not repent, and stoutly told her father that she did know her own mind. During all this time Lily Dale was as yet perfect in her happiness. That delay of a day or two in the receipt of the expected letter from her lover had not disquieted her. She had promised him that she would not distrust him, and she was firmly minded to keep her promises. Indeed, no idea of breaking it came to her at this time. She was disappointed when the postman would come and bring no letter for her, disappointed as is the husbandman when the longed-for rain does not come to refresh the parched earth. But she was in no degree angry. "He will explain it," she said to herself; and she assured Bell that men never recognised the hunger and thirst after letters which women feel when away from those whom they love. Then they heard at the Small House that the squire had gone away from Allington. During the last few days Bernard had not been much with them, and now they heard the news not through their cousin but from Hopkins.
"I really can't undertake to say, Miss Bell, where the master's gone to. It's not likely the master'd tell me where he was going to, not unless it was about seeds or the likes of that."
"He has gone very suddenly," said Bell.
"Well, miss, I've nothing to say to that. And why shouldn't he go sudden if he likes? I only know he had his gig and went to the station. If you was to bury me alive, I couldn't tell you more."
"I should like to try," said Lily, as they walked away. "He is such a cross old thing. I wonder whether Bernard has gone with my uncle." And then they thought no more about it. On the day after that, Bernard came down to the Small House, but he said nothing by way of accounting for the squire's absence.
"He is in London, I know,"
said Bernard. "I hope he'll call on Mr. Crosbie," said Lily. But on this subject Bernard said not a word.
"He did ask Lily whether she had heard from Adolphus."
In answer to which she replied, with as indifferent a voice as she could assume, that she had not had a letter that morning. "I shall be angry with him if he's not a good correspondent," said Mrs. Dale, when she and Lily were alone together. "No, mamma, you mustn't be angry with him. I won't let you be angry with him. Please to remember he's my lover and not yours." "But I can see you when you watch for the postman." "I won't watch for the postman any more if it makes you have bad thoughts about him. Yes, they are bad thoughts. I won't have you think that he doesn't do everything that is right." On the next morning the postman brought a letter, or rather a note, and Lily at once saw that it was from Crosbie. She had contrived to intercept it near the back door, at which the postman called, so that her mother should not watch her watchings, nor see her disappointment if none should come. "Thank you, Jane," she said very calmly, when the eager, kindly girl ran to her with the little missive, and she walked off to some solitude, trying to hide her impatience. The note had seemed so small that it amazed her, but when she opened it, the contents amazed her more. There was neither beginning nor end. There was no appellation of love, and no signature. It contained but 2 lines.
"I will write to you at length tomorrow. This is my first day in London, and I have been so driven about that I cannot write."
That was all, and it was scrawled on half a sheet of note paper. Why, at any rate, had he not called her his dearest Lily? Why had he not assured her that he was ever her own? Such expressions, meaning so much, may be conveyed in a glance of the pen. "Ah," she said, "if he knew how I hunger and thirst after his love!" She had but a moment left to her before she must join her mother and sister, and she used that moment in remembering her promise. "I know it is all right," she said to herself. "He does not think of these things as I do. He had to write at the last moment, as he was leaving his office." And then, with a quiet, smiling face, she walked into the breakfast parlour. "What does he say, Lily?" asked Bell. "What would you give to know?" said Lily. "I wouldn't give 2d for the whole of it," said Bell. "When you get anybody to write to you letters, I wonder whether you'll show them to everybody? But if there's any special London news, I suppose we might hear it," said Mrs. Dale. "But suppose there's no special London news, mamma? The poor man had only been in town 1 day, you know, and there never is any news at this time of the year." "Had he seen Uncle Christopher?" "I don't think he had, but he doesn't say. We shall get all the news from him when he comes. He cares much more about London news than Adolphus does." And then there was no more said about the letter. But Lily had read her 2 former letters over and over again at the breakfast table, and though she had not read them aloud, she had repeated many words out of them, and had so annotated upon them that her mother, who had heard her, could have almost rewritten them. Now she did not even show the paper, and then her absence, during which she had read the letter, had hardly exceeded a minute or 2. All this Mrs. Dale observed, and she knew that her daughter had been again disappointed. In fact, that day Lily was very serious, but she did not appear to be unhappy. Early after breakfast, Bell went over to the parsonage, and Mrs. Dale and her youngest daughter sat together over their work. "Mamma," she said, "I hope you and I are not to be divided when I go to live in London." "We shall never be divided in heart, my love." "Ah, but that will not be enough for happiness, though perhaps enough to prevent absolute unhappiness. I shall want to see you, touch you, and pet you, as I do now." And she came and knelt on the cushion at her mother's feet. "You will have some one else to caress and pet, perhaps many others." "Do you mean to say that you are going to throw me off, mamma?" "God forbid, my darling. It is not mothers that throw off their children. What shall I have left when you and Belle are gone from me?" "But we will never be gone. That's what I mean. We are to be just the same to you always, even though we are married. I must have my right to be here as much as I have it now, and in return you shall have your right to be there. His house must be a home to you, not a cold place which you may visit now and again with your best clothes on. You know what I mean when I say that we must not be divided." "But, Lily—" "Well, mamma, I have no doubt we shall be happy together, you and I." "But you were going to say more than that." "Only this, that your house will be his house, and will be full without me. A daughter's marriage is always a painful parting." "Is it, mamma?" "Not that I would have it otherwise than it is. Do not think that I would wish to keep you at home with me. Of course you will both marry and leave me. I hope that he to whom you are going to devote yourself may be spared to love you and protect you." Then the widow's heart became too full, and she put away her child from her, that she might hide her face. "Mamma, mamma, I wish I was not going from you." "No, Lily, do not say that. I should not be contented with life if I did not see both my girls married. I think that it is the only lot which can give to a woman perfect content and satisfaction. I would have you both married. I should be the most selfish being alive if I wished otherwise. Belle will settle herself near you, and then you will see more of her and love her better than you do me." "I shall not love her better. I wish she would marry some London man, and then you would come with us and be near to us. Do you know, mamma, I sometimes think you don't like this place here. Your uncle has been very kind to give it to us." "I know he has, and we have been very happy here. But if Belle should leave you—" "Then should I go also. Your uncle has been very kind, but I sometimes feel that his kindness is a burden which I should not be strong enough to bear solely on my own shoulders. And what should keep me here then?" Mrs. Dale, as she said this, felt that the "here" of which she spoke extended beyond the limits of the home which she held through the charity of her brother-in-law. Might not all the world, as far as she was concerned in it, be contained in that "here"? How was she to live if both her children should be taken away from her? She had already realized the fact that Crosbie's house could never be a home to her, never even a temporary home. Her visits there must be of that full-dressed nature to which Lily had alluded. It was impossible that she could explain this to Lily. She would not prophesy that the hero of her girl's heart would be inhospitable to his wife's mother, but such had been her reading of Crosbie's character. Alas, alas, as matters were to go, his hospitality or inhospitality would be matter of small moment to them. Again in the afternoon the two sisters were together, and Lily was still more serious than her wont. It might almost have been gathered from her manner that this marriage of hers was about to take place at once, and that she was preparing to leave her home. "Belle," she said, "I wonder why Dr. Crofts never comes to see us now. It isn't a month since he was here at our party." "A month! But there was a time when he made some pretext for being here every other day." "Yes, when mamma was ill." And since mamma was well too. But I suppose I must not break the promise you made me give you. He's not to be talked about even yet, is he?" "I didn't say he was not to be talked about. You know what I meant, Lily, and what I meant then I mean now." "And how long will it be before you mean something else? I do hope it will come some day. I do indeed." "It never will, Lily. I once fancied that I cared for Dr. Crofts, but it was only fancy. I know it because—" She was going to explain that her knowledge on that point was assured to her, because since that day she had felt that she might have learnt to love another man, but that other man had been Mr. Crosbie, and so she stopped herself.
"I wish he would come and ask you himself."
"He will never do so. He would never ask such a question without encouragement, and I shall give him none. Nor will he ever think of marrying till he can do so without what he thinks to be imprudence as regards money. He has courage enough to be poor himself without unhappiness, but he has not courage to endure poverty with a wife. I know well what his feelings are."
"Well, we shall see," said Lily. "I shouldn't wonder if you were married first now, Bell. For my part, I'm quite prepared to wait for 3 years."
Late on that evening the squire returned to Allington, Bernard having driven over to meet him at the station.
He had telegraphed to his nephew that he would be back by a late train,
and no more than this had been heard from him since he went. On that day Bernard had seen none of the ladies at the Small House.
With Bell at the present moment, it was impossible that he should be on easy terms. He could not meet her alone without recurring to the one special subject of interest between them, and as to that he did not choose to speak without much forethought. He had not known himself, when he had gone about his wooing so lightly, thinking it a slight thing whether or no he might be accepted. Now it was no longer a slight thing to him.
I do not know that it was love that made him so eager, not good, honest, downright love,
but he had set his heart upon the object, and with the wilfulness of a Dale was determined that it should be his. He had no remotest idea of giving up his cousin, but he had at last persuaded himself that she was not to be won without some toil, and perhaps also some delay. Nor had he been in a humour to talk either to Mrs. Dale or to Lily.
He feared that Lady Julia's news was true, that at any rate there might be in it something of truth, and while thus in doubt,
he could not go down to the Small House. So he hung about the place by himself, with a cigar in his mouth, fearing that something evil was going to happen, and when the message came for him, almost shuddered as he seated himself in the gig. What would it become him to do in this emergency if Crosbie had truly been guilty of the villainy with which Lady Julia had charged him? 30 years ago he would have called the man out and shot at him till one of them was hit. Nowadays it was hardly possible for a man to do that, and yet what would the world say of him if he allowed such an injury as this to pass without vengeance? His uncle, as he came forth from the station with his travelling bag in his hand, was stern, gloomy, and silent. He came out and took his place in the gig almost without speaking. There were strangers about, and therefore his nephew at first could ask no question. But as the gig turned the corner out of the station house yard, he demanded the news. "What have you heard?" he said. But even then the squire did not answer at once. He shook his head and turned away his face, as though he did not choose to be interrogated. "Have you seen him, sir?" asked Bernard. "No, he has not dared to see me."
"Then it is true?"
"True? Yes, it is all true. Why did you bring the scoundrel here? It has been your fault." "No, sir, I must contradict that. I did not know him for a scoundrel." "But it was your duty to have known him before you brought him here among them. Poor girl, how is she to be told?"
"Then she does not know it?"
"I fear not. Have you seen them?"
"I saw them yesterday, and she did not know it then. She may have heard it today."
"I don't think so. I believe he has been too great a coward to write to her. A coward indeed! How can any man find the courage to write such a letter as that?" By degrees the squire told his tale.
How he had gone to Lady Julia, had made his way to London, had tracked Crosbie to his club, and had there learnt the whole truth from Crosbie's friend Fowler Pratt, we already know.
The coward escaped me while I was talking to the man he sent down,
said the squire.
It was a concerted plan, and I think he was right. I should have brained him in the hall of the club. On the following morning Pratt had called upon him at his inn with Crosbie's apology. His apology, said the squire. I have it in my pocket. Poor reptile! Wretched worm of a man! I cannot understand it. On my honour, Bernard, I do not understand it. I think men are changed since I knew much of them. It would have been impossible for me to write such a letter as that. He went on telling how Pratt had brought him this letter, and had stated that Crosbie declined an interview. The gentleman had the goodness to assure me that no good could come from such a meeting. You mean, I answered, that I cannot touch pitch and not be defiled. He acknowledged that the man was pitch. Indeed, he could not say a word for his friend. I know Pratt. He is a gentleman. I am sure he would not excuse him. Excuse him? How could any one excuse him? Words could not be found to excuse him.
And then he sat silent for some half-mile.
On my honour, Bernard, I can hardly yet bring myself to believe it. It is so new to me. It makes me feel that the world is changed, and that it is no longer worth a man's while to live in it. And he is engaged to this other girl? Oh, yes, with the full consent of the family. It is all arranged, and the settlement's no doubt in the lawyer's hands by this time. He must have gone away from here determined to throw her over. Indeed, I don't suppose he ever meant to marry her. He was just passing away his time here in the country. He meant it up to the time of his leaving. I don't think it. Had he found me able and willing to give her a fortune, he might perhaps have married her. But I don't think he meant it for a moment after I told him that she would have nothing. Well, here we are. I may truly say that I never before came back to my own house with so sore a heart.
They sat silently over their supper, the squire showing more open sorrow than might have been expected from his character.
What am I to say to them in the morning?
He repeated over and over again.
How am I to do it? And if I tell the mother, how is she to tell her child? Do you think that he has given no intimation of his purpose? As far as I can tell, none. That man Pratt knew that he had not done so yesterday afternoon. I asked him what were the intentions of his blackguard friend, and he said that he did not know, that Crosbie would probably have written to me. Then he brought me this letter. There it is.
And the squire threw the letter over the table.
Read it, and let me have it back. He thinks probably that the trouble is now over as far as he is concerned.
It was a vile letter to have written, not because the language was bad, or the mode of expression unfeeling, or the facts falsely stated, but because the thing to be told was in itself so vile. There are deeds which will not bear a gloss, sins as to which the perpetrator cannot speak otherwise than as a reptile, circumstances which change a man and put upon him the worthlessness of vermin.
Crosbie had struggled hard to write it, going home to do it after his last interview on that night with Pratt. But he had sat moodily in his chair at his lodgings, unable to take the pen in his hand. Pratt was to come to him at his office on the following morning, and he went to bed resolving that he would write it at his desk.
On the next day Pratt was there before a word of it had been written. "I can't stand this kind of thing," said Pratt. "If you mean me to take it, you must write it at once."
Then, with inward groaning, Crosbie sat himself at his table, and the words at last were forthcoming, such words as they were. "I know that I can have no excuse to make to you or to her, but circumstanced as I now am, the truth is the best. I feel that I should not make Miss Dale happy, and therefore, as an honest man, I think I best do my duty by relinquishing the honour which she and you had proposed for me."
There was more of it, but we all know of what words such letters are composed, and how men write when they feel themselves constrained to write as reptiles.
"As an honest man," repeated the squire. "On my honour, Bernard, as a gentleman, I do not understand it. I cannot believe it possible that the man who wrote that letter was sitting the other day as a guest at my table."
"What are we to do to him?" said Bernard, after a while.
"Treat him as you would a rat. Throw your stick at him if he comes under your feet, but beware above all things that he does not get into your house. That is too late for us now."
"There must be more than that, uncle."
"I don't know what more. There are deeds for committing which a man is doubly damned, because he has screened himself from overt punishment by the nature of his own villainy. We have to remember Lily's name, and do what may best tend to her comfort."
"Poor girl! Poor girl!"
Then they were silent till the squire rose and took his bed candle.
"Bernard," he said, "let my sister-in-law know early to morrow that I will see her here if she will be good enough to come to me after breakfast. Do not have anything else said at the Small House. It may be that he has written to day."
Then the squire went to bed, and Bernard sat over the dining room fire,
meditating on it all. How would the world expect that he should behave to Crosbie, and what should he do when he met Crosbie at the club?
End of chapter 27. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 21st of July 2022. Chapter 28 of The Small House at Allington by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Board. Crosbie, as we already know, went to his office in Whitehall on the morning after his escape from Sebright's, at which establishment he left the Squire of Allington in conference with Fowler Pratt. He had seen Fowler Pratt again that same night, and the course of the story will have shown what took place at that interview.
He went early to his office, knowing that he had before him the work of writing 2 letters, neither of which would run very glibly from his pen. One was to be his missive to the squire, to be delivered by his friend;
the other that fatal epistle to poor Lily, which, as the day passed away,
he found himself utterly unable to accomplish.
The letter to the squire he did write, under certain threats, and, as we have seen, was considered to have degraded himself to the vermin rank of humanity by the meanness of his production. But on reaching his office he found that other cares awaited him, cares which he would have taken much delight in bearing, had the state of his mind enabled him to take delight in anything. On entering the lobby of his office at 10 o'clock,
he became aware that he was received by the messengers assembled there with almost more than their usual deference.
He was always a great man at the General Committee Office, but there are shades of greatness and shades of deference, which, though quite beyond the powers of definition, nevertheless manifest themselves clearly to the experienced ear and eye. He walked through to his own apartment, and there found 2 official letters addressed to him lying on his table. The first which came to hand, though official, was small and marked private, and it was addressed in the handwriting of his old friend Butterwell, the outgoing secretary. "I shall see you in the morning, nearly as soon as you get this," said the semi-official note, "but I must be the first to congratulate you on the acquisition of my old shoes. They will be very easy in the wearing to you, though they pinched my corns a little at first. I dare say they want new soling, and perhaps they are a little down at heels, but you will find some excellent cobbler to make them all right, and will give them a grace in the wearing which they have sadly lacked since they came into my possession. I wish you much joy with them," etc., etc. He then opened the larger official letter, but that had now but little interest for him. He could have made a copy of the contents without seeing them. The Board of Commissioners had had great pleasure in promoting him to the office of secretary, vacated by the promotion of Mr. Butterwell to a seat at their own board. And then the letter was signed by Mr. Butterwell himself. How delightful to him would have been this welcome on his return to his office, had his heart in other respects been free from care! And as he thought of this, he remembered all Lily's charms. He told himself how much she excelled the noble scion of the De Courcy stock, with whom he was now destined to mate himself; how the bride he had rejected excelled the one he had chosen in grace, beauty, faith, freshness, and all feminine virtues. If he could only wipe out the last fortnight from the facts of his existence! But fortnights such as those are not to be wiped out, not even with many sorrowful years of tedious scrubbing. And at this moment it seemed to him as though all those impediments which had frightened him when he had thought of marrying Lily Dale were withdrawn. That which would have been terrible with 700 or 800 a year would have been made delightful with 12 or 13. Why had his fate been so unkind to him? Why had not this promotion come to him but 1 fortnight earlier? Why had it not been declared before he had made his visit to that terrible castle? He even said to himself that if he had positively known the fact before Pratt had seen Mr. Dale, he would have sent a different message to the squire, and would have braved the anger of all the race of the De Courcys. But in that he lied to himself, and he knew that he did so. An earl in his imagination was hedged by so strong a divinity that his treason towards Alexandrina could do no more than peep at what it would. It had been considered but little by him when the project first offered itself to his mind to jilt the niece of a small rural squire, but it was not in him to jilt the daughter of a countess. That house full of babies in St. John's Wood appeared to him now under a very different guise from that which it wore as he sat in his room at Courcy Castle on the evening of his arrival there. Then such an establishment had to him the flavour of a graveyard.
It was as though he were going to bury himself alive. Now that it was out of his reach, he thought of it as a paradise upon earth. And then he considered what sort of a paradise Lady Alexandrina would make for him. It was astonishing how ugly was the Lady Alexandrina, how old, how graceless, how destitute of all pleasant charm, seen through the spectacles which he wore at the present moment. During his first hour at the office he did nothing. One or two of the younger clerks came in and congratulated him with much heartiness. He was popular at his office, and they had got a step by his promotion. Then he met one or two of the older clerks, and was congratulated with much less heartiness. "I suppose it's all right," said one bluff old gentleman. "My time is gone by, I know. I married too early to be able to wear a good coat when I was young, and I never was acquainted with any lords or lords' families." The sting of this was the sharper because Crosbie had begun to feel how absolutely useless to him had been all that high interest and noble connection which he had formed. He had really been promoted because he knew more about his work than any of the other men, and Lady de Courcy's influential relation at the India Board had not yet even had time to write a note upon the subject. At 11 Mr. Butterwell came into Crosbie's room, and the new secretary was forced to clothe himself in smiles. Mr. Butterwell was a pleasant, handsome man of about 50, who had never yet set the Thames on fire, and had never attempted to do so. He was perhaps a little more civil to great men, and a little more patronizing to those below him than he would have been had he been perfect; but there was something frank and English even in his mode of bowing before the mighty ones, and to those who were not mighty he was rather too civil than either stern or supercilious. He knew that he was not very clever, but he knew also how to use those who were clever. He seldom made any mistake, and was very scrupulous not to tread on men's corns. Though he had no enemies, yet he had a friend or two, and we may therefore say of Mr. Butterwell that he had walked his path in life discreetly. At the age of 35 he had married a lady with some little fortune, and now he lived a pleasant, easy, smiling life in a villa at Putney. When Mr. Butterwell heard, as he often did hear, of the difficulty which an English gentleman has of earning his bread in his own country, he was wont to look back on his own career with some complacency. He knew that he had not given the world much, yet he had received largely, and no one had begrudged it to him. Tact, Mr. Butterwell used to say to himself as he walked along the paths of his Putney villa. Tact, tact, tact. "Crosbie," he said, as he entered the room cheerily, "I congratulate you with all my heart. I do indeed. You have got the step early in life, and you deserve it thoroughly, much better than I did when I was appointed to the same office." "Oh no," said Crosbie gloomily. "But I say, oh yes. We are deuced lucky to have such a man, and so I told the commissioners." "I'm sure I'm very much obliged to you." "I've known it all along, before you left even. Sir Raffle Buffle had told me he was to go to the Income Tax Office. The chair is 2000 there, you know, and I had been promised the first seat at the board." "Ah, I wish I'd known," said Crosbie. "You are much better as you are," said Butterwell. "There's no pleasure like a surprise. Besides, one knows a thing of that kind, and yet doesn't know it. I don't mind saying now that I knew it, swearing that I knew it, but I wouldn't have said so to a living being the day before yesterday. There are such slips between the cups and the lips. Suppose Sir Raffle had not gone to the income tax." "Exactly so," said Crosbie. "But it's all right now. Indeed, I sat at the board yesterday, though I signed the letter afterwards. I'm not sure that I don't lose more than I gain. What with 300 a year more, and less work? Ah, but look at the interest of the thing. The secretary sees everything and knows everything. But I'm getting old, and, as you say, the lighter work will suit me. By the by, will you come down to Putney to morrow? Mrs. Butterwell will be delighted to see the new secretary. There's nobody in town now, so you can have no ground for refusing."
But Mr. Crosbie did find some ground for refusing. It would have been impossible for him to have sat and smiled at Mrs. Butterwell's table in his present frame of mind. In a mysterious, half explanatory manner, he let Mr. Butterwell know that private affairs of importance made it absolutely necessary that he should remain that evening in town; and indeed, as he said, he was not his own master just at present. "By the by, of course not. I had quite forgotten to congratulate you on that head. So you're going to be married. Well, I'm very glad, and hope you'll be as lucky as I have been." "Thank you," said Crosbie, again rather gloomily. "A young lady from near Guestwick, isn't it? Or somewhere in those parts?" "No," stammered Crosbie. "The lady comes from Barsetshire." "Why, I heard the name. Isn't she a Bell, or Tate, or Ball, or some such name as that?" "No," said Crosbie, assuming what boldness he could command. "Her name is De Courcy." "One of the earl's daughters?" "Yes," said Crosbie. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I'd heard wrong. You're going to be allied to a very noble family, and I am heartily glad to hear of your success in life." Then Butterwell shook him very cordially by the hand, having offered him no such special testimony of approval when under the belief that he was going to marry a Bell, a Tate, or a Ball. All the same, Mr. Butterwell began to think that there was something wrong. He had heard from an indubitable source that Crosbie had engaged himself to a niece of a squire with whom he had been staying near Guestwick, a girl without any money; and Mr. Butterwell, in his wisdom, had thought his friend Crosbie to be rather a fool for his pains. But now he was going to marry one of the De Courcys. Mr. Butterwell was rather at his wits' ends. "Well, we shall be sitting at 2, you know, and of course you'll come to us. If you're at leisure before that, I'll make over what papers I have to you. I've not been a Lord Eldon in my office, and they won't break your back." Immediately after that, Fowler Pratt had been shown into Crosbie's room, and Crosbie had written the letter to the squire under Pratt's eye. He could take no joy in his promotion. When Pratt left him, he tried to lighten his heart. He endeavoured to throw Lily and her wrongs behind him, and fix his thoughts on his advancing successes in life. But he could not do it. A self-imposed trouble will not allow itself to be banished. If a man loses £1,000 by a friend's fault, or by a turn in the wheel of fortune, he can, if he be a man, put his grief down and trample it under foot. He can exorcise the spirit of his grievance, and bid the evil one depart from out of his house. but such exorcism is not to be used when the sorrow has come from a man's own folly and sin, especially not if it has come from his own selfishness. Such are the cases which make men drink, which drive them on to the avoidance of all thought, which create gamblers and reckless prodigals, which are the promoters of suicide.
How could he avoid writing this letter to Lily? He might blow his brains out, and so let there be an end of it all.
It was to such reflections that he came when he sat himself down,
endeavouring to reap satisfaction from his promotion.
But Crosbie was not a man to commit suicide. In giving him his due, I must protest that he was too good for that. He knew too well that a pistol bullet could not be the be-all and the end-all here, and there was too much manliness in him for so cowardly an escape.
The burden must be borne, but how was he to bear it? There he sat till it was 2 o'clock, neglecting Mr. Butterwell and his office papers, and not stirring from his seat till a messenger summoned him before the board.
The board, as he entered the room, was not such a board as the public may perhaps imagine such boards to be. There was a round table with a few pens lying about, and a comfortable leathern arm-chair at the side of it, farthest from the door. Sir Raffle Buffle was leaving his late colleagues, and was standing with his back to the fireplace, talking very loudly. Sir Raffle was a great bully, and the board was uncommonly glad to be rid of him; but as this was to be his last appearance at the committee office, they submitted to his voice meekly. Mr. Butterwell was standing close to him, essaying to laugh mildly at Sir Raffle's jokes. A little man, hardly more than 5 feet high, with small but honest-looking eyes and close-cut hair, was standing behind the arm-chair, rubbing his hands together, and longing for the departure of Sir Raffle, in order that he might sit down. This was Mr. Optimist, the new chairman, in praise of whose appointment the Daily Jupiter had been so loud, declaring that the present minister was showing himself superior to all ministers who had ever gone before him, in giving promotion solely on the score of merit. The Daily Jupiter, a fortnight since, had published a very eloquent article strongly advocating the claims of Mr. Optimist, and was naturally pleased to find that its advice had been taken. Has not an obedient minister a right to the praise of those powers which he obeys? Mr. Optimist was in truth an industrious little gentleman, very well connected, who had served the public all his life, and who was at any rate honest in his dealings. Nor was he a bully, such as his predecessor. It might, however, be a question whether he carried guns enough for the command in which he was now to be employed. There was but one other member of the board, Major Fiasco by name, a discontented, broken-hearted, silent man, who had been sent to the General Committee office some few years before because he was not wanted anywhere else. He was a man who had intended to do great things when he entered public life, and had possessed the talent and energy for things moderately great. He had also possessed, to a certain extent, the ear of those high in office, but in some way matters had not gone well with him, and in running his course he had gone on the wrong side of the post. He was still in the prime of life, and yet all men knew that Major Fiasco had nothing further to expect from the public or from the government. Indeed, there were not wanting those who said that Major Fiasco was already in receipt of a liberal income for which he gave no work in return, that he merely filled a chair for 4 hours a day, 4 or 5 days a week, signing his name to certain forms and documents, reading, or pretending to read, certain papers, but in truth doing no good.
Major Fiasco, on the other hand,
considered himself to be a deeply injured individual, and he spent his life in brooding over his wrongs. He believed now in nothing and in nobody. He had begun public life striving to be honest, and he now regarded all around him as dishonest. He had no satisfaction in any man other than that which he found when some event would show to him that this or that other compeer of his own had proved himself to be self-interested, false, or fraudulent. "Don't tell me, Butterwell," he would say, for with Mr. Butterwell he maintained some semi-official intimacy, and he would take that gentleman by the buttonhole, holding him close. "Don't tell me. I know what men are. I've seen the world. I've been looking at things with my eyes open. I knew what he was doing." And then he would tell of the sly deed of some official known well to them both, not denouncing it by any means, but affecting to take it for granted that the man in question was a rogue. Butterwell would shrug his shoulders and laugh gently, and say that upon his word he didn't think the world so bad as Fiasco made it out to be. Nor did he, for Butterwell believed in many things. He believed in his Putney villa on this earth, and he believed also that he might achieve some sort of Putney villa in the world beyond, without undergoing present martyrdom. His Putney villa first, with all its attendant comforts, and then his duty to the public afterwards. It was thus that Mr. Butterwell regulated his conduct, and as he was solicitous that the villa should be as comfortable a home to his wife as to himself, and that it should be specially comfortable to his friends, I do not think that we need quarrel with his creed. Mr. Optimist believed in everything, but especially he believed in the Prime Minister, in the Daily Jupiter, in the General Committee Office, and in himself. He had long thought that everything was nearly right, but now that he himself was chairman at the General Committee Office, he was quite sure that everything must be right. In Sir Raffle Buffle, indeed, he had never believed, and now it was perhaps the greatest joy of his life that he should never again be called upon to hear the tones of that terrible knight's hated voice. Seeing who were the components of the new board, it may be presumed that Crosbie would look forward to enjoying a not uninfluential position in his office. There were indeed some among the clerks who did not hesitate to say that the new secretary would have it pretty nearly all his own way. As for old Opt, there would be, they said, no difficulty about him. Only tell him that such and such a decision was his own, and he would be sure to believe the teller. Butterwell was not fond of work, and had been accustomed to lean upon Crosbie for many years. As for Fiasco, he would be cynical in words, but wholly indifferent in deed. If the whole office were made to go to the mischief, Fiasco, in his own grim way, would enjoy the confusion. "Wish you joy, Crosbie," said Sir Raffle, standing up on the rug, waiting for the new secretary to go up to him and shake hands. But Sir Raffle was going, and the new secretary did not indulge him. "Thank ye, Sir Raffle," said Crosbie, without going near the rug. "Mr. Crosbie, I congratulate you most sincerely," said Mr. Optimist. "Your promotion has been the result altogether of your own merit. You have been selected for the high office which you are now called upon to fill solely because it has been thought that you are the most fit man to perform the onerous duties attached to it. As regards my share in the recommendation which we found ourselves bound to submit to the Treasury, I must say that I never felt less hesitation in my life, and I believe I may declare as much as regards the other members of the board." And Mr. Optimist looked around him for approving words. He had come forward from his standing ground behind his chair to welcome Crosbie,
and had shaken his hand cordially. Fiasco also had risen from his seat, and had assured Crosbie in a whisper
that he had feathered his nest uncommon well.
Then he had sat down again. "Indeed you may, as far as I am concerned," said Butterwell.
"I told the Chancellor of the Exchequer," said Sir Raffle, speaking very loud and with much authority, "that unless he had some first-rate man to send from elsewhere, I could name a fitting candidate. Sir Raffle," he said, "I mean to keep it in the office, and therefore shall be glad of your opinion." "In that case, Mr. Chancellor," said I, "Mr. Crosbie must be the man." "Mr. Crosbie shall be the man," said the Chancellor, "and Mr. Crosbie is the man." "Your friend Sark spoke to Lord Brock about it," said Fiasco. Now the Earl of Sark was a young nobleman of much influence at the present moment, and Lord Brock was the Prime Minister. "You should thank Lord Sark. Had as much to do with it as if my footman had spoken," said Sir Raffle.
"I am very much obliged to the board for their good opinion," said Crosbie gravely. "I am obliged to Lord Sark as well, and also to your footman, Sir Raffle, if, as you seem to say, he has interested himself in my favour."
"I didn't say anything of the kind," said Sir Raffle. "I thought it right to make you understand that it was my opinion, given of course officially, which prevailed with the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Well, gentlemen, as I shall be wanted in the city, I will say good morning to you. Is my carriage ready, Boggs?"
Upon which the attendant messenger opened the door, and the great Sir Raffle Buffle took his final departure from the scene of his former labours. "As to the duties of your new office," and Mr. Optimist continued his speech, taking no other notice of the departure of his enemy than what was indicated by an increased brightness of his eye and a more satisfactory tone of voice, "you will find yourself quite familiar with them."
"Indeed he will," said Butterwell, "and I am quite sure that you will perform them with equal credit to yourself, satisfaction to the department, and advantage to the public. We shall always be glad to have your opinion on any subject of importance that may come before us, and as regards the internal discipline of the office, we feel that we may leave it safely in your hands. In any matter of importance you will of course consult us, and I feel very confident that we shall go on together with great comfort and with mutual confidence." Then Mr. Optimist looked at his brother commissioners, sat down in his armchair, and taking in his hands some papers before him, began the routine business of the day. It was nearly 5 o'clock when, on this special occasion, the secretary returned from the board room to his own office. Not for a moment had the weight been off his shoulders while Sir Raffle had been bragging, or Mr. Optimist making his speech. He had been thinking not of them, but of Lily Dale, and though they had not discovered his thoughts, they had perceived that he was hardly like himself. "I never saw a man so little elated by good fortune in my life," said Mr. Optimist. "Ah, he's got something on his mind," said Butterwell. "He's going to be married, I believe." "If that's the case, it's no wonder he shouldn't be elated,"
said Major Fiasco, who was himself a bachelor. When in his own room again, Crosbie at once seized on a sheet of note paper, as though by hurrying himself on with it he could get that letter to Allington written. But though the paper was before him, and the pen in his hand,
the letter would not get itself written. With what words was he to begin it? To whom should it be written? How was he to declare himself the villain which he had made himself? The letters from his office were taken away every night shortly after 6, and at 6 o'clock he had not written a word. "I will do it at home to night," he said to himself,
and then, tearing off a scrap of paper, he scratched those few lines which Lily received, and which she had declined to communicate to her mother or sister.
Crosbie, as he wrote them, conceived that they would in some way prepare the poor girl for the coming blow, that they would at any rate make her know that all was not right; but in so supposing he had not counted on the constancy of her nature, nor had he thought of the promise which she had given him that nothing should make her doubt him. He wrote the scrap, and then, taking his hat, walked off through the gloom of the November evening, up Charing Cross and St Martin's Lane, towards the Seven Dials and Bloomsbury, into regions of the town with which he had no business and which he never frequented. He hardly knew where he went or wherefore. How was he to escape from the weight of the burden which was now crushing him? It seemed to him as though he would change his position with thankfulness for that of the junior clerk in his office, if only that junior clerk had upon his mind no such betrayal of trust as that of which he was guilty. At 7:30 he found himself at Sebright's, and there he dined. A man will dine, even though his heart be breaking. Then he got into a cab, and had himself taken home to Mount Street. During his walk he had sworn to himself that he would not go to bed that night till the letter was written and posted. It was 12 before the first words were marked on the paper, and yet he kept his oath. Between 2 and 3, in the cold moonlight, he crawled out and deposited his letter in the nearest post office.
End of chapter 28. Read by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom, 22nd of August 2022.